Good morning. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. It is 9:05 a.m. on Thursday, April 13th, 2023. We are conducting the roundtable virtually and streaming on the DC Council's website and YouTube at CM Brooke Pinto. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has oversight responsibility for matters affecting the district courts, criminal law, procedure and justice, public safety, including policing, violence, prevention and intervention, and civilian police oversight, access to justice, including victim services and justice grants, fire and emergency medical services, and the district's 911 and 311 services, forensic science, fatality review and medical examinations, Homeland Security and emergency response, adult corrections, family law, probate and estates, child support, and women's and gender policy. Today, the committee continues its review of the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget and financial plan. We will discuss the proposed budgets for the following three agencies today. The Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, then the Criminal Code Reform Commission, and then the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. We'll first hear from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, or CJCC, an independent agency that serves as a forum for identifying challenges and generating solutions to enhance public safety and the fair administration of justice for DC residents, visitors, victims, and justice-involved individuals. The CJCC facilitates information sharing and collaboration between agencies, conducts research and analysis, and provides training and technical assistance on behalf of its district and federal member agencies. The CJCC's work is critical to coordinating agencies as the district works to implement the city's gun violence strategic plan. The mayor's proposed FY 2024 budget provides CJCC with $4,621,592 in operating funds, which represents a 3.3% decrease compared to the approved FY 2023 budget. This includes a $404,000 decrease to research and analysis and a $244,000 increase to collaboration and planning across agencies. I'm eager to speak with Interim Director Love today about her vision for the agency in FY 2024, especially as the agency prepares to undertake migrating CJCC's criminal justice database from justice to the cloud. Information sharing between criminal justice agencies and partners is critical to improving public safety. I look forward to continue working closely with Interim Director Love to ensure the database migration is seamless and has the necessary funding to be successful. We'll then speak with the Criminal Code Reform Commission, or CCRC. The commission was established as an independent agency for the purpose of providing recommendations to the council on comprehensively revising our criminal code. This work culminated, or so we thought, in the Revised Criminal Code Act of 2022, or RCCA, which was the first comprehensive update to the district's criminal code since it was enacted by Congress in 1901. The council has also voted 3 years ago to convert the commission from a temporary agency to a permanent entity tasked with continuing to provide expertise and guidance on changes to criminal laws in the district. Needless to say, things have changed in the past couple of months. After Mayor Bowser vetoed the RCCA, Congress passed and the president signed a resolution disapproving the Revised Criminal Code Act. The first time in 30 years that a DC law has been overturned by the federal government, and only the fourth time in history that this has ever happened. The mayor's budget eliminates the Criminal Code Reform Commission at the end of fiscal year 2023, this coming year. I'm concerned by this proposal. The RCCA was a nearly 300-page bill, and it is understandably complex. I think most people agree that we need to rethink what's in the bill so that we can address many of the problems with our outdated code and successfully pass the 98% or so of the bill that was not controversial and really in need of updated modernizations. That will require a significant amount of additional work that will be made much more difficult if the council can't rely on the expertise that Director Park and his staff have developed over years of studying these issues. By very nature of the fact that we did not pass criminal code reform yet, the work of the commission and the important mission of modernization of our code is incomplete. I will say, I think part of the mayor's frustration here is that she did not have a vote in the criminal code reform process at the commission level. I am happy to rethink that decision in the formation of the commission, but I am hoping that we can still identify funding to ensure that we retain the commission and its expertise and institutional knowledge as we try to move forward on much needed modernizations of our criminal code, and do so in a collaborative way that the entire DC government can stand behind and ultimately get passed. Because at the end of the day, we need our code to be clear and concise and sensical. And the commission is really central to that work. Finally, we will hear from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, or OVSJG, whose mission is to develop, fund, and coordinate programs that improve public safety, enhance the administration of justice, and create systems of care for crime victims, youth, and their families in the district. In fiscal year 2022, OVSJG distributed over $98 million in grants. This includes funding to support district students struggling with attendance, returning citizens, victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, and victims of other violent crimes. OVSJG is the state administering agency responsible for the direction of systemic criminal justice planning, coordination, management, research, training, and technical assistance. OVSJG also provides policy-making expertise, advice, and counsel to the executive on the role of victims and offenders in the criminal justice system and evidence-based practices to respond to, intervene in, and prevent violence. This is done in part through the work of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, which includes 5 appointed youth members and the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board, all critical in understanding these trends and working to reverse them. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget provides OVSJG with about $75.5 million in operating funds, which represents a dramatic 31.7% decrease from the approved FY 2023 budget. This includes a $4.7 million cut to justice grants, an $18.6 million cut to access to justice, a $6.7 million cut to victim services, and a $2.9 million cut to truancy reduction, and a $1.9 million cut to targeted services. I am deeply concerned about the impact cutting OVSJG's budget by a third will have on our ability to provide critical services to district residents who are in most need of support. Even with the influx in federal funds the agency received during the past couple of years, community-based organizations were still not able to meet the significant demand for these services. While the district is starting to recover and continuing to recover from the pandemic in some areas, the need for legal services, domestic violence services, gun violence intervention, and truancy reduction services continue to be at an all-time high and are very related to all of our public safety concerns. We know that the investments we make now to support domestic violence survivors, gun violence survivors, and survivors of other types of crimes will have impacts for decades to come. 10% of homicide cases are domestic violence cases, and even more are related to intimate partner or familial issues. Supporting survivors and helping get people out of dangerous situations is directly tied to our mission to reduce gun violence and homicides in our city. Since joining the council and most recently as the Judiciary Chair, I have had the privilege to get to know the people behind the organizations who are doing this critical work. They're deeply committed to this work and are relying on the council and the mayor to provide them with the resources they need to best serve residents. I will be discussing the significant funding cuts in the proposed budget with Acting Director Porter today and the agency's strategy to minimize the destabilizing impact that these reductions can have. All right, so we will now turn to our first topic of the day, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. We have no public witnesses for the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, so I'll turn to Interim Director Christy Love. Hi, Director Love, welcome. And as you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you to take yourself off mute and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you so much. Please go ahead if you have an opening statement.
All right. Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto. I am Christy Love, the Interim Executive Director of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. And I'd like to say I'm also joined here today by Siobhan Smith, our agency fiscal officer, who took the oath as well. I'm pleased to appear before you today to provide testimony on the agency's proposed fiscal year 24 budget. As you've shared, CJCC's mission is to serve as a forum for identifying challenges and generating solutions to enhance public safety and the fair administration of justice for District of Columbia residents, visitors, victims, and justice-involved individuals. CJCC is comprised of 22 staff across 3 divisions, the Information Technology Team, Statistical Analysis Center, and the Policy Team, along with executive and administrative staff. We have 4 core functions: facilitate automated information sharing, conduct research and analysis, facilitate interagency collaboration, and to also provide training and technical assistance. CJCC's approved budget for fiscal year 2023 was $4.78 million, and the proposed budget for fiscal year 24 is $4.62 million, which is an overall decrease of 3.3%, including a 4.7% reduction in local funding. We understand that due to the projected revenue shortfall for the district over the next few years, the mayor had to make some very difficult decisions when submitting a proposed balanced budget to council. And we are grateful that despite other reductions in our non-personal services funding, the mayor did support CJCC's enhancement request for an additional $258,000 to help fund CJCC's migration of justice to the cloud. However, since we are splitting the cloud migration project into 2 phases, as recommended by OCP and OCTO, there is a chance we may not have sufficient funding in FY24 to complete phase 2. Before I elaborate on this issue, allow me to first describe the importance of justice and the urgent need to migrate justice to the cloud. So CJCC developed and maintains Justice, which functions as the central hub for real-time information sharing among 4,600 users across 30+ district and federal agencies. Justice plays an integral role in the district's justice system operations. For example, the papering process, whereby law enforcement officers submit documents to USAO or OAG to aid in their decision to prosecute a case, that is facilitated through Justice. In addition, the process by which the district submits arrest dispositions to the FBI, that's facilitated through Justice. DC Superior Court has deemed Justice as the official mechanism by which partner agencies can access court records. On average, authorized users query Justice more than 2,700 times a day for information on rearrests, warrants, supervision status, and case status for defendants and persons under supervision. In the absence of Justice, criminal justice information sharing in the district would be conducted manually, which would cause significant case processing delays and potentially have public safety implications. In fiscal year 2022, CJCC engaged a contractor to develop a 5-year strategic plan for justice, including a SWOT analysis, which is an analysis of the internal strengths and weaknesses and external opportunities and threats related to justice. The SWOT analysis revealed some key vulnerabilities for justice, in particular, its aging infrastructure. Justice is operating on what is considered to be legacy technology that has not been refreshed in nearly 2 decades, whereas the ideal frequency for a refresh is every 3 years. The SWOT analysis found that the technology used to support the system exchange component of justice which transmits data directly from one agency's records management system to another, is outdated and overly complex and very costly to enhance and maintain. According to the SWOT analysis, due to the aging technology, justice is a bit slow to adapt to changes and upgrades, and it's also limited in its ability to offer new services and features. Furthermore, starting in 2025, the software behind the Justice System Exchange will no longer be supported, and in 2027, the software will be discontinued entirely. Therefore, CJCC is at a critical stage in ensuring the viability of justice moving forward. Fortunately, based on the strategic plan, we know what needs to be done. We must migrate justice to the cloud. There are many benefits to moving to the cloud. CJCC will save an estimated $100,000 per year in hardware and software costs and countless hours required by our staff for system maintenance. And by spending less time on maintenance, our IT team will have the capacity to add new features to justice. Also, by no longer relying on physical servers for data storage, we can leverage more automated features that will enhance both security and the user experience. For example, we can access tools that automatically flag data quality issues and also detect suspicious activity. And we can enhance the alert and notification functionalities for justice users. CJCC will begin the cloud migration process in FY23 and complete it in fiscal year 24. After several consultations with OCP and Octo, the CJCC was advised to split the Justice Cloud Migration Project into two phases, where phase one would include an assessment of justice and the development of a cloud solution, and then phase two would entail the actual implementation of the cloud solution. The benefit of the two-phase approach is that once the best cloud platform for justice is identified in phase one, which will take place in fiscal year 23, we will be able to engage a contractor with specific expertise in that particular platform for phase two implementation. We initially estimated that the total cloud migration cost would be between $700,000 and $900,000. Therefore, we requested an additional $850,000 to cover those costs. This includes a $300,000 local enhancement in FY23, a $300,000 increase in the federal payment for FY23, and then the $258,000 local enhancement for FY24. However, our request for additional funding was based on the assumption that the migration would be done in one phase as opposed to two. Since we split the project into two phases, the total cost is likely to be higher. Based on our market research, it's reasonable to assume that the cost of phase two will be about the same as the cost of phase one. We have worked with OCP to issue an invitation for bids for phase one earlier this month, and the responses are due back to OCP on April 18th, after which we will shortly thereafter be able to estimate the cost for phase two. As stated, given the limitations of the aging infrastructure and the pending discontinuation of the software that runs justice, migrating justice to the cloud is not optional. It is essential. Therefore, it is critical that CJCC obtain sufficient funding to support both phases one and two of the cloud migration project. So now I'd like to transition to just a brief discussion of some of the notable changes in the fiscal year 24 proposed budget. And that includes the $404,000 decrease in research and analysis and the $244,000 increase in collaboration and planning. These changes do not reflect shifts in the nature of the work conducted by the CJCC. Rather, they largely reflect administrative decisions. First, part of the reduction in research and analysis is due to CJCC's decision to no longer engage a contractor to manage our justice statistical analysis tool, JSAT. Instead, we will manage JSAT entirely in-house. Second, the policy advisor and the juvenile justice compliance monitor positions, which were previously funded under research and analysis, they will now be funded under collaboration and planning. And we believe that better reflects the actual roles and responsibilities of these positions. Finally, CJCC is seeking to fund specific projects such as justice and JSAT within one as opposed to multiple programs and activities. And this allows for a bit more budget clarity. So beyond the potential need for additional funding for the Justice Cloud migration, the proposed FY24 budget does adequately support CJCC's ability to carry out its other core functions of research and analysis, interagency collaboration, and training and technical assistance. There will be less funding for travel, as well as speakers and meeting venues for our public meetings and conferences and information sessions. However, the CJC staff is committed to a continued focus on our priority areas, which are violent crime, juvenile justice, substance abuse and mental health, and adult reentry. And this is all in furtherance of our mission of public safety and the fair administration of justice. And so as I close, I just have to thank our amazing CJC staff for their incredible work and dedication to the mission. And also thank you to our diligent and responsive OCFO colleagues for their ongoing budget support. And I look forward to responding to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Director Love. Appreciate that additional context, and I'll add my thanks and gratitude to your entire team as well. I want to start with kind of the broad goals of information sharing. And as you and I have talked about, I think one of the real avenues for improvement when we see public safety, or the major public safety challenges that we're having in our city right now, is ensuring that all of our agencies, our local and federal, are speaking to one another and sharing data effectively so that we can use it, see trends, and do better moving forward. And so from your perspective, what are some of the major gaps that are still persisting in sharing information between CJCC or other public safety agencies that you are working with?
Right. So I feel like the sharing of adult information is pretty readily available. I feel like we're able to do that. We're able to share trends with respect to the adult criminal justice system with our partners and members. I think where the real challenges are is with respect to juvenile information. And even though the bulk of the violent activity that we're seeing is not from juveniles, we are starting to see an increase in juveniles' involvement in violent activity. So the CJCC staff receives juvenile data per several administrative orders from the court. And the court, understandably so, given juvenile confidentiality, those administrative orders are very limited in terms of who CJCC can share information with. And it's essentially our Juvenile Justice Committee, our Juvenile Justice Data Committee. And then even specific circumstances with our CJCC members or principals. And so I think that's one of the greater challenges is the juvenile information sharing.
Okay. And are you aware of how other jurisdictions handle this? So as we figure out in the district the appropriate balance of maintaining privacy issues for our juveniles and ensuring that information isn't readily accessible by the public, while also still making sure that information is being shared between public safety agencies. Are there other jurisdictions that you're aware of who handle that balance differently?
That's something I'd have to look into. I do know that the concept of juvenile confidentiality is pretty common nationwide. So that's something there are other, CJCC is the home of the District Statistical Analysis Center. There are SACs all over the country, and I think that's a great question to pose to our SAC colleagues to see how they're addressing this in other jurisdictions. I do want to go back on the adult side. While I think some of that information is readily available, especially when it comes to arrests and sort of case dispositions and charges and that sort of thing, and sentencing. What can be a little bit challenging is in the data with respect to the incarceration and I think post-adjudication stage. And largely because we know that if someone is sentenced for a felony that requires a sentence of incarceration, they are likely going to end up in the Bureau of Prisons, and once they're released, they will likely end up under CSOSA's supervision. And so our federal partners are actually subject to the Federal Privacy Act, and that Privacy Act limits their ability to share record level identifiable information on the individuals in their custody. And so we've made some strides in terms of with respect to BOP sharing more facility specific information, just not yet people specific information. That is something that our adult reentry committee is going to be focused on in enhancing information sharing, so that when DC code offenders are released from BOP, that that information can be shared with relevant district agencies such as the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizen Affairs, so that we can support more successful reentry efforts.
Thank you so much. I think that's a really important point, and one of those areas that, while we continue our fight for statehood and to have full control, there are still other interim steps that we can and need to take in our criminal justice system, especially in making sure that our folks who are returning to our communities are successful for their well-being and for our entire community's well-being and driving down recidivism rates. And so appreciate your focus on that area as well. What studies do you expect to conduct in fiscal year 2024?
So in FY24, so CJCC, we do different types of analysis. We have our routine analyses, which are done on a monthly basis. So that would include, we do a monthly gun violence dashboard that's shared with the CJCC principals. So that includes, arrests and papering and case filings and dispositions and supervision for individuals who are involved in gun-related cases. That can be gun possession or gun violence. We also have a justice system operations dashboard. That's something that we started at the request of the mayor, actually during COVID, given the impact that COVID had on our justice system, where we were starting to see backlogs. That's something that we followed. I think our members have decided that's not something that's needed monthly necessarily, but a quarterly update on that is sufficient. We do other monthly violent crime updates. So that's our regularized analysis. And also I mentioned BOP has started to share more information. So we do a detained population report looking at DC code offenders and BOP facilities, as well as DOC, and then for the juveniles and DYRS. That's routine analysis. On the other hand, CJCC also does more kind of time-intensive, longer-term research projects. So in fiscal year 24, we're expecting to complete our analysis of school-based arrests, and this is per a mandate from the council that's due. That analysis is due at the end of fiscal year 24. We're hoping to have it earlier in the fiscal year than later. So this is going to give the public an idea of the extent to which juveniles actually are being arrested in schools and for what types of charges. And is the incident they're being arrested for, was that an incident that took place in school, an incident that took place elsewhere, and the arrest occurred in the school? Another major project we're working on, and this comes from the gun violence reduction strategic plan, and it was a recommendation that we look into the childhood risk factors of young adults who have been convicted of homicide and attempted homicide. And so we're actually very grateful we worked with your team because to get a certain risk information, such as mental health and substance use diagnoses that may be in their history, or Medicaid eligibility, we had to actually work to get legislation passed that would enable the Department of Healthcare Finance to share that information with us. So thank you to your team for helping us with that process. But we hope to complete that analysis in early fiscal year 24. And that's going to let us know, like, are there particular risk factors that we can see in someone's childhood that increase the likelihood that they would become involved as a perpetrator in very serious violent crime.
Thank you so much. Okay. Well, I look forward to working with you on each of those important missions. And I want to ask you about the transfer from justice to the cloud. And I know you talked about this in your testimony, but can you elaborate on why it's critical that this transition happen now and what the impact will be on public safety agencies if we don't begin the cloud migration right now?
Sure. So as I mentioned, justice, it's a very important system for our criminal justice partners, both local and federal here in the city. And it helps to facilitate some very, very basic criminal justice functions. So I gave the example of papering and prior to the existence of justice, and this was even included as an example in the GAO report that recommended the establishment of the CJCC, that you would have MPD officers literally carrying paper over to the U.S. Attorney's Office or OAG and having to sit for hours, whereas of course the officers could be performing their duties otherwise in the community, but they would have to be sitting in that office for hours awaiting the prosecutor's decision and being available to answer questions that the prosecutors may have as the prosecutors are making their papering decisions. So justice is now the system where MPD submits that paperwork to the prosecutors for their consideration, and then we capture papering outcomes in justice as well. Also, if you take a probation officer, for anyone that's under their supervision, they can create alerts and notifications in justice so that if their supervisee is rearrested, they get an alert in justice notifying them of that. If there are upcoming court dates, they can get an alert. If there's a warrant out for the individual's arrest, they can get an update. And similarly, we can look at incarceration. If someone's been incarcerated or if they're soon to be released, that information is available in justice as well. So the reason that we need to migrate to the cloud, I mentioned that the technology that justice operates on it's very old. It's about 18 years old. And like I said, a normal refresh of technology is every 3 years. And we have finally reached the point, I think our IT team does an incredible job given the limitations of the system. They do a great job at maintaining the system, but that's just about all we can do kind of at this point. It's really tough to make enhancements because all of our partners, many of them are transitioning to the cloud. So we're trying to keep pace with our partners with the old system and making the necessary adjustments on our end as they transition to these more modern systems. And then really the big issue is the software on which justice runs. It's a Microsoft software. Microsoft has said that they are going to no longer support that software in 2025, which is coming quickly. It's a year and a half from now. And by no longer supporting, if there's a glitch in the software, Microsoft will not help us troubleshoot in 2025. And so that means if there's a major issue, we just may be stuck with it and, justice could be broken. And then just the more, serious concern is that software just won't even, it's going to be discontinued in 2027 and not even be able to be used. So we really don't have a choice but to move away from the software and feel that the best option is to go to the cloud.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much for that additional context. Why is it important that this shift be done in 2 phases as opposed to doing it all at once?
Yeah. And I will say, our initial intent was to do this in one phase, which we thought would have been more cost effective, and also, potentially we'd be able to complete it sooner. I do know for major IT projects such as this, we consult with OCP as well as Octo. And they shared with us that in their experience in working with other agencies through cloud migrations, that when you try to do it in one phase, and our system is fairly complex. When you try to do this in one phase for a system that's as complex as ours, sometimes you're biting a bit more off than you can chew in that moment. And it's best to split it up so that first you can understand, okay, what is your system like? What is the best solution for your system given its structure and complexities? And then finding a vendor that has expertise in the solution that's been recommended. Because there's several cloud platforms out there. We don't yet know which is the best for us. So first, we're going to figure out which is the best for us, and then find a contractor who has expertise in that ideal solution for justice.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Well, Director, that concludes my questions for you this morning. But I want to thank you again and your entire team for the really important work that you do. And looking forward to partnering with you even more closely this year as we work to improve public safety in our city. And I want to give you a chance if you have any closing thoughts you'd like to share.
No, I just want to thank you for this opportunity, and also you as one of our newer members of the CJCC. I thank you already for your participation and your engagement, and I just look forward to continuing to work with not only our CJC staff, but our CJCC members, and really trying to accomplish our mission, like you said, of public safety and a fair and just justice system. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. All right, we are now going to turn to the Criminal Code Reform Commission, beginning with public witnesses. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those who represent organizations will have 5 minutes. Turning to our first public panel, we have Katya Seminova, Public Defender Service for DC, Marina Stresnowski, Public Witness, Nazgul Nush, PhD, the Sentencing Project, Kristen McGuff, Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs, Trupti Patel, AMC 2A03, Damon King, ACLU, and Gray Gardner, Drug Policy Alliance. One moment to join. I don't see Katya, so we'll come back to you, Katya, if you join at a later time. Let's start with Marina Stresnowski, Public Witness. Marina, you're on mute still.
Good morning, council member. My name is Marina Stresnowski. I am a 45-year resident of the District of Columbia, now living in Foggy Bottom in Ward 2. This testimony is mine alone and does not reflect the position of any organization with which I am affiliated. The mayor's budget for the District of Columbia for FY24 includes no funding for the work of the Criminal Code Reform Commission, dismantling the commission entirely. That is a very bad idea. When the bill was introduced, I found it difficult for the average person to understand and use, so I prepared a citizen's summary of the revised code. It includes definitions of terms, comparisons between the current code and the revised code, and justifications for the changes. To prepare the summary, I reviewed the entire revised criminal code as well as most of the supporting material. As a result of my review, I saw that the issues that received the most media attention presented a false impression of the revised code as a whole. Instead of reducing penalties, which media coverage would have the public believe, many of the revisions increased penalties. As Chairman Phil Mendelson noted when testifying before the House Committee on Oversight, the person who recently assaulted a member of Rand Paul's staff would face a stiffer penalty under the revised code than under the current code. Moreover, the revision aligned penalties for crimes so that they made more sense. In the current code, for example, the penalty for attempting to damage property can be higher than the penalty for actually damaging that property. I think everyone agrees that the criminal code does need revision, and even the mayor has stated that she agrees with about 95% of the current revision. Unfortunately, Congress has interfered with the process, substantially setting back the revision timetable. The commission can use this delay profitably to make the revisions that the mayor, the council, and the citizens of the district want. Then after 2024, when, hopefully, the House of Representatives returns to Democratic control, we will be able to pass a bill that provides the district with the modern and logical criminal code we need. The mayor has stated that she believes the CCRC is no longer necessary because her office and the Council of the District of Columbia can take on the commission's work. I believe that is short-sighted. Both the mayor's and council's staff have extraordinarily heavy workloads. Taking on a project as time-consuming as further revisions to the DC Criminal Code will place an undue burden on staff members. Further, while the mayor's and the council's staff are exceptional, they do not possess the expertise of the members of the commission or the commission staff. Members of the commission were chosen precisely for their high-level expertise in criminal law, and the commission staff has acquired its own expertise by working on the revised code. In conclusion, maintaining the commission is a worthy expenditure of less than $900,000. I urge the council to include funding for the CCRC in the district's FY24 budget. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Great. Thank you so much, Maria. Next, we will hear from Nazgul Ganush, PhD from the Sentencing Project.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Pinto. So I'm co-director of research at the Sentencing Project and a DC resident of Ward 2. I'm also a newly appointed member of the DC Sentencing Commission. The Criminal Code Reform Commission is a prized gem in our government that should be safeguarded locally and emulated nationally. The commission exemplifies how to have informed, well-researched, and evidence-based lawmaking process. I feel proud as a DC resident to have witnessed their impact on our legislative process. I've previously testified to this council about how the key product of the commission's work, the Revised Criminal Code Act, would have helped to realign DC's criminal code with the best evidence of public safety. One way that it would have done that is by advancing proportionality through gradations in crimes. Another contribution of the RCCA was its promotion of equal justice under the law. Our city is 46% Black, but Black people account for 93% of DC's prison population. As we know from work such as by the National Academy of Sciences, one key way to address this disparity is to make durable investments in disadvantaged urban neighborhoods to match the persistent and longstanding institutional disinvestment that these areas have experienced. But two key changes in the RCCA would have helped to produce racial disparities that are produced from within the criminal justice system. And that's eliminating all mandatory minimums, nearly all, and scaling back extreme sentences. Today, I want to focus on two exemplary strengths of the Commission: its success in amassing a vast body of knowledge, deliberative process of bringing together a wide range of stakeholders to reach a consensus about recommended reforms. My first correspondence with the Commission happened in 2021, when I contacted Janu Park, who's currently the executive director, and spoke with him about with him and colleagues about the felony murder rule, which holds people liable for murder if they participated in a felony that resulted in someone's death. Mr. Park and his colleagues patiently answered my questions about how this law works on paper and in practice in DC. They explained how their proposed revisions would change these things, and they also explained observations that they had made about variations of the law and reforms across the country. They were familiar with all of the research that I knew of at that time and introduced me to others. The report that I subsequently wrote for the Sentencing Project with Fair and Just Prosecution has become a national resource on this issue. And I can say confidently that this report would not have been possible without the guidance that I received from the Commission. To this day, I'm really in awe about how they've achieved this level of expertise and insight on a wide range of offenses. And I imagine that the Council benefited from similar back and forths with the Commission. And certainly public debate around the RCCA benefited from the Commission's expertise. When the Washington Post editorial board published a misleading characterization of how penalty changes would take place on the RCCA, Mr. Park promptly responded with a letter to the editor to clarify the record. And as members of Congress shared misinformation about the proposed legislation, my colleagues at the Sentencing Project relied heavily on informative documents produced by the CCRC to counter misinformation. Unfortunately, facts don't always carry the day, and so we're back to square one with some bruises and still the need to modernize DC's criminal code. The CCRC plays a critical role in bringing together a wide range of stakeholders to arrive at unified recommendations, and that's exactly what we need going forward in order to pass this law and in order to assist with implementation. The voting members of the Commission's advisory group, including the District's Office of the Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney's Office of DC, unanimously approved the bill. This was a landmark achievement. The Commission also helped to inform the Council on the drafting and revision process for the RCCA, and the Mayor ultimately agreed with 95% of its content. So we must preserve rather than abolish the CCRC. We have to redouble our efforts to overhaul the criminal code and implement further reforms. And the Commission's expertise and facilitation are particularly crucial in this process to make sure that our changes are rooted in criminological evidence and are legally sound. And once we achieve that goal, the Commission will play an important role in implementation, in helping the Sentencing Commission, the Red Book Committee, and helping to develop training materials for practitioners, judges, and the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Kristen McGuff from Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto, and thank you for the time. My name is Kristen McGuff. I am an attorney with the Washington Lawyers Committee. I'm also a resident of Ward 1 here in the district. On June 4th, 2020, we painted Black Lives Matter on the street in front of the White House to send a message that our city stood with Black lives around the country, but especially here in our city. The mayor's proposed budget to defund the Criminal Reform Commission sends a message also, but a different one, that Black lives actually don't matter here in the district. As it stands, our city maintains a harsh and unyielding criminal legal system that to this day has profound and negative consequences on our Black communities. As Dr. Ganush mentioned, 43% of the people in our city are Black, yet more than 92% of individuals incarcerated for DC code offenses, both here and at the Bureau of Prisons, are Black. The district has one of the highest rates of incarceration in the nation. Involvement in the criminal legal system is a driver of persistent inequality and inequity and creates barriers to opportunities in housing, employment, credit, and education. It destroys individual lives, families, communities, and it harms rather than creates public safety. While our criminal legal system is not the only factor that creates and sustains racial inequality, it is a significant one. The district's criminal laws date back to the era of Jim Crow and were written by a congressional, not a local committee, and chaired by a white supremacist from South Carolina. The cruelty and bias embedded in our criminal laws were exacerbated in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, disguised as efforts in the war on drugs and the war on crime. Mandatory minimum sentences and harsh penalties for drugs and guns caused the city to grow accustomed to increasingly long sentences, and with it, the suppression of the Black community. The disapproval resolution to the Revised Criminal Code Act was a disappointment of epic proportion, and its as yet unknown ripple effects weight the seams of the very fabric of our democracy. While the mayor's veto of the revised criminal code was frustrating, the council's all but unanimous overturn of that veto demonstrated that the city is indeed ready, and its locally elected officials recognize the need for a new criminal code. And while the RCCA did not ultimately become law, that is no reason to stop trying. Instead, we must try harder. If the council decides to repass the current RCCA over and over until Congress keeps their hands off our city, you will hear no objection from me on that approach. But however the council decides to advance a new criminal code, it will need the guidance of the Criminal Code Reform Commission to do it. Certainly, for functional ways to pass the legislation in a piecemeal fashion, the commission would be the place to start. None of us has the institutional knowledge that the commission has, and to discard it, especially now, is reckless at best. It would be a great disservice to our community and to the Black lives that we say matter to simply make haphazard changes to appeal to largely uninformed criticisms of the current RCCA, if that's what the council chooses to do, without the guidance of the commission. No one here I apologize. No one here has the foundational work that the commission has, and perhaps not even individual members of the advisory group to advise the council on any proposed changes. And what's more, allowing the current iteration of the commission to use their reservoir of knowledge to form the foundation of reforms to titles 23, 24, and 50 will save a significant undertaking in reabsorbing and digesting all of the multidimensional and multi-jurisdictional knowledge that helped to frame the Title 22 revisions. We cannot say that we have accomplished the modernization of our criminal legal system unless we undertake to reform these titles as well. As a 10-year veteran of the Criminal Justice Act panel, who has tried nearly 20 jury and 50 bench trials, I have seen firsthand how these poorly written statutes result in disparate and different interpretations regarding requisite mental states. I have struggled mid-trial to rewrite jury instructions with recent case law from the Court of Appeals attempting to clarify elements of an offense that are not articulated in the statutes at issue. I have seen judges struggle with mandatory minimum sentences when circumstances beg for their discretion, and I've seen prosecutors use that time to all but force individuals to give up their rights to trial. I would be remiss if I didn't mention at last the loss of all the work that people learned from the Commission's proposed data analysis work. The value of that work, especially coupled with the data collection undertaken by the Sentencing Commission, cannot be overstated. To be able to look at the functioning of our criminal legal system in an impartial and data-driven way is absolutely essential to our legal system's evolution into an impartial, even-handed, and equitable system. More than once, and perhaps most pointedly for this discussion with the passage of the NEAR Act, this council has recognized that the only way to take a real hard look at the way our city operates is to take the noise out of the room and let the data speak for itself. But unlike with the NEAR Act, in the context of the criminal legal system, we already have in place an agency that can analyze the data we collect and tell us what it's saying. To forgo this opportunity to look at the data and to continue to challenge ourselves to be better would be to do the very thing the RCCA's critics have done, to make decisions based on race-rooted rhetoric, impressions, and perceptions, and instead of actual facts. To defund the commission now is to say, you were right, Congress, we do not need this. Black lives do not matter. But we painted the street 3 years ago for a reason, because they do matter.
And Kristen, you're a bit over time. Just gonna ask you to summarize and wrap up.
We cannot give up on the restoration of our criminal legal system, and that necessitates, as it did today, as it did 6 years ago, the funding of the Criminal Code Revision Commission. I apologize for going over time. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Katya Seminova in Public Defender Service, DC.
Good morning. I'm Katerina Seminova, Special Counsel to the Director on Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the Criminal Code Reform Commission. The CCRC was first envisioned in 2005 when the chair of the Council's Judiciary Committee determined that the piecemeal, outdated, frequently unclear criminal code of the District of Columbia required the expertise of a body that was singularly focused on its reform. In 2016, when the Council changed the CCRC to its current form as an independent district agency, the Council also established the Code Revision Advisory Group, whose members by statute included PDS, OAG, USAO, 2 law professors, and designees from the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice and the chairperson on the Council's Committee on the Judiciary. The purpose of the advisory group was for its members to assist with the goal of reforming the district's criminal code by adding the insights and ideas gained from our deep knowledge of criminal law and our practical experience with the current DC code to those of the expert CCRC staff. As a member of the advisory group, PDS participated in dozens of meetings and read tens of thousands of pages of law and commentary generated by the CCRC. Through this work, PDS had a unique opportunity to observe the CCRC's subject matter expertise in the district's code and in the larger project of criminal code reform and drafting of criminal laws. No other district entity has this depth of knowledge and expertise regarding the entirety of the district's criminal code and code reform generally. This knowledge does not otherwise reside in the mayor's office or at the council. Congress's decision to disapprove the district's revised criminal code because of its disagreement with a small number of provisions in the long bill should not determine the fate of the CCRC. There was widespread agreement from the advisory group that the DC code needs reform. And as a result of congressional action, the district's criminal code remains one of the worst in the country. Many statutes fail to set out offense elements or even to declare the mental state required. Many statutes criminalize the same or overlapping conduct, thereby giving too much discretion to prosecutors. For example, under the current DC code, the exact same conduct under the current DC code, for the exact same conduct, prosecutors can choose whether to charge an individual with misdemeanor threats, punishable by 180 days of incarceration, or with felony threats, punishable by 20 years of incarceration. In a remarkable example of the code's deficiencies and of Congress's failure in 1901 to define the most basic of offenses, the DC Court of Appeals had to sit en banc in 2019 to determine what conduct is covered by the offense of simple assault. The DC Court of Appeals opinion begins, over the last century, this court and its predecessors have tried many times with mixed success to define the common law crime of assault. Some of the things we have said are difficult to reconcile. District residents who have not read the most recent 40-page opinion explaining the offense of simple assault have no way of knowing what the law prohibits or what mental state, if any, the law requires. Remarkably, the offense of threats was similarly problematic. Like simple assault, the DC Court of Appeals sat en banc in 2016 to decide the most basic element, what mental state the law requires. Failures of definition occur throughout the code. First-degree murder refers to the concept of being of sound memory and discretion. Second-degree murder is anchored only by the term malice aforethought. Despite Congress's disagreement with parts of the RCC, the district's criminal code needs to be modernized, and the CCRC is the only local body that is positioned to do the heavy lifting of continuing this work. The justification for the CCRC's existence does not stem only from the need to revise the code. The council continues to add new offenses and amend penalties, and it often runs afoul of basic legal principles that would benefit from the CCRC's expertise. For example, in 2013, the DC Court of Appeals held that a statute created by the council in 2009, presence in a vehicle with a firearm, was unconstitutional and violated due process. The council continues to have challenges in drafting statutes and should turn to the CCRC for assistance. In December 2022, the council passed the Omnibus Firearm and Ghost Gun Clarification Amendment Act, which addressed the transportation of firearms, among other things. This statute omitted a mental state. When the council or any legislature fails to adequately define criminal offenses, it defers the work of defining criminal law to the courts and continues to leave district residents, police, prosecutors, and defense attorneys in a state of uncertainty about what the law requires. Worse, countless people are arrested, prosecuted, convicted, and sentenced to imprisonment while litigation takes years to help define these offenses. The very issues that the CCRC was created by statute to address have not been remedied. The district's criminal code remains so deficient that it fails in its most basic role. In the meantime, the council continues to add offenses that do not meet the district's needs for a clear code and that does not needlessly substitute what should be legislative decision-making with unfettered prosecutorial discretion. The CCRC should be funded by the council in order for the CCRC to serve as a resource for the council in its ongoing efforts to legislate new offenses and for what should be a continuing effort to revise the DC code. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Commissioner Trupti Patel from ANC 2A03. Go ahead, Commissioner. All right. Let's go to Damon King from ACLU.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Damon King, and I'm the Policy Director at the ACLU of DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. Today, we join other panelists in urging the committee to reverse language in the Budget Support Act, sunsetting the Criminal Code Reform Commission at the end of the current fiscal year. As a supporter of the Revised Criminal Code Act of 2022, we recognize the important role that the CCRC played in shepherding the RCCA to passage by this council. As we consider the next steps that the council needs to take with regard to criminal justice reform in the district, as well as the challenges confronting local policymakers in this moment, there is a continuing need for the CCRC. Sunsetting the commission would deprive policymakers of important institutional knowledge and support as they chart a path forward. There are at least two key reasons why the CCRC will continue to be an important resource in the coming years. The first is that, thanks to Congress's interference in the district's affairs, there remains a need for a comprehensive update for the district's criminal code, and the commission is a valuable resource in this work. The ACLU shares the frustration of many here in the district at Congress's decision to disapprove of the RCCA. blocking it from becoming law in spite of years of work that it took to write and pass. The 700,000 residents of the district should have the right to identify policy solutions to the challenges they face, and district elected officials, who are directly accountable to district voters, should be the ones to enact and implement changes needed to district law. In the wake of congressional disapproval, some have called for the council to take a step back from rewriting the criminal code. But the reality is that no amount of congressional interference can change the fact that our outdated, poorly constructed criminal code needs to be fixed. As we discussed when we testified in favor of the RCCA back in December of 2021, the district's current code is an amalgam of dozens of different laws enacted by different legislative bodies over nearly 2 centuries, and it has not been comprehensively revised in more than 100 years. Key terms remain antiquated and undefined, leaving offenses, including those for which people have been arrested and charged, unclear. There is still no overarching framework that ensures that sentences for various offenses are proportionate to one another or consistent, eroding trust in the system. And the patchwork of different laws passed over time still leaves our code with overlapping and outdated offenses. Congress may continue to grandstand at the district's expense, but all of the reasons that we need to update our criminal code still exist. The council needs to return to the work of updating our code as soon as possible. And when it does so, it will need the expertise of the CCRC, which has spent years analyzing current laws, looking at criminal laws in other jurisdictions, reviewing sentencing practices, and working with a range of stakeholders to identify reforms that they can support and operate under. Fixing our code is simply too important a task to avoid and too delicate a task to be done without extensive external expertise. I will also pause and say before moving on to my second point, because an earlier witness highlighted this, and I think it's really important. While congressional review didn't go the way we planned, the robust legislative record that existed when it came to the RCCA, thanks to the commission's work, was a strength, not a weakness, especially in the face of misinformation that was coming from hostile members of Congress and others. Secondly, beyond the RCCA, it's likely that in the coming years, the council is going to continue to confront issues that require changes to our criminal statutes. In recent years, the council has recognized the harms that our over-reliance on criminal penalties and carceral approaches have caused to district residents, particularly Black residents, low-income residents, and residents from other historically marginalized populations. Just last week, for example, the council passed historic legislation to reform district law around street vending, including key decriminalization language. As we move forward, the council will continue to hear voices, including ours, highlighting the need to undo crime and punishment approaches to complex policy issues. These approaches that have driven mass incarceration, harassment of members of marginalized communities by the police, and the disruption of communities. Having a body like the CCRC in place that has deep institutional knowledge of our criminal statutes and the ability to analyze proposed changes within the context of the district's criminal justice policy scheme would be valuable to policymakers going forward and would contribute to more well-written and robust reforms. So for those reasons, Councilmember Pinto, the ACLU of DC urges the committee to reverse language in the BSA, sunsetting the Criminal Code Reform Commission, and allow the Criminal Code Reform Commission to continue its work. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Commissioner Tripti Patel from ANC 2A03.
Good morning, Councilwoman Pinto, Chairperson Pinto, for the sake of this hearing. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that our comments may be entered for the permanent record. My name is Tripti Patel. I'm a third-term ANC commissioner that represents single-member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. I was one of the 17 protesters to be arrested last month telling U.S. Congress to keep their hands off of D.C. when it decided to slap the face of this commission I'm testifying to save from the chopping block. So I'm going to let all the legal experts go into all sorts of different things. So I'm going to keep this more conversational. I just want to say that the current budget introduced by the mayor is incredibly hostile to DC residents. It is cruel and it is inhumane to the vulnerable and poor residents. And the fact that we are having this discussion about legislation we've already passed is deeply, deeply infuriating. I find it appalling that the mayor of DC undermined the work and gave the GOP all the talking points that they needed to undermine our autonomy and to force the DC legal system to work with a dysfunctional, archaic penal code. And I just want to say that, to echo what Attorney McGuff said, if I've got to go back every time that Congress is going to try to interfere with this, count me in. I just hope she's my attorney to bail me out of jail and represent me before the court system. And, we need these experts who have spent a decade doing all of this research to weigh in and to fix the legal system, because I'm one of those people that is currently having to deal with the dysfunctional justice system in Washington, D.C. I am dealing with a harassment and bullying situation from an ANC colleague in ANC 2A, and I am being told that I have no protections on the books, that, while the law says one thing in different areas, that they may not be able to have legal merit to do something else. And the work that this body has produced impacts real people. And I'm one of those people it's impacted. So I need to make sure that the importance of this commission is echoed and that the legislation that they want to produce and need to produce addresses all of the issues that impact DC residents and that it protects all of the residents that live here. So anything that I can do to make sure that this commission is saved from the chopping block and to get legislation that addresses and is all encompassing and, make sure that justice for all of the DC residents are carried out would be appreciated. So I will yield back the balance of my time to another witness should they need to go over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Next and last on this panel, we will hear from Greg Gardner from Drug Policy Alliance.
Good morning, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the Criminal Code Reform Commission. My name is Greg Gardner. I'm a senior staff attorney for the Drug Policy Alliance. The Drug Policy Alliance, or DPA, is the nation's leading organization working to advance drug policies centered around science, compassion, health, and human rights, rather than criminalization and marginalization. For over 30 years, DPA has worked with policymakers in the US and internationally to end drug war policies and promote evidence-based, equitable approaches for protecting people from the harms of drug use. Prior to joining DPA, I spent over a decade litigating criminal cases as a staff attorney at the Public Defender Service for DC, as an independent practitioner on DC's CJA panel, and as a supervising attorney for the Legal Aid Society's criminal division in New York. I've represented individuals in a wide range of criminal cases in DC Superior Court and before the US Parole Commission, and have had to navigate many of the issues addressed by the CCRC. We're here today to urge the council to reject the proposed elimination of the CCRC. The commission's efforts for over 5 years were extremely important for addressing statutes that are archaic, unclear, incomplete, and disproportionate. Among the statutes that have such problems are those relating to drugs. As prior witnesses mentioned, the need to address overcriminalization in the district in a systematic way is essential. Despite extensive research showing that substance use is more effectively addressed as a health issue, the existing code treats unprescribed drug possession exclusively as a criminal offense and subject to unreasonably high sentences. And it does so in an inconsistent way that invites arbitrary application. The maximum sentence for simple possession of 180 days is itself unreasonably punitive. There's no justification or benefit for a carceral sentence of that magnitude for simply possessing a drug without authorization. The 30-year maximum for distribution to possession with intent to distribute is also exorbitant and serves only to exert unfair plea pressure. That 30-year maximum is particularly egregious in cases, for example, involving people who engage in small drug transactions just to support their own drug use, or those who are goaded by undercover law enforcement officers to make a purchase on behalf of an undercover, only to be arrested and charged with distribution. The code also treats possession of one drug, phencyclidine or PCP, in liquid form differently than all others, causing many residents who use the drug to be charged and often convicted of felony offenses for possession. There's no rationale for that heightened punishment, and like so many other harsh drug war sentencing schemes, it's been ineffective in reducing the use or availability of the drug in the district while marginalizing many who experience substance use disorders. Finally, the lack of any specific indicia required to prove possession with intent to distribute allows for frequent overcharging and misuse and needs to be revisited. The RCCA would have addressed several discrete issues relating to drug offenses, and it included broader reforms that were extremely important, including eliminating mandatory minimums, expanding second look provisions, providing a right to a jury trial for misdemeanor offenses, and allowing deferred sentencing for all misdemeanors. Those reforms would vastly improve the criminal system in the district. There's no doubt that the code revision process provided important insights and identified key steps forward in addressing problems in the code. The work of the commission, however, was incomplete in that it did not completely address the drug code. The harms of the drug laws in the district and throughout the United States have become readily apparent over much of the last century. Enforcement of drug laws disproportionately targets and affects communities of color and produces profoundly unequal outcomes. Drug convictions serve as a barrier to employment. They limit opportunities for education, occupational licensing, housing, parental rights, business loans, immigration status, voting. They exacerbate trauma, addiction, instability, and have cascading social and economic impacts that impact families and communities for generations. Incarceration for even brief periods of time heightens the risk of overdose, and even an arrest that does not end in a conviction can have significant impacts on a person's livelihood. The stigma associated with criminalization can impede access to and participation in services and have major negative impacts on health and well-being. The evidence has become far clearer in recent years that criminalizing drug use is archaic and highly detrimental, and it's time to rethink it in a comprehensive way. Continuing the CCRC's work in looking at our drug laws and systematically examining and improving the criminal code is critically important for ensuring that the system operates in an equitable way, eliminates systemic harms, and ensures that the public has confidence in the criminal legal system. The necessity of the work has not changed, and eliminating the CCRC before its work is fully complete would be a mistake. Having an independent body such as the CCRC is necessary to conduct detailed evidence-based analysis involving experts and stakeholders in the criminal legal system. The complexity of such a review within an inherently adversarial system such as the criminal legal system necessitates the empowerment of an independent body to adequately engage stakeholders and the community at large. We look forward to working with the council and the CCRC, should you continue its work, to continue reforming the district's criminal code, particularly its drug laws. We urge you to maintain funding for the commission and further its vital work. And I'll provide extended testimony for the record, but thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. And that concludes this panel. I do want to ask you, and we can start with Katarina, but if other folks have thoughts on this, feel free to jump in. The Deputy Mayor for Public Safety was with us yesterday for her budget hearing. And one of the arguments that she made was the work of the commission is completed because they submitted their recommendations. And now it's up to the mayor and up to the legislature and the council to act next. And just wondering if you can speak to that specific argument around the work of the commission being complete because their recommendations were submitted.
So the work is not complete because it has not passed congressional review. And so I think that what needs to happen is the CCRC needs to take a deep look at some of the issues and the objections that came from Congress and do additional research, do additional deep dives into other jurisdictions and penalties and present that information, present more of their expertise on those particular issues where there were sticking points, not to change those not to drastically change in response, but to conduct additional research, which is what the CCRC is expert at, and to provide that information to all actors.
Thank you. Does anybody else have other thoughts on this, of this argument that the commission's work is done because the recommendations were submitted?
I think that the commission has provided a draft of Title 22, certainly, but there are other titles that even if they don't make up the actual statutes that we're criminalizing, there's certainly, well, there's the traffic statute, which is in Title 50, right? Those still need to be revised. And then Titles 23 and 24, which sort of surround the codes and make up the criminal procedure laws and the bail statutes, all of that needs to be looked at. But even if we were to assume that Title 22 was the beginning and the end of this reform, but we need to, I think somebody mentioned, right, the Red Book Committee needs to update their jury instructions. That needs to, the Criminal Code Commission needs to be involved in that. The Sentencing Commission needs to update their sentencing guidelines. And then the Public Defender Service, right, certainly may have the resources to do in-house training, but the CJA panel needs to be trained. MPD needs to be trained. I think there's a significant amount of peripheral work to be done, even if we're to assume that Title 22 was the beginning and the end.
Okay.
I would also say, Chairperson Pinto, that I think that argument is not consistent with the way that the commission's authorizing statute is written. If you look at the authorizing statute, submitting comprehensive criminal code reform recommendations was certainly one aspect of the commission's duties. But under the commission's duties, there's also a duty to provide upon request by the council or provide on its own initiative a legal or policy analysis of proposed legislation or best practices concerning criminal offenses, procedures, or reforms, including information on existing district laws of other jurisdictions and model legislation. So the argument to me seems a little bit strange and inconsistent with how the council approached defining the commission's duties.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for that. I think those are important points. And Marina, I'm moved by the thoughtfulness of your testimony around coming up with your own kind of explainer of the RCCA for fellow neighbors and residents, and just curious how that was received. Did people kind of find that educational? Did that lead to more follow-up questions? Like, I'm thinking about how we as a city can do better next time we take this up in the public education component of this work. What did you find effective there?
There wasn't a lot of response to it. I think it was a little bit daunting for people, but those who did review it said that they found it useful. I had a conversation with Jinwoo Park last week, I guess it was, and we both agreed that the public education aspect of this was probably not as robust as it might have been. That probably has to do with the sheer volume of even just Title 22 and getting the revisions to the code itself finished, never mind doing a public education process. But I do think that lack of a public education process is what made things messy and confusing, and may actually have contributed to some members of Congress, not all, but some members of Congress voting against the RCCA.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you to all of the witnesses of this panel. I mean, we have a lot of work to do in this committee in the next several weeks, but I will just say I believe that the commission's work is not complete, and that it's really important that we support their work in having a modernized, updated criminal code. And politics aside of what congressional Republicans are going to spread mistruths about this. This is just basic, important work for the functionality of our whole system and the fairness of our whole system. So we're going to keep working towards that, but I appreciate all of you being here today and sharing your perspective. Thank you. We are going to move on to our next panel of public witnesses. We will hear from Michael Cahill, President, Joseph Crea, Dean and Professor of Law, Miriam Krinsky, Executive Director of Fair and Just Prosecution, Michael Sirota from Loyola Law School, Barbara Bergman, Editor of DC Criminal Jury Instructions, Misty Thomas from Council for Court Excellence, Nida Heno from Network for Victim Recovery of DC, and Lyndon Fry, Executive Director of DC Sentencing Commission. Michael Cahill, when you're ready, please go ahead. You're still on mute.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi, I'm Michael Cahill, as you said. I'm a professor and currently the Dean at Brooklyn Law School. Thanks for having me here and for your attention to the important issues that we're discussing today. I have been thinking about and involved with criminal code reform for my entire career, both as an academic and as a participant in criminal code reforms in Illinois and Kentucky. I testified as to my strong support of the proposed DC code back in late 2021. I won't repeat, but I obviously continue to endorse everything I said then about the importance of clarity, comprehensiveness, consistency, and precision in a criminal code, and the proposed code's success in promoting all of those ends. For today, and I think this speaks to the very concerns that the chair was just discussing with the previous panel, I want to underscore and emphasize the importance of a process for reviewing and writing criminal legislation that would ensure ongoing achievement of those goals and values, and accordingly the need to sustain and support the continued existence of the Code Commission. To be clear, I'm not endorsing the commission because I think criminalization decisions should be delegated to or left solely in the hands of experts, however defined, rather than the council or the people themselves. I and my sometime co-author Paul Robinson have spent a great deal of time writing not only about the design of criminal codes and the need for them to satisfy all of the objectives I just described, but also about the need, for the sake of achieving both justice and deterrence, to have the substance of the criminal law resonate with the norms and values of the governed community, and accordingly the need to rely on the voice of the people and their elected representatives, as well as the expertise and input of a standing commission in formulating the content of the criminal law. At the same time, the ongoing involvement and attention of such a commission is critical to avoid the widespread and widely observed and documented phenomenon by myself and many others, and I can hold multiple different examples of things that I've published over the last couple of decades to this effect, describing how the dynamics and incentives of the political process tend to distort and degrade the content of the criminal code through piecemeal one-off revisions and additions that introduce redundancy, contradiction, confusion, and by any standard, overly harsh cumulative punishments due to the introduction of numerous overlapping criminal offenses whose relationship to each other is poorly defined, if not entirely opaque. Over time, regardless of the best of intentions, a lack of oversight and continued commitment by something like a standing commission has led even the best criminal codes to go awry. And that includes in the states that I have seen, like Illinois and Kentucky, that are among the 3/4 of the United States to have adopted a code that looks something like the model penal code, only to see over time the addition not only of some offenses, but of vast numbers of offenses that dramatically outweigh the size of the initial code and therefore introduce all manner of confusion, opacity, and contradiction. In order to avoid that, it's fairly essential to have something like a standing body that is able to ensure ongoing consistency and clarity in the code. Simply put, the financial costs and, more importantly, the human costs of both crime and punishment are far too high for it to be just one of many competing policy areas that receive occasional ad hoc and reactive attention rather than the sustained commitment, analysis, and oversight of a focused standing body. I applaud the Criminal Code Reform Commission. As I have before, I also applaud the fruits of its labor in the form of the proposed code, and I encourage the council to support both of those things. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dean Cahill, for joining us. Next, we will hear from Miriam Krinsky, the Executive Director of Fair and Just Prosecution. Nice to see you, Miriam. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for inviting me to offer insights on this incredibly important issue. And thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for your leadership in this area. I serve as the Executive Director of Fair and Just Prosecution, and I previously spent a decade and a half as a federal prosecutor, including in the DMV area. During that tenure, I sat on DOJ's Attorney General Advisory Committee on sentencing guidelines. I saw these issues play out at a federal level, just as I saw firsthand the failed tough on crime policies and approaches of the 80s and 90s. I offer this testimony to express our strong opposition to the mayor's pending proposal to eliminate the DC CCRC and to urge the council to continue apace with this important work despite some of the recent setbacks. Revisions to DC's criminal code are long overdue, a fact that the mayor herself acknowledges even while disagreeing with some of the previous recommendations. By eliminating the CCRC, there will need to be a fresh start on this incredibly important process, including the need for greater clarity in the law. And you will be stripping the nation of a great resource while also depriving the residents of your community. By way of background, Fair and Just Prosecution brings together elected prosecutors from around the nation as part of a bipartisan network of leaders committed to evidence-based change and innovation. The leaders we work with come from around the country. They hail from urban and rural areas, from DC and everywhere in between, and collectively represent nearly a fifth of our nation's population. Prosecutors in our network regularly express the need to update their criminal codes, something DC has not done comprehensively in over 100 years. The reasons for these endeavors are numerous. Many voice that their own criminal codes are vague and unclear, and as a result of ambiguities like this, prosecutors are often doing guesswork when making charging decisions, or seeing failures in securing convictions based on ambiguities. Other prosecutors also voice concerns with wildly divergent sentences available for similar conduct, along with concerning mandatory sentence lengths that are disproportionate to behavior. The revised criminal code sought to address both of these issues, offering clarity, reducing some sentences to bring them in line with sentencing practices across the country, while also increasing others. Finally, elected prosecutors we work with often lament the harshness of the legal system, which can require incarceration for crimes best handled in ways that are more humane, less costly to taxpayers, and offer public health or other non-carceral solutions. These leaders have noted that for decades, harsh mandated sentences have disproportionately impacted communities of color, leading to increased poverty and intergenerational trauma and cycles of incarceration. Many of the provisions that had been enacted by the RCC would have helped to eliminate the worst aspects of our legal system while ameliorating some of the racial disparities that have been its hallmark, and also creating opportunities for second chances. The need for these types of evidence-based innovations in our criminal justice policymaking has never been more urgent. Tonight, 2.2 million people will sleep in our country's prisons or jails. Our system of mass incarceration is an international outlier. We have an incarceration rate that is twice that of Turkey, 3 times that of Iran, 5.5 times that of China, and over 17 times that of Japan. There are so many people in our prisons in part because we keep them there for so long. Today, we are home to about 4% of the world's population, but yet we have 40% of people serving life sentences and over 80% of people serving life without parole sentences around the globe. We have little to show for these harsh policies, yet we find ourselves at a pivotal moment for change. A pandemic has led to a series of crises in our prisons and jails. We have a nation crying out for addressing racial disparities in every aspect of the criminal legal system. I urge you not to let Congress's unfortunate acts and undemocratic maneuvering to cause these reforms to fall by the wayside. The time to act is now, and communities are demanding change. There's no time to waste. And thank you again for your work on this issue.
Thank you so much, Miriam. Next, we have Michael Sirota, Loyola Law School.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, and to the members of the DC Judiciary Committee. Okay, so my name is Michael Sirota. I'm an associate professor at Loyola Law School, the director of the Criminal Justice Reform Lab, and a senior research scholar with the Academy for Justice. I teach, I write, and advise lawmakers on criminal law and public policy. Prior to becoming an academic, I served as the chief counsel for policy and planning for the CCRC, and before that, as a senior attorney with the DC Sentencing Commission. Although I no longer work for DC government, I still care deeply about the district's criminal justice system. Today, I'm here to tell you why I think the CCRC is a critical part of that. So I want to start with a quote from Senator Cory Booker, who took to the floor of the Senate last month to discuss how the RCCA was treated during the congressional review process. He said that, quote, "I have not in my 10 years in the Senate seen such a distortion of facts, such a misrepresentation of what something is." So I agree. What happened to the RCCA is one of the most shameful episodes in modern democratic politics. For years, CCRC attorneys worked tirelessly to fix one of the worst codes in the nation. They carefully reviewed case law, statutes, and jury instructions. They meticulously evaluated data, scholarship, and best practices. And they consulted time and time again with their advisory group of stakeholders, which included both of DC's prosecutors. So after 51 public meetings, hundreds of public memoranda, and thousands of hours of discussion, the CCRC delivered a consensus package of recommendations to the council. So that alone was a monumental achievement. But over the next 18 months, CCRC attorneys work closely with you all at the council to review, revise, and codify those recommendations. And that wasn't easy because misinformation from the mayor and the media were rampant. But the council stayed focused, deliberated in good faith, and sought out the CCRC's fact-based perspective. So that process worked about as well as one could have hoped. You all passed not once, but twice, what is arguably the best criminal code in the nation. And that code isn't liberal or conservative. It's not defense or prosecution friendly. It's a common sense code rooted in evidence, committed to public safety. The RCCA is, in short, a historic technocratic achievement of the type that Democrats purport to value. So it was incredibly disappointing to watch prominent Democrats embrace and spread falsehoods about the RCCA. As someone who studies criminal politics, I can tell you that the level of ignorance on display was jarring by any standard. But I also want to acknowledge that some amount of legislative confusion over criminal law is understandable. The reality is that criminal policy making is hard. Emotions run hot. Gut intuitions can blind us to complex social realities. And the interconnectedness of a code means that reasonable attempts to fix one area of law can create significant problems in another. So that's why lawmakers need the support of an independent office of criminal policy experts like the CCRC. That's not only for historic changes like the creation of new code, but it's also to maintain the one that already exists. Because whatever happens with the RCCA, crime is always going to be a contentious issue in the district, and punishment is always going to be the most volatile instrument in the council's policy toolkit. So overburdened council members will always benefit from an objective, non-ideological perspective on how and when to use it. Dr. Martin Luther King once said that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. I pray that's true for the reform of DC's criminal system, and I know that the CCRC has an important role to play in getting there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Barbara Bergman, Editor, DC Criminal Jury Instructions.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let me see if I can get my photo up here. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. My name is Barbara Bergman, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment at this hearing about the possibility that the Criminal Code Reform Commission, the CCRC, may not be funded going forward. Indeed, it is my understanding that the mayor has proposed a budget for the coming fiscal year that would completely eliminate the CCRC, and I hope that does not happen. I am currently a professor of law and director of advocacy here at the James E. Rogers College of Law, the University of Arizona in Tucson. And for more than 30 years, I have been the editor of the DC Criminal Jury Instructions, a book commonly called the Red Book because it's published in a big red binder. And that book provides instructions for attorneys to consult and for judges to use when instructing juries on the applicable law that the jurors are to apply in any particular case. And my committee struggles year after year after year to define what the elements are under the current archaic criminal code in a way that is accurate and also is clear and understandable for juries. To say that that is a difficult task is an understatement, particularly given the current nature of the DC Criminal Code. The DC Jury Instruction Committee that I chair was looking forward to the revised criminal code taking effect because there certainly is a tremendous need for it, as previous speakers have said. And as I discussed when I previously testified before this committee in November of 2021. Our hope is that eventually some revisions to the criminal code will be enacted, as the other speakers have urged. And as a result, I would strongly urge that the CCRC continue to be funded, and I say that for several reasons. First, while a new code of some kind will mean that the Jury Instruction Committee would have to draft an entirely new 6th edition of the Red Book, which we expect would take us several years, we were looking forward to working closely with the CCRC for assistance as we drafted new instructions and commentary for the guidance of judges and attorneys. Several months ago, indeed, we had actually scheduled a meeting with members of the CCRC to get a basic overview of the structure of the RCCA and to discuss the approach taken for defining the culpable mental states or mens rea for the various offenses. We were hoping to work closely with the CCRC to determine how the instructions might differ from the statutory text and where we might have been able to suggest language that might be more understandable to juries. The members of the CCRC have literally spent years working on the criminal code revision and are intimately familiar with the current code and would be also equally familiar with whatever changes may ultimately be enacted. The CCRC could provide invaluable advice who would make our job on the Criminal Jury Instruction Committee so much easier. If the CCRC is defunded, then that expertise and assistance would be lost. In addition, the CCRC's work is not complete. There remains much to be done. The role of the CCRC should not be viewed as just making recommended changes to the DC Criminal Code, but also for taking an active role in the implementation of whatever changes may eventually be adopted. Judges and attorneys will need training on the new statutes, and the CCRC would be uniquely qualified to provide that. Finally, initially, the CCRC was a temporary agency, but the council saw fit and recognized the value of having the CCRC as a permanent standing body to be available to consult regarding a variety of proposals, and that value continues. For all of these reasons, I would hope that the CCRC will continue to be funded so it can continue to work on revising the outdated, archaic, difficult to understand, I could go on, DC Criminal Code. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Misty Thomas, Executive Director, Council for Court Excellence.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and other members of the committee if they've joined. I'm not sure I can see. My name is Misty Thomas, and I am testifying in my role as the Executive Director for the Council for Court Excellence. Our Criminal Justice Committee co-chair, Alinda Moyd, had hoped to provide this testimony today, but was not able to be here in person, so I'm pleased to do it on her behalf. And thank you for this opportunity to present our organization's view on the elimination of the Criminal Code Reform Commission in the FY24 budget. As you know, but not everyone watching may, CCE is a nonpartisan nonprofit organization with a mission to enhance justice for everyone in the District of Columbia. And for over 40 years, our organization has worked to improve the administration of justice in the courts and related agencies through research, policy analysis, and advocacy. Please note that in accordance with our organization's policies, no judicial member participated in the formulation or approval of this testimony. So, I have been really struck by the firepower of leaders in the thinking and activism and advocacy related to the criminal legal system that have come today to talk about this small budget investment, but seeing how incredibly important it is to everyone in this room or participating in this hearing, and Chairwoman, obviously your remarks about the importance of it to you and the work you and your team need to do and the council needs to do. I look at my testimony and it's a fraction and it echoes many of the points made today. I'm going to give some of it, I'll try to be concise, for the record and to show the depth and breadth of how important this issue is to stakeholders in our community. But I want to note what my takeaway is. Many of us come before the council at different times telling you, listen to us, listen to our proposal, our viewpoints, we've got a great plan for you, and in real advocacy mode for a single-minded viewpoint. But today what you're hearing is a cacophony of leaders saying, you need these independent, focused, laser-focused experts to do work that we're telling you we're not going to even be equipped with the panoply of things that are on all of our organization's plates, all on the council's plates, and on the executive's plates. We are all standing in kind of a unique way, calling for you to ensure support for independent experts, even within our own field. And I think that's striking and noteworthy to tell you how important the expertise and unique role of this body is. So to try to give you some of the testimony to echo, I'll seek to be concise, but regardless of where one came out on the provisions of the Revised Criminal Code Act that passed the DC legislative process in 2022, but as has been mentioned, formally disapproved by Congress and the President early this year, the vast majority of code reforms were uncontroversial. Most changes proposed were overdue modernizations of a criminal code that's more than 100 years old and introduced that needed consistency and clarity in responding to criminal infractions. So as said, without an update, our criminal code remains one of the most antiquated in the country. And the mayor and the council have both stated repeatedly in public forums that they wish to continue the initiative for modernizing the code, coming back together thoughtfully and tailoring the bill. But to do that collaborative work, the knowledge, experience, and varied perspectives of the CCRC's advisors and staff is clearly going to remain valuable, if not vital, to ensure the thorough and thoughtful discussion of the issues that reform must confront. And we believe that the CCRC can help district leaders like you and others consider how very specific statutory or sentencing changes would fit into the current landscape of crime and public safety in the district, help facilitate consideration of alternatives, even from what their original proposal may have been to council. And so for this reason, CCE does recommend that the council restore funding for the CCRC in FY24. I think it's really clear that the mayor, council members, your staff will need to rely on the data and information that's going to be, if there's any chance of a future code obtaining widespread community and stakeholder support, the CCRC can uniquely provide details about the justifications and considerations for and against any reform, either that they've put forward or that is brought to them by the executive or council. It really helps everyone vet where a proposal might sit and its impact, where it sits in comparative best practices, and how it would interact with other elements of the code, as others have said even more eloquently than I could pull off today. But I think, in short, we think it would be a regrettable waste of over a decade of work and the existing and forward-looking value if it were left to sunset. We believe this does not need to be an investment in perpetuity, but if leaders like you and others are serious about coming back to the table on code reform, we believe you'll benefit greatly from this. And we know your staff are stretched thin already, both in the executive and the Judiciary Committee. You need all the hands on deck with that laser focused expertise. And that is our testimony for today. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you so much, Misty. I agree, that is powerful, about the kind of consistency there, among the spectrum. Next, we will hear from Naida Henao from Network for Victim Recovery of DC. And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, it's Naida Henao.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, other committee members and staff. My name is Naida Henao, and I'm the head of engagement at Network for Victim Recovery of DC. NVRDC is a local nonprofit that has provided free, holistic, and trauma-informed advocacy, legal, and therapeutic services to over 8,800 survivors of all types of crime in the district, ranging from sexual assault and domestic violence to hate crimes, identity theft, and homicide. NVRDC is one of the leading victims advocacy organizations in the country and one of the few providing legal representation to victims in criminal trials to enforce their rights under local and federal law. NVRDC's work has been nationally recognized with honors from the American Bar Association and others. NVRDC is a strong supporter of the Revised Criminal Code Act, or the RCCA, advocating for it when it was before the DC Council and throughout the disapproval resolution process before Congress. I'm here on behalf of NVRDC because even though the RCCA has not become law in the district, there's still much work to be done, and the Criminal Code Reform Commission is needed to guide the next steps. While there is much criticism that the RCCA fails to protect crime victims and is contrary to the goals of public safety, this perspective perpetuates a false binary that criminal legal reform necessarily benefits the parties accused of harm and risks the safety of victims. This blanket characterization lacks the nuance and respect owed to crime victims by assuming that victims are a monolith and desire the same outcome in a criminal prosecution, despite the many differences in their identities, circumstances, and beliefs. Some opposition to the RCCA has assumed all victims will want the person who harmed them to be incarcerated or to have the highest sentence possible, yet fails to cite any basis for this assumption. Having directly represented many of these individuals in the District of Columbia, we can confidently say that this is not representative of the entirety of survivors' experiences. We have represented clients who have requested alternatives to incarceration, such as restorative justice, alternative resolution, mental health treatment, and probation, have requested lower sentences, or supported resentencing efforts. The diversity of victims' desires matters because healing is not and cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. We feel strongly that the RCCA allows for greater flexibility in what victims can represent as their preference related to sentencing and rehabilitation, which in turn creates the space for victims to become more active participants. Furthermore, many of the discussions related to the RCCA fail to uplift the many provisions that provide harsher penalties for those who cause harm. For example, in the provisions that relate to misdemeanor sexual abuse and domestic violence. These include criminalizing strangulation as a felony to acknowledge the seriousness and lethality of the act, criminalizing non-consensual conduct as a felony, and restricting those with domestic violence convictions from possessing firearms. To clarify, our position is not that all survivors will want increased penalties. What we aim to uplift is that the criticisms of the RCCA have been overgeneralized and have missed provisions like these that seek to provide clarity that is desperately needed for these offenses under the current criminal code. Another aspect that was missed by the criticisms of the RCCA and has been uplifted by the Criminal Code Reform Commission is the need for wider system accountability and transparency. We need to look at how these laws that claim to protect victims on paper are failing them in practice. Many members of the public may see the calls for higher sentences as a welcome deterrent for potential crime. However, if the sentences that are actually being handed down in DC Superior Court do not match what is in the code, we are setting up survivors for disillusionment and potential re-traumatization. Crime victims are often trying to adjust to a new normal way of living after the crime they've experienced. Every confusing, unclear, unexpected surprise or uncertain component weighs on them and burdens their recovery. There is an omnipresent feeling of always being on edge or always being unsafe that is frequently reported by victims trying to find their footing amid a chaotic and uncertain environment. The CCRC did so much in the RCCA to give tangible, sensible, and predictable definitions to the elements, defenses, concepts, and penalties that comprise our criminal code. We need them to ensure that these gains are not lost after the results of the disapproval resolution. We need to keep the momentum going. If the concerns about the district's safety and crime victims are sincere, Meaningful code reform that manages survivor and victims' expectations is critical. NBRDC strongly believes that an adequately funded CCRCC is needed to continue the momentum of the efforts made in the RCCA. We ask that they be funded for the $870,000 that they are requested, and we thank you for your time and consideration of our testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much, Naida. Next, we will hear from Lyndon Fry, Executive Director of DC Sentencing Commission.
Morning, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Lyndon Fry. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Sentencing Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today in support of the Criminal Code Reform Commission. While the DC Sentencing Commission takes no position on the substance of any proposed criminal code reforms, if major criminal code reform eventually takes place in the district, it will require the Sentencing Commission to make substantial corresponding changes to the DC voluntary sentencing guidelines. Following any significant code reform, the Sentencing Commission would also need to make alterations to our data collections, processes, and analysis practices. Having the Criminal Code Reform Commission staff and resources available to the Commission during this process will greatly assist the Sentencing Commission members and staff in developing and implementing appropriate sentencing guidelines, modifications, and changes to agency procedures. Prior to the defeat of the revised Criminal Code Act of 2022, the Sentencing Commission had already begun planning and working with CCRC staff to better understand the proposed statutory changes and the underlying logic behind the modifications. Earlier this year, CCRC Director Janu Park presented the Sentencing Commission with an outline of the significant proposed changes to the criminal code that were related to sentencing. This included discussing how the CCRC used the model penal code as the basis for the RCCA. The structure and penalties under the proposed codes and the updates to the offense enhancements. So in general, gave the Sentencing Commission a very good overview of what was in this code and what we may need to work on in the future if that code or a code like it were to be passed. Future meetings between CCRC and Sentencing Commission staff were planned to discuss the intricacies of the code changes and to ensure that any modifications to the guidelines accurately reflect all structural and statutory updates to the code. The CCRC has been a valuable resource to the Sentencing Commission that would be missed if the agency is eliminated. If criminal code reform goes into the effect in the future without the CCRC, it may increase the cost and time it takes the Sentencing Commission to prepare for and adjust to those changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Fry. And thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. I do just want to ask, and Misty, I may start with you, but if other folks have thoughts on this to jump in, what you would recommend the first next task of the Criminal Code Commission to take up, not even next year, but kind of right away, given where we are?
Well, that's a great question and a tricky one, but I suppose that first of all, there's been commentary from both members of the executive and council about, drafts or proposals that might address their concerns already existing that they should dive in and look at, right? And be able to analyze those, give responses to the viability challenges, comparative work, use all of their tools and their expertise to be responsive to any specific proposals that have come from the executive or council. And to the extent they're not yet, perhaps have one-on-one meetings with those of you to sort of explore timeline and probe so that they can be prepared to do that. I think there's also potentially a lot now in the public record that is myth busting that's valuable. So they may need to literally just address, even for our local policymakers and community stakeholders, some of that education work to reset the ground game and talk accurately and fairly about what things do and don't do, the data, the populations it would impact. But I think really just being poised to think deeply about what's happened in the public and political sphere so far, but really let's get to work. I mean, if the council and the mayor are ready to prepare alternatives, knowing that the vast majority was good to go, and we were really tailoring and thinking about a small subset, let's talk about those. I think so. The CCRC, I'm sure, is poised to re-engage with elected leaders and its members to dig right in. So I'm excited to see those proposals come to light and let the community at large. A professor earlier talked about, well, the stakeholders of the CCRC are critical ones. The politicians and political leaders are critical ones. There's also, the communities impacted that will need to be heard. So let's get going so that we can do this in a 1 or 2 year timeline in this council period and be done.
Thank you. Any other brief thoughts on that? Go ahead, Mary.
I might add, I certainly echo Misty's comment that dispelling some of the misinformation out there and public education is just so critical, because there is an unfortunate fear-driven narrative that is being propounded, not just in regard to this work, but a host of other areas. But I do think that there are a couple of key areas that the prior work had addressed that it would be important to try to resurrect as quickly as possible. The expansion of a mechanism for sentencing modification to be able to dispense justice, not just forward-looking, but addressing past excessive sentences, is really something that's sweeping the nation and could enable the overcrowded situation in prisons and jails to be ameliorated. And, I think that that's a vitally important area. Just as was mentioned in the prior panel by Nazgul, addressing some of the injustices of felony murder statutes. Again, that's an issue that many states and others are starting to look at. And I think that time is of the essence in terms of looking at that and looking at some of the areas where harsh mandated sentences really strip prosecutors as well as judges. And I saw this myself as a prosecutor for a decade and a half. Strip individuals who are seeking to do justice of the ability and flexibility to dispense that justice. So I think those are all just such vitally important areas of work that were done that really shouldn't sit on a back burner.
So I think I would just, echo what's been said, but also just, I think it's important to acknowledge the process worked in DC. Right. I mean, you all did an amazing job. I mean, it wasn't right. Like, criminal law reform is hard. It's messy. But when you look at what happened in DC before we got to the federal level, I mean, it was a pretty incredible by the end of it, what happened. And so, I mean, I think, while there are we can talk about changes to the RCCA. The issue is a political one, and particularly one at the federal level. So I think that really focusing on dispelling the misinformation is important, but I think also maybe shining a light on what exactly is happening in DC's system, and how can the code help that, right? And with an eye towards public safety, because I do think there's a lot there. And whenever this comes back up again, and there's another congressional review process, right? Those are the types of things that people are going to be talking about. So.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you to all on this panel for not only testifying today, but your continued work in this space and your expertise. I appreciate your partnership. We are now going to turn to Criminal Code Reform Commission Executive Director, Janine Park. Welcome, Director. And as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So I can ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'd like to invite you to make any testimony you have.
Sure. Well, good morning, Chairwoman Pinto, and thanks for holding this oversight hearing today. And while I appreciate the opportunity to testify, it is disappointing that we're holding this hearing to discuss whether the CCRC should continue to operate at all. I said that because the CCRC will play an absolutely vital role in any subsequent code revision effort. And I have no doubt as to the value that this agency can bring to the district, even well after a revised criminal code is actually enacted. So I think we can think of the CCRC's longer term role being divided into 4 general categories. So first, support passage and implementation of a revised criminal code. 2, provide ongoing maintenance to that code. 3, revise entirely separate portions of the DC code that were unaddressed by the RCCA. And then last, 4th, serve as an independent source of research and analysis for the council. So I try to touch on all these topics a bit today. So with respect to passage and implementation of the code, so like so many others, I was just deeply disappointed that the federal government interfered in our local affairs by striking down the RCCA. And I don't have time to discuss all the reasons about why a revised code is so badly needed, except to say that district will continue to have one of the worst codes in the country unless there's further reform efforts. But I am heartened to hear that so many of our leaders, including members of the council and the mayor, have expressed their support for really the vast majority of provisions included in the bill. But I think it's completely incorrect to say, though, that the CCRC has no role to play in a subsequent reform effort. And the passage of the RCC itself, I think, really illustrates the key role that the CCRC would play going forward. So the CCRC actually issued its recommendations back in March of 2021. But over the following nearly 20 months until the bill was finally passed, the CCRC staff contributed immensely to that effort. So 2 CCRC staffers were actually detailed full time to the J&PS committee to assist with the voluminous background work that's involved in passing a bill of this size. And even the non-detailed staffers of the CCRC worked full time for months and months to support the bill's passage. And my written responses to some of the pre-hearing questions submitted earlier this week really discusses a lot of that work in greater detail. Our expertise will also be vital in advising the council on any additional proposed changes to a second version of the revised code. So back when the RCC was passed, when members were considering changes, they sought out our guidance just to ensure that those proposed changes were clearly written, were consistent with other provisions of the RCCA, and achieved the policy aims that they wanted them to achieve. And even seemingly simple changes that just changed a line or two in the RCCA often necessitated hours of meetings and research by CCRC staff. And I think in a subsequent code revision effort, it's very likely that the council and the mayor will consider further changes as compared to the RCCA. And the CCRC is ready to provide that similar degree of guidance to ensure that those changes are consistent with the rest of the code. The CCRC, as some other witnesses have testified, will also play an essential role in the implementation of a code. So we've heard testimony earlier today. The Sentencing Commission, the Red Book Committee had already contacted the CCRC to establish ongoing working relationships to ensure that their new guidelines and recommendations really aligned with the RCCA. Lawyers and judges and other stakeholders in the system are also going to need extensive training, and the CCRC will play a key role in assisting in those trainings and perhaps even conducting some of those training sessions ourselves. And there's really no other agency within the district government that can replace the CCRC's efforts along these fronts. Even members of the former advisory group who spent years assisting the CCRC in formulating the recommendations, they were never solely focused on the RCCA, and they didn't have the time to accumulate the same degree of expertise that CCRC has. So even after the bill was passed, former advisory group members would even contact us to ask questions just to help better understand individual provisions in the bill. Does the general merger provision apply legal or fact-based analysis? When does the voluntary intoxication statute allow the imputation of the recklessness mental state? Really, these are questions that only the CCRC has the expertise to answer. And really the only agency that has the expertise to provide the kinds of support for a second passage of a bill and the implementation of the bill that I've described. Second, even after a revised code is enacted, the CCRC would play an important role in providing ongoing maintenance to ensure the sustained quality of the code over time. As Dean Cahill testified, even the best codes will degrade in quality over time. New legislation may include terms that are inconsistent with other provisions of the code or may impose penalties that are disproportionate relative to other offenses of comparable severity. In prior years, even as we were working on the RCCA, the CCRC provided testimony relating to standalone pieces of criminal legislation, and we would certainly continue to play this role going forward. Next, there are revisions that need to be made to whole other areas of the code that were not even touched by the RCCA. So beyond criminal offenses under Title 22, there remain significant portions of criminal law that have been revised. And so these include criminal procedures under Title 23 or rules governing juvenile delinquency proceedings. Just as one example, DC Code Section 23112 under Title 23 governs consecutive and concurrent sentencing. That statute's never been revised, and it should at least be reviewed for possible issues that could arise when it's applied to a new revised code. And finally, the CCRC can act as an independent advisor to the council. So part of our statutory mandate is to provide, at the request of the council, legal and policy analyses. So if any council member is considering a potential reform to criminal law, to criminal procedures, they can always request that the CCRC provide a thoroughly researched piece of legal and policy analysis that can help inform their decisions. I think this can be especially valuable if council and committee staffers are just facing significant time and resource constraints that just make it impractical for them to spend the many, many hours it will take to research and write these kinds of analyses. So just to conclude, again, I want to thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, for holding this hearing today. I sincerely hope that my team and I will have the opportunity to work with you and other members in the coming years to revise our criminal code and make many, many more important improvements to the criminal legal system in the district to ensure that it's up to the standards that the district residents deserve. And I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Director. I want to start with a discussion about the short term and what you expect the commission to be focused on for the remainder of this year. As I'm sure you've heard, we have talked a lot about the need to pick up the criminal code modernization and reform again. But I think also most of us understand, as frustrating as it is, that Congress is able to and willing to interfere in our affairs and absolutely unacceptable. It is the reality, and we need to be realistic as we move forward on a code that meets the needs of district residents and is also able to get passed because it needs to be modernized. So in terms of our kind of back to basics and thinking about the core modernization components, perhaps that might be a little less controversial. What type of work is involved in making the changes to the bill necessary, that would be necessary to pare back some of these more controversial parts that have taken over the news cycle lately?
Yeah, so as far as the work that would occur over the remainder of, say, this fiscal year and even into FY24, with respect to the revised code itself, we divide it into two broad buckets. So first, despite all the work that went into the RCCA, there were still gaps. So there's entire clusters of offenses that were not yet revised. And actually there's a section in the RCCA that says reserved because the plan was that we would revise these. So things like animal cruelty offenses, public corruption offenses like bribery, traffic offenses, and drug offenses were not included in the RCCA. The original intent was there would have been a 3-year gap between the passage of the RCCA and when it becomes applicable, and that the CCRC in that intervening period, among other tasks, would have worked on reviewing and revising offenses that fall into those 4 clusters, and that they could have been added as amendments to the RCCA prior to it becoming applicable. That specific plan is kind of the wayside, but one of the work that I intend for CCRC to complete going forward is to continue to work and review and revise those clusters of offenses, and in consultation with our former advisory group members. And then once we have revisions ready, those could be incorporated into sort of a second version of an introduced RCCCA. Second, as you talked about, the political realities are what they are. And there are just certain portions of the bill that some people in certain positions find objectionable. So I think another important part of the work is to try to identify some of those portions. And I think we can, it's things related to penalties for certain handful of offenses, potentially the expansion of second look or of jury trial rights. Now, the first go around, the CCRC issued its recommendations: expand jury trial rights, expand second look, etc. We can also, in the intervening periods, thoroughly research and have prepared potential compromise proposals for some of these areas. So, just as an example, again, the RCCA, in accordance with the CCRC's recommendations, would have changed jury trial rights so that everyone eventually, after a multi-year phase-in, is entitled to a jury trial when they're facing charged with an offense that carries any term of incarceration. If that proposal proves to be too contentious and too controversial, there's possible compromise proposals. So some states, for example, have bench trials for certain misdemeanors, and defendants receive a jury trial as a de novo appeal if they're found guilty. Some states may use smaller jurors, so they'll be put for certain misdemeanor offenses, so those put less of a burden on the jury pool in the district. We didn't issue these recommendations when we first submitted the recommendations, including the RCCCA, but for a second attempt, we can certainly spend the intervening months and potentially even a year plus to thoroughly research potential alternative proposals that are already in place in other states for partial expansions of jury trial rights. And those can be included as either parts of the recommendation included in sort of an RCCA2, or we can simply have them as research memoranda ready to go when that negotiation process happens and there's some push and pull, so that we have ready-made, thoroughly researched proposals, as opposed to at the 11th hour rushing to kind of come up with a compromise proposal. And that's certainly work that we can be conducting over the course of the next 6, 12, even 18 months.
Okay. Thank you for that. And you've talked about the work that the commission will be helpful in implementation of the law once passed. Can you speak a little bit about what the importance of that work and what type of work would be involved in the implementation effort?
Sure. So some of the other witnesses already talked about this, and I think principally, right off the bat, it's the sentencing guidelines and the Red Book Committee, again, which have already reached out to us to have our guidance and assistance on changing the policies. Those witnesses can probably speak a little bit more in depth about this, but the Red Book Committee, over the course of years, has drafted model jury instructions for just about every single offense, at least most offenses that are commonly charged. They make every now and then tweaks to those, but my understanding is that often they've spent a whole lot of time coming up with jury instructions for, say, robbery or felony theft or what have you. And those are largely kept in place year to year to year, subject to maybe some slight changes if there's a relevant case from the DC Court of Appeals. And that's still a pretty onerous task. They're going to have to rewrite nearly all of those instructions so that jurors have a clear sense of what they need to decide when determining someone's guilt or non-guilt. And as Professor Bergman said, that's going to be a multi-year effort. And I think that we would be heavily involved in at least advising them in the drafting of nearly all of these new updated jury book instructions. I think to some degree, similarly with the Sentencing Commission, they currently have a range of recommended sentences for every single felony offense, at least that are routinely charged in the district. And for every single one of those offenses under a revised code, they're going to have to come up with an entirely new range of sentencing recommendations. And a lot of this is going to require really get those sentencing commission members having a clear sense of just what's criminalized under each given offense, what other provisions might account for separate harms that might arise in particularly egregious versions of a particular offense. And so I think we're going to have to be heavily involved in collaborating with them to make sure that those decisions are well informed. And I think these projects could easily take multiple years, which is a part why the council set that 3-year date in between passage and applicability. And I also think training is going to be a sort of a major, a really time and resource intensive process before a bill could go into effect. So I know in the fiscal impact statement for the RCCA, the chief financial officers stated that, for example, MPD officers would require 120 hours of training, of full-time training. The FISC did state that MPD would contract with an outside contractor to actually provide these training sessions. That's fine. I don't know if the CCRC could provide 120 hours of classroom instruction necessarily, but I think we would at the very least certainly have to advise and work with any kind of outside contractor who's going to train MPD officers in the new code. I don't think any outside contractors are going to have even the first idea of how to produce substantive training materials really to help officers learn how to navigate and interpret the provisions of new code. So those are extremely time-intensive projects that have to be done before code can actually go into effect. And I don't really know any other agency that can really perform those tasks other than the CCRC.
All right, thank you so much. That makes sense. And I think is important in part of the education campaign that's needed for folks to understand, like, not only the research behind all of this work, but the practical implications of making sure it's carried out effectively and across our system. In terms of another thing that's been in the news around the United States Attorney's Office declination rate, what impacts, if any, would revising the criminal code have on U.S. attorneys' ability to decrease that rate and bring more cases?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a pretty, as I'm sure, well, there's been a pretty shocking change in the declination rate over the past, basically since about 2016. And I think it's due to several factors. I think the full story is yet to be told. But I do actually think that a clearer revised code can at least partially address the rising declination rate. So it's my understanding that prior to 2016, when the U.S. Attorney's Office made charging decisions, they would meet and have in-person conversations with the arresting MPD officer. So they could ask them questions. Okay, not just going on their written reports, they actually ask clarifying questions. Well, did this happen? Did that happen? You know, there seems to be a gap in the evidence, but you know, can you help flesh it out for us? And that would help inform those charging decisions. Since 2016, all, or at least nearly all, charging decisions now occur strictly on the papers. So this kind of in-person consultation conversation between the prosecutor's office and MPD is no longer occurring. So the charging attorneys in the U.S. Attorney's Office are really relying pretty much solely on those written reports by MPD officers. That means that if those reports are vague, if they're unclear, if the officer just kind of forgot to include a statement of facts that would be necessary to sustain one of the elements of an offense, a prosecutor might think, we don't have a case here, and so we're not going to charge it. And I really think that, and we had testimony actually at the last set of hearings on the RCC itself, where a former MPD officer, Evan Douglas, testified to say that often he and fellow MPD officers just didn't even know what a given offense was. They would have disagreements about what they should even arrest a person for on the scene. And he said that the current code is completely unhelpful in this regard. And he would even resort to literally Google searching on their phones to try to figure out what offense under district law they could potentially arrest this person for. So there's a huge amount of confusion, understandably, for MPD officers, given how vague the code is. And I think it's likely that probably bleeds over in a bit into their report writing, which then goes to the U.S. Attorney's Office. And so I think it's really possible that a clearer code will help inform officers when it comes to writing up these reports, to know that these are the elements of offense X that we're going to arrest someone for and potentially have someone be charged for, to make sure that their write-ups have all the relevant facts, which can make it then easier and clearer for the U.S. Attorney's Office to make those kinds of charging decisions. So I think this can have, I think there's other factors probably outside the criminal code that are causing this rise in declination rate, but I do think that clearer code has a meaningful role to play in addressing this issue.
Thank you so much, Director Park. I think that's a really important part of this conversation. Even I think sometimes the word reform is part of this education campaign. There are reforms that are necessary and that are part of this, but also part of this is just sensible modernization to make things clearer for everybody, including our prosecutors and our judges. And so I thank you for clarifying those. And I think those are very powerful examples.
Yeah, I could add, as far as messaging and an education campaign, another thing that CCRC did with the passage of the RCCA was some of these efforts, and maybe we could have done more of them. But so I would attend meetings held by area neighborhood commissions or citizens advisories councils, and try to answer questions. Provide a brief presentation, sort of describing what the RCCA actually did and answering some questions. It's likely that in a subsequent effort, there's going to have to be more extensive outreach and more extensive communications with the public. And again, I think certainly council members can help in this regard, or former advisory group members can help in this regard. But I think it would be certainly a valuable role that the CCRC could play in helping to communicate and educate the public about what this bill is really all about. It wasn't the carjacking penalty reduction bill of 2022. It did so much more to improve the efficiency and clarity and justness of our system. And I think getting that message out in a second effort, I think will be really important. And I definitely see us playing a role in that.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And in terms of congressional interference, assuming we can not completely go back to the drawing board, but return into building a consensus of at least the portions that really need to be modernized right away, what role do you see the commission playing in educating folks on the Hill and in Congress about these changes?
Yeah. So a few different things. So first, as this resolution was making its way through Congress, I actually did hold two briefing sessions, one with some House staffers and one with some Senate staffers. I think, unfortunately, it was probably a little too late. The briefing with the Senate staffers was only a matter of days before President Biden tweeted out that he would not veto the resolution. I think in the next go round, having these kinds of info sessions much earlier in the process, I think would be really helpful. I don't think many members on the Hill had the time to really thoroughly, certainly not read the entire RCCA or even read a really detailed summary of it to get a clear idea of just what they were voting on. Even some of their staffers probably didn't have that opportunity. So the next effort, being a little more proactive and holding those kinds of briefing sessions, holding more of those, being available to answer questions that individual members of Congress had, I think would be really valuable going forward. Second, I think part of the reason that the resolution unfortunately passed is that there was a misleading narrative about what this bill really did and did not do. We tried to spell that by doing some cross-jurisdictional research to really show that, hey, these penalty provisions that you may have concerns about in the RCCA are actually squarely in the mainstream. And some of our penalties are actually even higher than many of the states of members of Congress who are voting to block our bill. I think doing that research a little bit more thoroughly, having a little more time to step back and do it much more thoroughly and comprehensively so that we can really confidently say, we reviewed, for example, the robbery penalties in all 50 states. And to the extent possible, we've actually reviewed sentencing practices in, if not all 50, because there isn't always transparency with data, but to actually get a sense of here are the national norms for what max penalties are, here are the national norms are for what actual sentences are. That can both, I think, inform the council and the mayor as to what our penalties ought to be. And however we settle on those, I think can also help with the messaging to show right off the bat, this is the penalty reduction bill. This is squarely within national norms. And then hopefully that just the narrative is different and so that we get a different outcome in a subsequent effort.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And Kirk, I know we talked a little bit about this, but could you just elaborate briefly on some of the other work that would be part of the commission's plan in addition to criminal code reform?
Yeah, so, like I said, after, again, it's my sister, we do get enacted code. And so, yeah, it's ongoing work as far as maintaining the code, continuing to advise the council on any piece of standalone legislation as we've done in the past. There's several pieces, whether it was the cat declawing criminalization bill or the female genital mutilation bill and many others, where we provided testimony and often the council took us up and amended the language in accordance with our feedback. So we certainly think it's a valuable role to play going forward. I think it's important to note that we may also just issue recommendations for reform on our own initiative. We've seen routinely over time, attitudes and values can change, often pretty dramatically. And the law, not just the criminal, the law overall should always be evolving in accordance with the changing attitudes and beliefs of district residents. There are often innovative reforms that may be being put into place in other states that we want to potentially investigate and could be suitable to implement here in the district. And doing that work is just very time intensive. And again, I remember working with Councilmember Allen's staff extensively over the past year or two, and they have an amazing staff. And what's so impressive to me about them is how they have to be working on a million different issues at once, whether it's something related to FEMS or the criminal code. And so I think it would be a valuable role for us as people who are dedicated to this one task or this one area of law, and can really spend the time to sort of thoroughly research innovations of other states, think about changes that we ought to make within the current code, and really spend the time that it takes to make those kind of recommendations thoughtfully and well done. I think it's a sort of important role that we'll play. And then often, as I mentioned, as just a source of almost sort of de facto external staff for council members. So it could be that a member says, I've heard of this reform that's going on in New Hampshire or California or whatever. It sounds pretty interesting. It sounds like it'd be worthwhile, but it's going to take hours and hours of time to really thoroughly research it and conduct that kind of legal and policy analysis. And I think just given how staffers I know are pulled in all those different directions constantly, they just might not have the bandwidth to sit down, have 2 or 3 of them sit down and do this kind of really lengthy, dozens and dozens of hours that it takes to research and analyze these kinds of new proposals. And if a council member wants to have that kind of analysis done before they decide, do they want to actually pitch this themselves as a new reform, and then we can serve as that kind of supplementary staff that'll be really valuable, kind of on an ad hoc basis as needed.
Well, thank you. And thank you so much, Director, for all of your work to date and in this unusual time. And I really appreciate that of you and your whole team. And I want to give you a chance if you have any other kind of closing thoughts you'd like to share before we move on to our next agency.
Yeah, just let's say, criminal also, again, like to point out, there are whole areas of law that relate to criminal law that just have never been revised. And my staff has only taken the most surface scratch look at some of these things. And, some of the provisions that relate to criminal procedure, they still refer to corporation counsel. So at the very least, there's antiquated terminology that needs to be updated. And revising all or even just portions of, say, Titles 23 and 24 and 16 is going to be an immense task. I mean, just thinking about it is daunting. It very well may be a similar multi-year process, sort of comparable to revising the revised criminal code. It really ought to be done. It needs to be done. It's an enormous task. And again, I don't know what other agency really has expertise or the bandwidth to tackle those kinds of projects in the longer run. So that's the kind of work that I think the district really needs and that we can really are well positioned to accomplish.
Well, thank you so much. Certainly more to follow, and we will talk soon. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman.
All right, we are now going to turn to our third and final agency of today, the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Beginning with our public witnesses. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those who represent organizations will have 5 minutes. If there are multiple people from the same organization, one will have 5 minutes, the rest will have 3 minutes. I do want to note that we have 89 more public witnesses today for this agency. So I won't be able to ask as in-depth questions to everybody as I normally would like to. And the committee can follow up with folks if we have additional points of clarification. And of course, make sure that you submit your testimony in writing to judiciary@dccouncil.gov. I am going to ask that everybody be mindful of the clock because we have such a robust group of people who are committed to this work and testifying today. I'm eager to hear from everybody, and I'm going to be strict with the clock to make sure that we can hear from everybody and people can plan their days and time accordingly with other things that our public witnesses have to do. And so I'm going to cut people off when their clock is done. So I invite you to look at the clock as well and so you can be mindful when that's coming. All right, so with that, let's get started with our first panel. We have Vikram Saurabh from Legal Aid District of Columbia, Indira Henner, DC Rape Crisis Center, Sarah Tennant, Executive Director, DC Volunteer Lawyers Project, Cecia Dalan Vazquez, Public Witness, Olga Kimberly Hernandez, Deb Benitez, Public Witness, Michaela Deming, DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Witness A, Public Witness, Sonia Stork, Wanda Alston Foundation, June Crenshaw, Wanda Alston Foundation, and Eden Aruna, Wanda Alston Foundation. And Vikram, nice to see you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto. I'm Vikram Saurabh, and I am the Executive Director of Legal Aid of the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to be the first of several witnesses to testify about the Access to Justice funding in the proposed FY 2024 budget. I'm particularly honored to testify along several of our clients, who you'll hear from later today. Legal Aid represents district residents living in poverty. This work is funded in substantial part thanks to the Council's investments in robust civil legal services. Simply put, the budget proposal before you is a calamity for the district's most vulnerable residents. The budget proposes a 60% cut to civil legal services from approximately $31 million in FY 2023 to approximately $13 million for the coming year. Because these funds are issued as grants, it's hard to figure out precisely the impact that a 60% cut would have on legal aid and our clients, but we know the effects will be profound. That is because legal aid is the largest grantee for these funds, and these funds are legal aid's single largest source of funding. More than 40% of our funding flows from this, and 46 of our 93 employees are paid using these funds. Crucially, non-personnel services make up a very small part of these grants, So there's no way to absorb large cuts without cutting personnel and the services they provide. This will affect all of our major practice areas. Our housing practice, through which we represent district residents in eviction proceedings, as well as other efforts to preserve affordable housing, like helping tenants fight unlawful rent increases, receives $2.5 million in these funds, which pays for 24 staff. Our consumer practice, through which we represent district residents who are facing debt collection or foreclosure, receives more than $250,000 in these funds, which pays for 3 staff. Our domestic violence and family law practice, through which we represent survivors of domestic violence to get civil protection orders and ensure access to counsel in divorce, custody, and child support proceedings, receives nearly $850,000 in these funds, which pays for 8 staff. Our public benefits practice, which represents district residents, secure a range of benefits to which they're entitled, from nutritional assistance to healthcare, receives more than $1 million in these funding, which pays for 11 staff. All told, thanks to this funding, legal aid will serve nearly 5,000 district residents in 2023, real people facing real issues. And because of the nature of the areas where we practice, the difference between having a lawyer and not is outcome determinative in nearly every matter we take on. Let me tell you about a couple of the clients for whom that is certainly the case. We represented a tenant who was facing imminent eviction after, unbeknownst to her, her landlord had taken her to court, which issued a default judgment against her. Within days, we moved to stop the eviction and undo the default judgment. With our help, the tenant proved that she had paid all the rent she owed. The eviction was canceled and the eviction case was dismissed. A second case, we represented a client who asked a relative to care for her daughter after a bullet was shot into her home. The relative refused to return the child and was then awarded emergency custody by the court. We presented evidence to show that our client was not responsible for the violence, which resulted in our client getting her daughter back. Which of those 2 clients should have gone without a lawyer by their side? That's the question we face with this budget. The premise of this budget is that the pandemic is over and that we are merely returning to normal funding levels. But for our clients, there is nothing normal about this year. Food prices are up 10%, while federal food stamp benefits have fallen. Tenants in rent-controlled properties are facing an 8.9% rent increase, while the budget slashes emergency rental assistance. And various protections like eviction, foreclosure, and debt collection moratoria are over. That means cases that would have been filed over the last several years are being filed now and being filed soon. The data shows that the need for our work is high. Compared to this time in 2022, calls for legal aid services are up 18%. New clients in need of help with evictions, food stamps, and debt collection cases have doubled compared to a year ago. Slashing this funding is also a massive disinvestment in communities east of the river. Almost half of the residents we serve live in Ward 7 and 8. Funding for legal services was insufficient before the pandemic to address the displacement and inequality in our city. And with economic circumstances our client community is facing, the funding is certainly insufficient now. Please invest in legal services and invest in our client community. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Vikram. Indira Henner, DC Rape Crisis Center.
Thank you. Dear Chairwoman Pinto and fellow community members, good morning. It is great to be with you all today. Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, for your leadership and partnership. The DC Rape Crisis Center is the oldest rape crisis center in the country and the only one in Washington, DC, that holds a local, national, and international footprint in the global sexual assault movement. The center was founded in 1972 and is celebrating over 50 years of providing services to survivors of sexual assault who represent the most vulnerable and marginalized survivors of sexual assault in Washington, DC and beyond. I will share more about who we are in our extensive work in my full written testimony. However, I would like to first start out by saying that I appreciate how challenging this FY24 budget is, and I recognize that deep cuts had to be made across the board. While it is without question that multiple entities are working to restore those cuts, it should not be lost that the work of the victim service community is a thread that runs deep and wide throughout the fabric of Washington, DC. In a season where the philanthropic landscape in Washington, DC and beyond is shifting funding priorities and/or sunsetting foundations and other philanthropic arms, The Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants is the largest funder of victim services and is providing as much as 50 to 85% of their grantees' budgets in FY23. The proposed 20% cut to the FY24 OVSJG budget would be catastrophic to not only the organizations who provide victim services, but the city's most vulnerable citizens who look to the victim service community for intersectional support, healing, resources, and restoration. While the DC Rape Crisis Center has 4 programs funded through OVSJG, the following is a snapshot of 2 of our 24/7 programs as a part of Washington, DC's 24/7 sexual assault response. Since October of 2022, the DC Rape Crisis Center has served 89 survivors of sexual assault at MedStar Washington Hospital Center. To that end, we have provided 58 safe rides to survivors of sexual assault. We have coordinated and provided emergency housing for 27 survivors of sexual assault and have provided general basic needs support such as food gift cards to 60 survivors of sexual assault. In addition to this, the DC Rape Crisis Center has answered 2,917 crisis calls via our 24/7 hotline, and we are providing general long-term advocacy support to 60 survivors of sexual assault currently. None of this would be possible without the longstanding support from OVSJG. The DC Rape Crisis Center has been a grantee of OVSJG for over 20 years. The continued evolution of our relationship as grantee and funder has been critical in being able to respond in real time to the increased needs that survivors of sexual assault are presenting with. For example, like so many of our partners, the DC Rape Crisis Center is operating in a pre-post-pandemic era that has illuminated not only the long-term impact that COVID-19 has had, but also the racial unrest that it's having on our clients, which is evident in the 75% increase that the DC Rape Crisis Center has seen in clients requesting emergency crisis counseling sessions. But this also brings to fruition in a more intentional way the pre-existing service gaps within the victim service community. For example, the long-term need to address emergency housing and shelter in the district on a systemic level. Additionally, the cost of doing business in the district cannot be lost when recent numbers by Rent Cafe and others is showing that the cost of living in Washington, D.C. is 52% higher than the national average. Housing in Washington, D.C. is 152% more expensive than the U.S. average. Utilities are 13% higher. And when it comes to basic needs such as food, clothes, and groceries, we are seeing a 19% increase in Washington, D.C., which is higher than the rest of the country. These numbers are important to the victim service community because it goes into the heart of victim service agencies being able to attract and retain the best and brightest leaders and frontline workers, to include paying staff a livable wage, meeting the 16.75% health insurance costs in the district that the DC Rape Crisis Center, like many of our partners, experience this fiscal year, and to meet the ever increasing costs of maintaining our office operations. The victim service community cannot keep being asked to do more with less. The work in the victim service community is increasing and the funding on a systemic level is not. As a member of the Victim Assistance Network, we strongly and in no uncertain terms urge the DC Council to provide $15.268 million in recurring local funding to OVSJG's budget to meet the required $47.6 million baseline dedicated funding level for victim services in FY24. To do otherwise would not only be jeopardizing the work of the victim service community, but it could lay the groundwork for potential staff layoffs and programming coming to a full stop. And if that happens, there is no comeback for the district in terms of the long-term impact that will have on the most vulnerable and marginalized victims of crime and the staff and organizations. Oh, sorry. And in closing, I would just like to say that OVSJG's budget needs to reflect the true costs of doing work in the district, as well as the long-term sustainability of victim services in the district. And we also want to thank Director Porter and Deputy Director Bozart for their ongoing support in the FY24 budget and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sarah Tenen, Executive Director from DC Volunteer Lawyers Project.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Sarah Tenen, and I am the Executive Director of DC Volunteer Lawyers Project. DC VLP plays an important role here in the district, where we provide free legal and support services to low-income victims of domestic violence, vulnerable children, and immigrant victims of gender-based violence. At DCVLP, we empower victims to ensure that their voices are heard and guide them through the often challenging legal process with a focus on achieving client-defined safety and success. Under the best of circumstances, it's really hard for a victim to leave her abuser. But when you don't know where you're going to live or what will happen to your children or if you will be deported, then the process is incredibly complicated and it takes a continuum of providers. Over the past 3 years, the district has invested additional funding in the Access to Justice Initiative and in victim services funding as a whole. DCVLP has been fortunate to benefit from both. Compared to our staffing in 2020, because of increased awards, we have almost 9 more full-time attorneys on staff than we did prior to the pandemic. This is over a third of our entire legal team. There are a few key points I want to highlight for you as council considers the proposed cuts in the mayor's budget. Domestic violence filings are up in DC Superior Court. In the first quarter of 2023, 1,911 intrafamily offenses cases were filed. This does not include anti-stalking cases. If this rate continues, we can expect 7,644 domestic violence cases being filed in the 2023 calendar year, compared to 4,600 in 2022. It would be an astronomical increase of 65%. The number in 2022 was 13% higher than the number filed in 2021. This trend is going in the wrong direction. If funding stays level, there will be significant unmet need. If funding is cut, the ramifications will be nothing short of catastrophic. 9 more attorneys meant we can continue to operate 8 weekly clinics, 4 in-person and 4 remote. These clinics support domestic violence clients and our immigration clients. They operate in spaces where our clients are already receiving services. The AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Children's National Columbia Heights, Mount Pleasant Public Library, and Stanton Commons in Anacostia. It means that more people in our community have access to information and understand their legal rights and options. Pre-pandemic, we had only in-person clinics. During the height of the pandemic, we had only virtual. Now we have both. The same is true for court hearings. Before, it was all in person. For a while, it was all online. Now we are practicing law both in virtual courtrooms and in-person courtrooms. There are no two ways about this. It takes virtually double the resources to do that, and operating this way is not optional, it's simply a reality. 9 more attorneys means we can represent many more vulnerable children who fall between the cracks of a child welfare system that does not remove them and home situations that are simply not safe. Our child clients include children who have a deceased sibling because believed to be murdered by a parent. Our child clients include children who have witnessed one parent murder another parent. Countless children growing up in homes with domestic violence, parents with untreated mental health issues, significant substance abuse issues. When you think about prevention and breaking the cycle of violence, our child advocacy practice should be at the forefront of your mind. This work is critical and it is changing the trajectory of these children's lives. 9 more attorneys means we can offer immigration services at our weekly clinics and provide more individuals with representation. The immigration system is impossible to navigate without a lawyer. After my testimony, you will hear directly from 2 DCVLP clients who were represented as a result of access to justice funding we received through the DC Bar Foundation to support our immigration program. But for that funding, these individuals would have been unrepresented. We make every dollar invested in DCVLP count. We utilize an innovative volunteer lawyer model where we recruit, train, and supervise hundreds of volunteer lawyers who contribute pro bono hours to supporting our clients. It leverages our resources so every $1 turns into $6 in free legal services. In 2022, 450 volunteer lawyers provided 48,000 pro bono hours, valued at $18 million in free legal services in just 1 year. We are not relying on the district to fully foot the bill for our work. Our 2023 annual budget is just over $3.3 million. A third comes from private individuals, corporations, and foundations, and a third comes from foundations. The last third comes from the OVSJG and the mayor's office. We're not asking for the district to cover the entire cost of our work, but we're asking the district to do its part, and this budget does not have the district doing its part. I know I'm out of time, so I will be happy. The rest of my testimony is in my written remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you for all your work, Chairperson Pinto.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Cecia Dallin Vasquez, public witness.
Hello. Excuse me, can I have a translator, please?
Yes.
Sí.
Your interpreter.
Yes, I will be your interpreter. Yo soy su intérprete, señora.
Ok. Estimados concejales, gracias por la oportunidad de poder testificar hoy.
Dear council members, thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Mi nombre es Cecia Vázquez y soy una cliente actual de DC Volunteer Lawyer Project.
So my name is Cecia Vasquez. I am current client with DCVLP.
Hoy quiero compartir mi historia y dejarles saber cómo obtuve una abogada que me representa en mis casos de migración.
Today, I would like to tell my story and how I obtained a lawyer that could take on my case.
Ella ha sido un instrumento valioso para mi hijo y para mí.
She has been a very valuable instrument helping my son and also me.
Vine a los Estados Unidos en mayo del 2019 huyendo de la violencia doméstica. Entré al país sin la documentación adecuada.
So I came to the United States on May 2019, escaping domestic violence. I entered this country without the necessary documentation.
Cuando llegué acá, no sabía nada sobre el sistema de inmigración.
When I arrived here, I didn't know anything about the immigration system.
Entonces me enfoqué en construir una buena vida lejos de un esposo abusivo.
Therefore, I focus on building a new life outside my abusive husband.
También me enfoqué en trabajar e inscribir a mi hijo en la escuela. Y por supuesto también me inscribí yo a clases de inglés.
Also, I focus on working and registering my son in school. Of course, I also register at English classes.
En mayo del 2022, llevé a mi hijo a su cita médica en la ubicación de Columbia Heights de Children's.
So on May 2022, I took my son for his medical appointment at Children's on Columbia Heights.
Su proveedor médico mencionó que habían abogados gratuitos con los que podía tener una consulta legal.
The medical providers told me that I could secure lawyers that will work free, pro bono free, and that could help me with my case.
Consulté con los abogados y les hice saber que yo era indocumentada y que unos meses antes había sobrevivido a una agresión.
I consulted with these lawyers. I told them I am undocumented and that I had survived an aggression a few months ago.
Después de algunas preguntas más sobre mi situación, los abogados de DCVLP me hicieron saber que probablemente podría solicitar una visa aún.
After a few questions on my situation, the attorneys from DCVLP let me know that probably I will qualify for a U-type visa.
Después de solo 3 días, los abogados de DCVLP me llamaron y me hicieron saber que podrían asumir mi caso de visa U.
After 3 days, the lawyers from DCVLP called me back and they told me that they can take over my case.
Durante unos meses trabajé con mi abogada de DCVLP para completar mi solicitud de visa U, incluyendo la redacción de múltiples declaraciones juradas, llenar extensiones y reunir evidencias para presentar mi solicitud.
During a few months, I worked with my attorney from DVLP, creating the application, also working with the sworn declarations and any extensions I needed.
También pudimos incluir a mi hijo menor de edad como mi derivado y presentamos mi solicitud en marzo de este año.
Also, we were able to include my child as a derivative because he's a minor, and we submitted my application in March this year.
Actualmente estaba enfrentando procedimientos de deportación.
Currently, I was facing deportation proceedings,
Esto incluía una fecha de corte en abril del 2023.
which included a hearing on April 2023.
Pero a partir de la semana pasada, mi abogada de DCVLP fue capaz de anular la audiencia de deportación para mí y mi hijo mientras esperamos una adjudicación de la visa U.
But my attorney last week, working with DCVLP, was able to nullify this hearing for deportation, and we're expecting an adjudication on my visa case.
Me siento más segura ahora que sé que la agencia de migración está procesando mi caso.
I feel safer now, knowing that the immigration agency is processing my case.
Estoy increíblemente agradecida por el trabajo que DCVLP ha hecho en mi nombre y por ayudarme a lograr mis objetivos de inmigración.
I am incredibly grateful with DCVLP for all the work that they've been doing on my behalf.
Okay, and muchas gracias. Thank you. We're giving you double the time for interpretation, but we're now over that time.
Sí, muchísimas gracias. Le dimos el tiempo doble por la interpretación, pero incluso ya estamos pasándonos ese tiempo ahora.
Ok, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story.
Gracias por compartir su historia.
Olga Kimberly Hernandez de Benitez, public witness.
Can I have the translate?
Yeah, they're here.
Sí, I am your interpreter. Yo soy su intérprete, señora.
Ok. Estimados concejales, gracias por la oportunidad de testificar hoy.
Dear council members, thank you for the opportunity testifying today.
Mi nombre es Olga Hernández y soy una cliente actual de DC Volunteer Lawyer Project.
My name is Olga Hernandez. I am a current client with DC Volunteer Lawyers Project.
Aparezco hoy para compartir mi historia y dejarles saber cómo tener un abogado que me represente en mis casos de inmigración ha sido para mí y mi familia algo instrumental.
So I am coming here to share my story and how to secure a lawyer that will represent you with immigration cases, which for me and my family has been instrumental.
Vine a los Estados Unidos con mi hermana que tiene síndrome de Down, mi esposo y mi hija de 3 años en julio del 2019.
I came to the United States with my sister. My sister suffers Down syndrome, also along with my husband and my daughter. She's 3 years old.
Huíamos de la extorsión y las amenazas de muerte de las pandillas. Entramos al país sin ninguna documentación adecuada.
We were escaping extortion and the death threats from the gangs. We came with nothing.
Cuando llegamos no sabíamos nada sobre el sistema de inmigración y nos enfocamos en construir una buena vida para nuestra familia.
When we arrived, we didn't know anything about the immigration system. We just focused on building a good life for me and my family.
En abril de 2020 fuimos referidos a DCVLP por una de sus organizaciones asociadas.
It was on April 2020 that we were referred to DCVLP by one of the partners organizations.
En ese momento, los abogados DCVLP realizaron una consulta gratuita para evaluar a mi familia y a mí para alivio de inmigración.
So at that moment, it was the lawyers from DCLP that gave us a consult that was free of charge in order to see what reliefs we could obtain.
Después de solo 6 días, los abogados DCVLP me llamaron y me hicieron saber que podrían asumir mi caso de asilo para una representación completa.
After 6 days, the lawyers on DCVLP called me and let me know that they can take on my case in order to try to get asylum.
Me ayudaron a presentar mi solicitud de asilo y en el tiempo en que he estado trabajando con ellos, han tenido permisos de trabajo, números de seguro social para mi esposo y mi hija y yo, y nos han ayudado a solicitar renovaciones de estos permisos de trabajo.
During this time, they have helped me prepare my asylum application. They're working with me on obtaining my work permit, my social security for me, my husband, and my daughter.
Mi hermana pudo ser incluida en mi propia solicitud de asilo, por lo que tuvo que representar su propia solicitud de asilo.
My sister couldn't be included in my application case, so she had to start her own asylum case application.
Los abogados de DCVLP también la ayudaron a ella en ese proceso y le ganaron asilo antes de la Corte de Inmigración en diciembre de 2021.
The lawyers on DCLP also take over that process and they obtain asylum for her in the courthouse on December 2021.
Los abogados DCVLP actualmente están ayudando a mi hermana a solicitar su residencia permanente.
The lawyers at DCVLP currently are helping my sister obtaining her permanent residency.
Me siento segura sabiendo que mi asilo fue presentado a tiempo, que mi esposo y yo podemos trabajar legalmente mientras esperamos la adjudicación de nuestro caso.
So we feel very safe that my asylum case was presented on time, that my husband and I were able to work legally until the case is decided.
Y que mi hermana puede vivir indefinidamente en los Estados Unidos sin temor. Estoy increíblemente agradecida por el trabajo que DCVLP ha hecho en mi nombre y por ayudar a lograr mis objetivos de inmigración.
And that my sister could live here indefinitely without any fear. So I am incredibly grateful to DCVLP for the work that they have done under my name on my behalf with my immigration objectives.
Tener un abogado, particularmente uno que ha proporcionado toda su asistencia pro bono, ha hecho una gran diferencia en mi vida y en la de mi familia. Estoy eternamente agradecida por DCVLP y su asistencia.
Having a private lawyer that been following with all these proceedings with their assistance has made a real difference in my life. I am eternally thankful to them for their assistance.
Gracias una vez más al miembro del Consejo de DC por su compromiso de financiar organizaciones como DCVLP y por dejarme hablar hoy. Estoy feliz y responder a cualquier pregunta.
So thank you again to the DC Council for their commitment to found this type of organizations, and I will be very happy to answer any question you might have.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Michaela Deming, DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. My name is Michaela Deming. I'm the Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We are the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in the district, and we have 18 member programs. Domestic and gender-based violence rose during the pandemic. Our member programs, as you've already heard some of and we'll hear more of today, are reporting that fiscal year 22 was a record-breaking in terms of the numbers of survivors served and the extent of the services that were required. So far in FY23, the numbers are even higher. The rise in domestic violence during the pandemic is not over. It is increasing. Life-saving domestic violence services were already chronically underfunded and unable to meet the need prior to the dramatic increases over the past few years. The mayor's FY24 budget cuts this already insufficient funding by $7.7 million in victim services alone, $8.4 million across the budget. That's a cut of 20%. On top of those cuts, the mayor's FY23 supplemental budget amendment cuts an additional $6.85 million from domestic violence housing and services. Our member programs are facing a $14.5 million cut this year and next. It is not possible to maintain core services for survivors unless this funding is restored. Our member programs were appalled to see the OVSJG victim services funding being cut by 20%. This is especially concerning considering the increase in funding that was received in FY23, the city's dedication to increasing funding. This much needed increase came after years of flat funding for critical domestic violence services, which were at unsustainable levels. Just 1 year of increased funding was not enough to correct course and provide the necessary investments in the people, programs, and structures needed to provide life-saving services and ongoing support to the district survivors. The proposed cuts not only wipe out those FY23 increases, but take the budget back to pre-pandemic levels in complete disregard for the ever-increasing demand for services. Even with the FY23 increases, we continued to see months-long waiting lists for mental health services and other services, and domestic violence continued to be a leading cause of homelessness. As I mentioned, the FY23 supplemental budget rescinds $6.85 million from the domestic violence housing funding. This is yet another blow to an already grossly underfunded driver of homelessness for families in the district. These cuts threaten the opening and ongoing operations of domestic violence housing providers and services. Just last October, Mayor Bowser issued a press release saying she wants residents to know that if they need help, we are here for them. With the support and partnership of community organizations like My Sister's Place, we have the resources to get people out of dangerous situations and into safe, supportive housing. Yet her budgets remove funding to support that very program and many others. The mayor's administration is not only not focusing on the needs of survivors, but making decisions to cut off their lifeline to safety. How can we possibly justify cutting victim services by $7.7 million and domestic violence legal services, as you heard, by nearly 60%? Notably, when speaking about her opinions on the revised Criminal Code Act, Mayor Bowser said, quote, "Our focus must be on victims and preventing more people from becoming victims," end quote. Yet the message sent by this budget is clear. In a tough budget year with a 1.3% budget shortfall, the safety and lives of domestic violence victims are expendable. We must work swiftly to correct this injustice, as we know our allies on the council are motivated to do. Rather than allowing these dangerous budget cuts to stand, we implore council to find the necessary funds to allocate substantially more, not less, funding toward domestic violence survivor services. Prior to the mayor releasing her budget, DCCADV released a budget platform calling for $28.2 million new dollars in domestic violence services. That was what would be necessary to continue current operations into FY24. Instead of right-sizing the necessary funding, the proposed budget makes these epic cuts. We greatly appreciate the council's commitment to addressing the needs of survivors in domestic violence and the organizations working with them. We are proud to stand with our member programs, the Fair Budget Coalition, and our allies in calling for the council to support the true cost of survivor safety and domestic violence funding, which saves lives. I'm happy to discuss any questions that you have, and thank you, Chair Pinto, for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Michaela. Next, we'll hear from witness A, public witness. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. I'm a public witness, and I was a poly victim of domestic violence, intimate partner violence, and sexual assault perpetrated by various people I held dearly. I want to see budget increase around $28.2 million for survivors direct services, such as legal and immigration services, prevention, culturally specific care, and mental health care. I lived in Ward 5, Washington, D.C., and now I'm staying with friends for a little bit. The physical, emotional, and financial abuse stopped for a while because I changed my status into an asylum seeker. Now that I'm in the US, one of my abusers from my country of origin still stalks me through multiple people. And even she came to the US herself and then asked for me to return to her. My life has been shattered by constant terrors. I lost my professional job October last year and at a high risk of becoming homeless. I've been volunteering with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence and asked to be included in the judiciary and public safety hearing today because the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbates gender-based violence. The pandemic is still going on, and DV cases worldwide have spiked. DC is not the exception. I want OVSJG to increase the overall budget for survivors' direct services because the pandemic has disrupted many people's lives, including myself. I have reached out to more than 20 domestic violence organizations in DC and Maryland, but only IUDA, DVRP, DCVLP, my sister place, PLNDC, and the Women's Center have or had the ability to assist. The whole process ended up discouraging and disempowering, even sometimes re-traumatizing for me. To help others like me, the increased budget is necessary so providers can hire and retain more lawyers and social workers to deliver adequate and appropriate needs of the victims. When you grant this request, providers will be able to deliver trauma-informed care or services for survivors like me. Even though previous threats are no longer here, residual effects of trauma on mental health and various gender-based violence can happen over the life course of women, girls, and other minority groups, especially when left without intervention. We must have adequate safety nets available in the community in the case of violence. However, it won't be sustainable without the constant contribution from the DC government. I'd like to see this change reflected on the fiscal year 2024 budget. Know that I'm still today struggling to meet my daily needs, but I really thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for sharing. Our next three witnesses are all from the Wanda Alston Foundation: June Crenshaw, Sonia Stork, and Eden Aruna. Ms. Crenshaw, you'll have 5 minutes, and then your colleagues will have 3 minutes. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, my name is June Crenshaw. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am the executive director of the Wanda Alston Foundation. You'll hear from my colleagues about the work that we do. They'll go into a lot more detail, but I'll use my time very specifically to talk about the challenges we're having with our funding. I know what it feels like to run a nonprofit and to be set up for failure. One of the ways to be set up for failure is insufficient funding. In 2022, we received $350,000 from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants to start a new, extremely vital program to support queer individuals experiencing intimate partner violence or sexual assault. The program needed to provide emergency shelter, culturally competent therapy, case management, and outreach and education for the larger community to understand the prevalence and the uniqueness of our relationships and how intimate partner violence shows up in them. And having $350,000 to do this work, that's an example of setting up a nonprofit for failure. Another way to set us up for failure is to have unrealistic expectations. Our program started in 2022, like I mentioned, and from our understanding of the mayor's FY24 budget, this extremely vital program has been cut from the mayor's budget. There was no real opportunity for this program to launch successfully. In addition, apparently, the FY23 funding is in jeopardy as well. We're extremely concerned about this situation. We're seeing a trend in the DC budget cycle this year that appears to be gutting culturally specific services, especially those supporting queer individuals. The queer community is experiencing the same attack across the nation, but we never expected DC to join the trend. Another way to set us up for failure is via lack of expertise. We've experienced the challenges of attracting and retaining skilled, culturally competent, and committed staff. It has taken a long time to find and onboard the right people. And again, quite frankly, we haven't had access to the necessary resources to achieve this goal. We know there's also a trend that is happening across the country, which makes it harder and harder to find licensed and experienced clinicians, especially if you can't offer them competitive salaries. The bottom line is this budget is dangerous. It is dangerous to the queer community because we need safe, affirming shelters and culturally competent services for queer folks experiencing intimate partner violence or sexual assault. The council has to restore funding for these critical services. And the council actually needs to increase funding because $350,000 is not enough. So funding needs to be right-sized for this program. As a member of the Victims Assistance Network, we also urge the DC Council to provide $15.2 million in recurring local funding to OVSJG's budget to meet the required $47.6 million baseline funding for victim services. This investment will help develop and keep vital services for our community, including our queer community. We deserve to be safe and supported. The council needs to act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much. Sonia Stork, Wanda Alston Foundation.
Hello, Chairperson Pinto and staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Sonia Stork. My pronouns are she, they, and I'm the outreach advocate at the Wanda Alston Foundation. We express our gratitude to the committee and the leadership of OVSJG for the support of our mission and the opportunity to share our testimony. We are very upset, as June mentioned, that the mayor's proposed budget plans to wipe out funding for many OVSJG programs, including our own. Our program is the only one in the city that exclusively serves LGBTQIA2 Spirited Plus survivors of intimate partner violence and sexual assault. The loss of our program will result in even more violence and potential lives lost. Our program was established just last year, and we have become quickly acquainted with the need in the city for a program like ours. The survivors we have worked with consistently express how challenging it is for them to find therapy services due to months-long waiting lists, but especially hard to find services that were affirming of their queer identities. They also expressed facing many barriers around accessing affirming, transitional, or permanent supportive housing options. One client we worked with, a trans man, shared an intense story of not being able to access other DV services in the district. He said he did not feel physically safe residing in shelters due to assaults and bullying based on his identity from the other residents and inability or unwillingness on staff's end to protect him. He also said he was continuously misgendered by providers and his story was not believed. He was facing emotional and physical abuse from his partner and had to leave their shared home, but he had no shelters that felt safe for him to go to. He ended up sleeping in a stairwell of a building. When it got cold, he had to return to his abuser. Our staff provided him with trauma-informed, culturally competent case management, therapy, and emergency shelter. With our limited funds for emergency shelter, we were able to put him up in a safe hotel in Virginia, away from his abuser. We were able to provide him with gift cards to buy food and secure transportation funds for him. Our therapist at the time even traveled out of state with him to a court date where he had an ongoing case for assault charges against his abuser. We recognized the need for him to have a court advocate with him, one who could speak more directly to his specific context as a trans man in a heterosexual relationship. He justifiably did not believe the court would understand or believe his story without someone there to advocate for him. We know that it is very unlikely another program that is not LGBTQ run and led would be able to serve him in the impactful ways that we did. Queer survivors often don't reach out for support because they don't trust that the systems in place will actually support them. There is a lack of awareness around what abuse between queer people look like, and providers are not adequately trained on how to provide inclusive and informed care. Survivors may believe that providers at domestic violence agencies won't believe the abuse is happening, won't understand it, or will fail to screen successfully. There are specific forms of identity-based abuse that queer individuals experience, such as the threat of being outed, consistently misgendered, and that providers do not screen for. We urge the council to maintain funding and increase funding for OVSJG so that our program and others can keep the lights on. This funding is critical to make sure we are meeting the needs of LGBTQIA two-spirited plus survivors in the district. We also join the calls from other members of the Victim Assistance Network to urge the council to provide $15.2 million in recurring local funds to OVSJG's budget to meet the required $47.6 million baseline funding. Thank you very much for your attention, support, and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Sonia. Eden Aruna, Wanda Alston Foundation.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Eden Aruna. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm the HR manager at the Wanda Alston Foundation. Today, I will discuss our organization's issues that we have encountered regarding employing our staff. Our staff is currently majority queer. We prioritize hiring queer individuals or those with lived experiences related to homelessness. This supports our mission statement and the care that we can provide our youth. During my time with the organization, I have noticed a reoccurring trend regarding staffing and turnover. We experience many difficulties finding and retaining qualified employees. Finding the right individual is, of course, always challenging in the nonprofit sector. On top of that, we are required to hire employees with very specific qualifications and skills so that they can work with the high-risk youth in our extended transitional housing program. We are thankful for the funding that we have received, but we worried with the cuts to the FY24 budget, we'll be unable to attract the caliber of candidates needed for our roles, and we will be unable to offer our applicants competitive benefits or salaries that match the standard of today's job market. We cannot compete with more prominent organizations as we are constrained to a fixed budget and rely on set reimbursements and grant funding. Through my search to fill needed positions at each of our houses, a common theme that I have run into is that the pay rate for our salary and hourly positions is lower than expected for an individual with higher education. We worry that our program will be operating at an even more deficit following the mayor's budget release. We do not receive enough funding to cover the cost of our program, let alone increase salaries or pay bonuses to our current staff. Furthermore, these staffing gaps lead existing employees to go above and beyond to accommodate the openings, creating burnout and often an eventful departure from the organization. Additionally, such a high level of turnover has subjected to our youth to repeated trauma as someone they build trust with is no longer gone or replaced with an individual they don't know. Our staff is committed to fulfilling our mission, but to do so, our staff has had to make many sacrifices. I will echo what my colleagues have also said. We strongly urge the DC Coalition to provide $15.2 million in the reoccurring local funding to OVSJG to meet the required $47.6 million baseline funding for victims in the FY24. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Eden, and thank you so much to all of the witnesses on this panel. I'm sorry in advance for the schedule today that we won't have time to ask any more follow-ups, but I really appreciate your testimony and all of your work in this space, and the committee's going to do everything we can. We know how important this funding is. Thank you. We're going to move to our second panel. We'll call Rebecca Durbin, Ellen Jakovic, Kira Jarrett, Indira Hennard, Alana Brown, Michelle Palmer, Kobe Nagaje, Zanita Green, Jared Hogue, Candace Lewis. And we will start with Rebecca Durbin, Clinical Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Rebecca Durbin. My pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I'm the Clinical Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation. The Wanda Alston Foundation's mission is to eradicate homelessness and poverty experienced by LGBTQIA two-spirited youth and to provide services to LGBT individuals impacted by intimate partner violence or sexual assault. I'm here today to talk to you about the urgency and importance of maintaining funding for services being provided to queer providers for victims of intimate partner violence or sexual assault. According to the CDC, National Intimate Partner and Violence Surveys, 44% of lesbians and 61% of bisexual women experience rape, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner, compared to 35% of straight women. Even worse is the most recent US transgender survey findings, which found that 54% of transgender and gender nonconforming people have experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime. The HRC reported 44 deaths of transgender and gender nonconforming people in 2020. According to a Washington Post article, intimate partner violence accounted for a significant portion of that. 70% of the trans and non-gender conforming people killed were killed by someone they knew, and at least 35% were killed by someone they knew well. With a staggering prevalence of IPV in the LGBTQ community, it is unfathomable that funding for queer providers of IPV and sexual assault services even be in consideration for being cut. The Wanda Alston Foundation and other providers to the LGBTQ community provides a much needed, impactful, and essential set of core services that necessitate funding to match the need of the DC queer community. We know there is a pervasive sense of invisibility in service systems for queer people experiencing intimate partner violence. Many well-established domestic violence shelters and organizations do not mention LGBTQ domestic violence on their website or in their materials. The National Coalition of Anti-Violence Programs in 2015 found that 44% of LGBTQ individuals who attempted to access emergency shelters were denied, and that 71% were denied specifically because of their gender identity. We are grateful for the City Council and the Mayor's FY23 investment in the LGBT community and the opportunity to open our counseling center. However, the community is still experiencing critical needs and funding obstacles, and we urge the Council to support giving increased funds to culturally competent organizations serving victims of IPV in the LGBTQIA two-spirited community. Lastly, like my colleagues mentioned, as a member of the Victim Assistance Network, we also urge the DC Council to provide $15.2 million in reoccurring local funding to OVSJG's budget to meet the required $47.6 million baseline funding for victim services in FY24. This investment will help develop and keep vital services for our community, including our queer community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much about that. We have 3 folks from the DC Bar Foundation, so one of you could get 5 minutes and then the others will get 3. I'm not sure if that should be you, Ellen.
We are separate organizations. Chair Pinto, I represent the DC Bar and the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, which are separate organizations from the DC Bar Foundation.
Thank you. Okay, I got you. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chair Pinto and any members of the council or committee who are here with us this afternoon. I very much appreciate the opportunity to testify, and it's a privilege to be here today among representatives from so many organizations who provide such vital services to our district community. My name is Ellen Jakovic, and as I said, I'm the president of the DC Bar. The District of Columbia Bar is the largest mandatory bar in the nation, with over 110,000 members throughout the country and over 65,000 members in the DC metropolitan area. As DC Bar president, I also chair the board of directors of the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, the largest provider of pro bono legal services in the district. On behalf of the bar, its past presidents, and the Pro Bono Center, I'd like to express our strong support for the Access to Justice Initiative and the restoration of program funding to fiscal year 2023 levels. This program is a model for the nation, and we're grateful for the district government for its support. Initiative funding has been transformative in providing essential legal assistance to low-income district residents. That's why we are alarmed that the mayor's proposed budget reduces funding for the initiative by 60%. That's a reduction of over $18 million. Such drastic cuts to this vital program will be catastrophic for district residents. These cuts will put at risk the health, safety, housing, and economic stability of some of the district's most vulnerable residents, placing them even further in jeopardy. And that's why we strongly urge the council to restore initiative funding to the fiscal year 23 level of $31 million. The severe reduction in initiative funding set forth in the proposed budget will be especially damaging because community needs continue to escalate. The pandemic significantly increased the already staggering unmet need for civil legal help. The initiative proved critical to the district's pandemic response and recovery. The fiscal year 22 and 23 budget increases allowed the legal services community to expand capabilities and develop innovative approaches to meet this increased need. This work is at serious risk if funding is cut substantially to the detriment of our district residents. The Access to Justice Initiative helps to leverage the power of volunteer lawyers As bar leaders, we continually encourage our members to volunteer with legal services organizations. Our pro bono attorneys rely on nonprofits to screen cases, provide training, and mentor volunteers. This work requires significant resources. Any cuts to legal services funding will make it difficult for grantees to provide volunteer lawyers with effective support. Without this critical funding, legal services organizations will lose the ability to multiply their impact through the work of volunteer lawyers. Access to justice funding has been especially transformative for the DC Bar Pro Bono Center. In 2020, the Pro Bono Center collaborated with 5 other providers to create the Landlord-Tenant Legal Assistance Network, a telephone hotline that connects residents facing eviction and other housing issues with free legal help. The network has helped more than 8,000 residents assert their rights to avoid eviction, keep their housing affordable, and improve their housing conditions. The initiative also supported the Family Law Assistance Network, another innovative collaboration launched during the pandemic. Through a hotline, and now also on site at the Superior Court, the Pro Bono Center and 2 partner providers have helped more than 2,200 individuals in their divorce, child custody, and child support cases. Civil legal aid helps district residents navigate complicated issues and secure important protections. Without it, our community's challenges almost certainly will increase as unaddressed legal problems spiral into additional crises. Providing help early in the legal process is vital to our residents and good for the community, and it relieves the burden on government institutions. Drastic cuts to the initiative will jeopardize these benefits. Maintaining robust funding for the Access to Justice initiative will help more district residents stay in their homes, strengthen their families, stabilize their lives, and recover from the pandemic. The DC Bar thanks each of you for recognizing the importance of providing access to justice for residents of the District of Columbia. We encourage the committee and the council to again demonstrate strong leadership on this issue by restoring initiative funding to fiscal year 2023 levels. Thank you, and I appreciate very much the opportunity to testify today and happy to answer any questions should you have them.
Thank you very much. Kira Jarrett from the DC Bar Foundation.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. It's good to see you. My name is Kira Jarrett. I'm the CEO of the DC Bar Foundation, and we are the leading funder of civil legal aid in the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding OVSJG funding of the Access to Justice Initiative for FY24. The Bar Foundation is deeply concerned about the proposed cuts to the initiative, which, as you've heard, represent a 60% reduction from FY23. We are asking for level funding for FY23 of $31.689 million to cover 3 programs: the Access to Justice Grants Program, the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, and the DC Loan Repayment Assistance Program. And I'd ask that my full testimony be submitted for the record, and I'd like to use this time to really focus on the impact of a 60% cut. Specifically, a 60% cut puts us back at FY17 levels. It would negatively impact civil legal aid services in matters such as housing, support and services for victims of gender-based violence, and support for individuals experiencing employment-related issues. But I want to name 4 specific efforts that represent collaboration, partnership, and systemic reform, some of which you've already heard about. But all these efforts are on behalf of the city's most vulnerable residents, and all made possible by the initiative, specifically since FY17. First, for the past couple of fiscal years, we've supported eviction diversion efforts. We've had funding specifically for those efforts. And this is legal services organizations partnering with community-based organizations to divert residents from the eviction path. Second, the Family Law Assistance Network, which Ellen just testified regarding. This is a coordinated effort among several of our family law grantees in close partnership with the DC Superior Court to provide assistance to district residents in domestic relations branch matters. Third, and perhaps most notably, the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program didn't even exist in FY17. That is the program through which we fund eviction defense work. And during COVID, I've testified about this before, the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program grantees launched the DC Landlord Tenant Action Network, which has had an incredible impact on district residents facing eviction with remarkable results. Fourth, building on the success of these and other networked efforts within the legal aid community, we've been building a coordinated intake and referral system, which will launch in FY24. We received funding specifically for this in FY23, and it is a system designed to help our community navigate the legal aid maze and get help more quickly. It's the primary focus of the DC Legal Aid Transformations Network, which is a joint effort among a number of OVSJG grantees, as well as legal services providers, social services providers, and other stakeholders. We are each committed to advancing a system that is user-centered and based on principles of anti-racism and anti-poverty. In closing, people in every ward in the city have benefited from the legal services provided through the initiative. You have and will continue to hear from a number of witnesses who will testify about the critical safety net that the initiative provides for thousands of DC residents. We know that too many people don't realize that they don't have a legal problem. And even if they do realize it, they don't know where to go to get help. And for those who reach a legal services provider, many of them are doing so in an absolute moment of crisis. This is not upstream work that we're funding for the most part. This is downstream, critical, life-changing, life-altering work. A cut of nearly 60% is simply unconscionable, especially when coupled with the other severe reductions that are contemplated by the proposed budget. So I urge the committee and the council to at least level fund the initiative at FY23 levels in order that we not go backwards and lose the incredible ground that we've built since 2007 when the initiative launched. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Indira Hennard from DC Bar Foundation.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, for giving me an opportunity to speak a second time in my capacity as public witness on behalf of the DC Bar Foundation. As a non-legal service provider, the role that the legal service providers play in providing direct legal services to the district cannot be overstated. As a core direct service provider in the district, the DC Rape Crisis Center depends on the relationships with the city's legal service providers to be able to provide legal referrals to our clients. It is chilling to think about the potential 60% cut to funding to the legal aid community and what that will not only mean for the legal service providers in the district, but the most vulnerable citizens of our city. Over the last 2 years, the DC Rape Crisis Center has had a close partnership with the DC Bar Foundation as a core member of the DC Legal Aid Transformation Network and a partner in the coordinated intake development. The center also partnered with the DC Bar Foundation in hosting numerous focus groups with our clients to hear directly from district residents on how access to legal services in the district could improve. The DC Rape Crisis Center had 60 clients sign up to participate in those focus groups. This was the first time ever that the DC Rape Crisis Center not only partnered with the legal service entity in such an intentional way, but it was also the first time we have given access to such a large number of our clients, which speaks to the fact that the legal issues in the city is one of the #1 issues that our clients face outside of mental health. The DC Bar Foundation, under the leadership of Kira Jarrett, has been doing really transformational work in the district as it relates to coordinated intake referral and the DC Transformation Network, just to name a few. The work that is happening with these two specific initiatives has been bringing together stakeholders and organizations together across the city regarding how to holistically work towards reimagining access to legal aid in the district. As a result of the center's participation in the network, it's not only strengthened our relationship with legal aid partners, but it has enabled us to partner in a holistic way in serving survivors of sexual assault. For example, as a result of a meeting, a new legal aid partner within the network, the DC Rape Crisis Center was able to reach out to that organization in seeking assistance in serving a client with layered and complex needs to include, but not limited to, our client needing legal assistance as they are facing eviction due to persistent mental health needs that is making it challenging for the client to stay in their home. The work we do is intersectional and represents the heart of what it means to be in service and do this work in community with each other and as partners with our clients. I would like to thank Director Porter and Deputy Director Bozart for their ongoing support. And I would especially like to thank Kira Jarrett and the entire DC Bar Foundation team and their unwavering commitment to make legal aid accessible in the district. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Indira. Alana Brown, Safe Sisters Circle.
Greetings, Chairwoman Pinto and fellow council members. My name is Alana C. Brown, and I am the founder and executive director of the Safe Sister Circle. The Safe Sister Circle provides free, culturally specific, trauma-informed, and holistic services to Black women and girl survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking living primarily in Washington, D.C.'s Ward 7 and 8. We define Black women as women of the African diaspora. Currently, we have three main programs: the East of the River Legal Services Project, Keep Black Girls Safe DC, and the upcoming Health Justice Mental Health Program, to ensure that we are attacking all the intersecting barriers that Black women and girls face to heal from their trauma. Our goal is for our clients to thrive, not just survive from their abusive past. We define culturally specific services as services for individuals of the same community as the service provider that creates a comfortable environment where trust is established and where the client's culture is taken into context when developing solutions or strategies to address the client's problems. It's also where we support those who have fallen through the cracks within mainstream systems, where they did not receive the same culturally responsive services that meet their specific intersectional needs, and where they do not receive the comprehensive, long-term, and holistic services to see them through their entire case. As such, the majority of the Safe Sister Circle attorneys are made up of diverse, trauma-informed, and committed Black women attorneys. So far, in fiscal year 23, we have served over 72 Black women and girl survivors by representing them in domestic violence court, domestic relations branch, and serve as victim advocates to criminal case relating in physical and mental health caused by domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. We have also provided ancillary services to our legal clients, such as grocery gift cards, covering the cost for emergency temporary housing, transportation, hotel bills, even things as small yet important as child or safety seats. Additionally, we perform preventative and know your right programs for Black girls and teens throughout Washington, D.C. regarding domestic violence, sexual assault, and reproductive justice. In fiscal year 23, we started a legal representation of young girls starting at age 12 at the request of Ward 7-8 community. Lastly, at the request of our Black women survivors, and again, the Ward 7-8 community, we are building a culture-specific one-on-one and group therapy for Black women survivors. We would like to thank the DC Bar Foundation Access to Justice Initiative and OVSJG for the funding support to make our services to Black women survivors in Ward 7 and 8 possible. Without the DCBF Access to Justice Initiative and OVSJG funding, we would not have been able to expand our organization and increase the capacity of Black women survivors we serve in Ward 7 and 8. Without this funding, we cannot institute our model of providing culture-specific, trauma-informed, and direct services to our clients. Not only that, but we often get Black women who have fallen through the tracks are deemed too difficult for traditional legal services to handle, and we fight twice as hard for them. We try to understand these difficulties and leave no Black women survivors behind up to our capacity. Decreasing funding for the Safe Sister Circle will deprive Black women and girl survivors of the only organization that provides a culture specific to Black women, more informed and nuanced legal, preventative, educational, and soon mental health services available at Ward 7 and 8 to them. And as we know from history, a shift in funding generally results in the cut of funding for culture-specific organizations. Again, I would like to reinstate the importance of DC Bar Foundation Access and Justice Initiative and OVSJG funding to our organization's mission and Black women survivors we serve. Additionally, as a member of the Victims Assistance Network as an OVSJG grantee, I urge the DC Council to provide $2,068 million in recurring local funding to OVSJG budget to meet the required $47.5 million baseline dedicated funding level for victim services in fiscal year 24. Thank you, Chairman Pinto and the Law Council members for the opportunity to speak. I am open if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Alana.
Thank you.
Michelle Palmer, Executive Director of the Went Center for Loss and Healing. Right. Kobe Gajay, CEO of District Alliance for Safe Housing, or DASH.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairwoman. Our team is actually in a particular order. Do you mind if my team goes first and I'm going last?
Oh, sure, no problem. We just had you for 5 minutes and then your team for 3 minutes if that works, but we can go in whichever.
Yeah, I'm still for 5 minutes and they'll just go first.
Okay, great. So we'll start with Zanetta Green.
Thank you so much.
From DASH as well, absolutely. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Zanetta Green, and I'm the Director of Program Systems and Implementation of the District Alliance for Safe Housing, also known as DASH. I am a native Washingtonian and a current resident of Ward 7, and I would first like to express our appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, and Director Porter for your commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. We acknowledge that this is a difficult year and appreciate all that you're doing to support survivors. DASH welcomes survivors from all 8 wards of the city through a continuum of long-term safe housing options that best meet their needs in partnership with OVSJG. As the largest dedicated safe housing provider for survivors and their children in the district, and a member of the DC Victims Assistance Network, we urge the DC Council to provide $15.268 million recurring local funding to OVSJG's budget to meet the required $47.6 million baseline dedicated funding level for victim services in fiscal year 24. In fiscal year 22, DASH safely housed and prevented instability for 239 individuals, including 64 adults and 59 children in our OVSJG funded housing programs, Cornerstone and Empowerment Project. In fiscal year 22, I was the Community Relations and Program Support Manager for DASH's Empowerment Project, our scatter site transitional housing initiative. Scatter site programs place survivors in housing solutions within the community, giving many their first opportunity to establish a housing history with their name on the lease, out of control of their abuser. It empowers survivors, giving them tools and understanding to budget for their futures and support them on their path to independence. I cannot overstate the impact of the Empowerment Project and applaud the city for recognizing the increasing value of this program over the past 3 years. DASH and OVSJG have partnered together to expand the Empowerment Project from 15 units before the pandemic to 28 units today, including 2 dedicated units for survivors with disabilities. However, there is still not enough housing for survivors fleeing abuse. There is a dearth of specific survivors housing, even as the need for the community-based housing supports is increasing, so is the cost. A 20% cut to victim services funding in fiscal year 24 will be a disaster. We urge the council to invest in victim services and commit the funds necessary to meet the true baseline need to give these vulnerable members of our community an equitable opportunity to thrive under the DC Comeback Plan. The longstanding partnership DASH has with OVSJG has set an example for how communities can effectively respond to the lethal dynamics that domestic violence survivors face when leaving an abusive partner and needing housing solutions that are reliable, flexible, and survivor-centered. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for ensuring that every district resident has access to safe housing. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Jared Hope from DASH.
Hi, Chairperson Pinto and the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Gerard Hogue, and I'm the Manager of Emergency Housing and Program Support at DASH. I would first like to join my colleagues Zanetta Green in expressing our sincere appreciation to this committee, Mayor Bowser, and Director Porter for your long history of support of the domestic violence community. As a member of the Victim Assistance Network, DASH urges the DC Council to provide $15,268 million recurring local funding to OVSJG's budget to meet the required $47.6 million baseline dedicated funding level for victim services in fiscal year 24. I began working at DASH at its Cornerstone program in July of 2022 as a resident coach and systems navigator. The Cornerstone program is unique from any other program I've ever seen. We are resident-driven, providing a safe and stable foundation so our participants, survivors of domestic and sexual violence, can get back to regular living and move on to the next steps in their lives. Being torn down is at the heart of so much abuse, but DASH and our Cornerstone program support survivors and families to rebuild and move from merely surviving to thriving. By providing a safe and stable foundation, our participants are able to focus on healing from their trauma and establishing the resources and skills they will need to move on from our program. Since I've started at DASH in less than 1 year, I've seen immigrant survivors who came into the program totally overwhelmed by their trauma and the additional challenges of navigating unfamiliar systems in a language they don't speak, and grow into a place where they are able to go to school, work, and manage their own applications for resources, and even advocate for themselves and their children in court. I've seen residents exit the program into rapid rehousing, knowing that they can live on their own in the community, living free of fear of falling back into the control. However, for survivors to build safe and stable foundations to move away from abuse, the organizations that serve them also need stable foundation. We now call on the council to commit the necessary funds to meet the full baseline need in the victim services and acknowledge the true rising cost of survivor safety and doing business in the district. In the past 5 years, the district has recognized the critical needs of the most vulnerable members of our community and invested deeply in establishing a true continuum of care. However, there are ongoing problems that require support, and there are still gaps in our system that will only deepen in the funds for our social safety net are slashed by 20% in fiscal year 24. We urge the council to invest in survivors to give these vulnerable members of our community an equitable opportunity to thrive under the DC Comeback Plan. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for ensuring that every district resident has safe to secure housing free threat of abuse in the city, for evaluating, protecting survivors and victims of domestic violence. We appreciate the collaboration between district agencies to best meet the needs of the city. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, John. Thanks so much. Candace Lewis from DASH.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Candace Lewis, and I'm the Senior Director of Programs for DASH. I join my colleagues in expressing our sincere appreciation to this committee, Mayor Bowser, and Director Porter. Through your partnership, we can deliver life-saving services to some of the most vulnerable members of our community and help them find a foundation to grow beyond their trauma and move from surviving to thriving. However, for that to be possible, as a member of the Victim Access Network, DASH urges the DC Council to provide $15.268 million recurring local funding to OVSJG's budget to meet the required $47.6 million baseline dedicated funding level for victim services in FY24. As a community, we must grapple with the fact that the current highs of victimization and support needs are not merely a COVID surge. The pandemic intensified the challenges of domestic violence through a symbiotic cycle wherein COVID created increased economic instability, which leads to increased quantities and levels of violence, which leads to further economic instability. These ongoing repercussions of the pandemic continue to rebound throughout people's lives today. While housing is a human right and is critical to supporting survivors, housing alone is insufficient to support survivors with complex needs who, under a housing-only model, frequently end up trapped in a cycle of poverty. In addition to direct housing programs, DASH is also able to meet and support survivors in the community before they become homeless through resources such as our mobile advocacy and our flexible financial assistance programs, the Safe Nights and Survivor Resilience Funds. With these funds, a survivor can pay off rental arrears to avoid eviction. They can pay for auto repairs to ensure they can keep going to work, be safely housed in a hotel during crisis, or meet any other financial challenges that would otherwise endanger their housing. In FY22, DASH supported 34 survivors and their families with our Safe Night funds, 100% of whom transitioned to long-term housing following their hotel stay. Additionally, 57 survivors received emergency financial assistance to prevent housing instability through our Survivor Resilience Fund. The needs for these funds have never been greater, as rental costs have soared with the end of state DC. DASH is seeing an unprecedented increase in requests for financial support. In FY21, 12% of the calls to DASH intake line were for SRF funding or referrals to other financial support programs. Last year, it increased to 17%. This year, a shocking 31% of calls to our intake team has been for financial support for survivors to stay housed. In the face of this reality, the loss of DC's emergency rental assistance program last month was catastrophic. The pandemic and last year's changing economic environment have only exacerbated the affordable housing crisis, affecting survivors who are barely holding on to their housing pre-pandemic. Survivors have lost wages, and those who have their abusive partners have lost wages, increasing the stress, tension, and violence in the home. The mayor's draft budget for FY24 represents a crisis. With funding for victim services and on other life-saving programs cut back to pre-pandemic levels, the reality is if this budget comes to fruition, we will likely lose 1/3 of the social safety net we have today. Thank you so much for your time, Chairperson Pinto, and to the entire committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Porter, for your current support of affordable housing programs. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Candace. Kobe Gajay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kubain Gajay, and I am the president and CEO of DASH. Thanks again to the committee, Mayor Bowser and Director Porter, for your ongoing support of the domestic violence and victim services community. To frame my testimony, I will begin by sharing this guiding principle. A budget is a moral document. Looking back at the city budget for the last 30 years, and the picture this draft budget paints for fiscal 24, we face a moral crisis. This is the biggest threat to vulnerable communities since the city went bankrupt in 1995, and must be addressed holistically and with care. As the chair of the Victims Assistance Network Policy and Advisory Committee and the president and CEO of DASH, I urge the DC Council to provide $15.268 million in recurring local funding to OVSJG's budget to meet the required $47.6 million baseline dedicated funding for victim services in fiscal 24. As mentioned, DASH is an innovator in providing access to safe housing and wraparound services to survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault and their families as they rebuild their lives on their own terms. At DASH, all are welcome, including those who identify as male, immigrant, elder, LGBTQIA+ survivors, and we serve survivors from all 8 wards of the city through a continuum of longer-term safe housing options that best meet their needs. We also hold leadership seats on the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the Domestic Violence Housing Continuum, and serve on the DC Victims Assistance Network, the VAN, the DC Access to Justice Commission, and the DC Interagency Council on Homelessness. The VAN is a collaboration of 70 victim service providers in the district in cross disciplines and victimization specific services, including mental health and medical providers, legal service providers, advocates, and prevention specialists. Earlier this year, the VAN Policy and Advisory Committee began researching city funding for victim services to prepare for our conversation with you today. I do want to note that we'll need a little bit more time on the schedule for me for 5 minutes. We confirmed that the 5-year history to prepare for our conversation today. We confirmed that the 5-year history of the investment the city has made in our collective continuum of care for survivors of violence, which I have appended to my written testimony. This history is a testament to the district's understanding of the needs of our most vulnerable neighbors, victims of violence. The level of investment we've seen in 5 years has been critical to building an equitable foundation for victims of violence. The fiscal 23 victim services budget reflected an overall 65% increase since fiscal 19, including a 115% increase in local funds to offset the ongoing trend of reductions in federal support. However, these years of investment in the social safety net to support our most vulnerable neighbors is under threat. Not only has the baseline funding not been supported in the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal 24, but funding for OVSJG has been slashed, and the proposed budget only includes $32.3 million for victim services, a more than 20% cut from fiscal 23 levels. To put things in perspective, for DASH, a 20% reduction in our OVSJG funding in fiscal 24 could mean untenable choices, such as the elimination of the 28 transitional housing program you heard about earlier, taking 30 of the 42 units in our Cornerstone building offline, and Cornerstone is the largest safe housing building for survivors in the district, or a 30% reduction, a 30% workforce reduction across multiple safe housing programs funded by OVSJG up to 10 FTEs. And even where the draft budget makes investments in our community, it fails to understand the reality that victim services are a continuum. Without our partners supported by OVSJG's access to justice funds, for instance, survivors will not have access to legal aid in filling protection orders, resolving custody disputes, or avoiding eviction. Victims and survivors of violence are whole people with complex needs. They need robust and interrelated safety nets built on strong foundations. Anything less leaves survivors out of the DC Comeback Plan. We call on council to act boldly and bravely. Restore OVSJG's funding removed from the mayor's draft budget for fiscal 24, provide $15.268 million in recurring local funding to OVSJG and commit to establishing a $47.6 million baseline of funding for our life-saving victim service organizations, so we do not lose the value of the investments we have made over the years. We further request that the district incorporate the true cost of survivor safety and of doing business in the district as a baseline dedicated funding level in fiscal 24. Chairperson Pinto, our commitment to centering survivors in partnership with the committee, the council, and OVSJG stands. Working together, we can continue to eliminate barriers for survivors of color and other marginalized identities and to build an equitable foundation for victims in the district. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. It's really just remarkable in our efforts to improve public safety and thinking about what happens after the first response. And so fundamental to safety is making sure that we're providing an option for people to go, and their housing is fundamental to that. So I just thank you all for the work that you do. And we're going to do everything we can in the next several weeks to try to restore some funding. But thank you. We're going to call our next panel, where we will hear from Nancy Drain, Bridget Stump, Tangela Hicks, Elizabeth Olds, Peter Wood, Bishop Allison Abrams, Aaron Hall, Aaron Polite, Laura Martinez, and Adrienne Artis. So first up, Nancy Drain, Executive Director of DC Access to Justice Commission. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. As you said in your opening statement, legal services are an essential part of the community services we offer to district residents. Today's testimony has already demonstrated so powerfully how devastating cuts to the initiative, together with other proposed cuts in this budget, would be for district residents in crisis. As you know, the proposed budget funds the initiative at slightly over $13 million, a 60% cut from FY23 funding. As you said at your opening, this comes at a time when community need is at an all-time high. The need for legal help was at a crisis level before the pandemic and has not waned. With no right to counsel in civil cases, some of our civil courtrooms see rates as high as 83 to 97% of litigants going it alone without counsel, with filing rates continuing to rise. One of the first things the commission did at its founding was to partner with the council to create the initiative. This committee has continued to champion the program, leading to historic investments. We urge this committee and the council to restore funding to the initiative's FY23 level of just under $31.7 million to ensure its services continue to be available to district residents. We would like to emphasize 4 points today. First, as has been clearly demonstrated already in earlier testimony, reduced funding means cutting essential legal services district residents currently rely on. These services matter for clients. Over 30 organizations offer help in housing, family, education, disability, consumer protection, domestic violence, employment, public benefits, discrimination, health, immigration, and on and on. And this isn't just about appearing in court, although it is about that for so many. It is about knocks on clients' doors, offering help instead of waiting for them to appear at the courthouse alone. Clinics and know your rights sessions being offered in the community, safety planning and protection, cutting through obstacles to secure public benefits, helping families resolve conflict. Our testimony includes statements from initiative grantees describing the impact of their work and the fears they have for residents if funding is not restored. Second, reduced funding would put the housing, safety, and stability of the districts most vulnerable at risk. These cuts would impact district elders, disabled individuals, children, victims of violence, and more. You've already heard today from clients whose lives have been changed due to the assistance secured through the initiative. Third, again, as you said earlier today, failing to invest in these services now would have long-term community consequences. These services work and have proven results. Access to legal help leads to better community outcomes and a fairer civil justice system. Cuts would worsen the circumstances of those already in crisis and lead to a further burdening of government systems, more homelessness, family instability, community violence, and need for public benefits. Today, you'll hear data on the percentage of evictions prevented, housing vouchers protected, the dollars saved in the consumer area, and health-related savings both to clients and government programs like Medicaid. This isn't just the right thing to do, it is a good investment. Our testimony includes letters from our chief judges and DC Attorney General describing how the initiative aids them and our justice system. Finally, a cut would put at risk resources that this funding uniquely leverages. The primary example of this is pro bono support that can only be maximized if there is a stable legal services community to support volunteers. Ms. Tenen discussed this earlier, as did DC Bar President Jakovic. This impact is described in a letter of support from the DC Bar President and 30 past presidents of the DC Bar that is also attached to our testimony. Chair Pinto, we are relying on your leadership to ensure access to justice remains a priority for the district. We respectfully request that you restore FY23 funding to enable the district's most vulnerable residents to have a fair and equitable civil justice experience. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today and for your attention.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Bridget Stump, Executive Director, Network for Victim Recovery of DC.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto and staff. My name is Bridget Stump, and I am the co-founder and executive director at Network for Victim Recovery of DC. Our organization aims to achieve survivor-defined justice through multiple pathways in an effort to create an ecosystem of equitable healing and restoration for all victims of crime. Since inception in 2012, we have provided direct services to over 8,800 individuals affected by violence. We are committed to ensuring that the systems available for survivors are responsive to their diverse needs and are appropriately resourced. The proposed cuts to the Office of Victim Services and Justice grants, with over $7 million slashed from the victim services arm of the agency, do not reflect a public safety investment decision that is prioritizing the impact of crime and trauma on DC residents. In FY22, MVRDC supported over 1,180 survivors of crime. Of these clients, 57% experienced sexual assault. The majority of clients resided in Ward 8, followed by Ward 7, 2, and 6, respectively. Our legal program handled 646 active matters, and the advocacy team served 436 new clients. Our advocates responded to the hospital over 260 times, spending nearly 600 hours at the emergency room and assisting 75 additional survivors of sexual assault when they reported to police. Given our unique model, these advocates continue to support survivors to ensure timely follow-up to HIV prevention medication, referrals to housing and mental health services, and streamline connections to MVRDC's legal team. While the Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act expansion resourced additional partners to support the crisis response needs, MVRDC's advocacy team still served more victims of crime last year, despite having to only staff the acute crisis response 50% of the time. Compared to the years prior, where we oversaw 100% of the response for adult sexual survivors. This is because an additional 169 victims of crime called for our assistance outside of the acute crisis. Even if OVSJG's FY24 budget is sustained, this year's SABRA funding levels, it would be 332,000 short of what is actually needed for the current volume and the complexity of the staffing needed. Without additional support, MBRDC will experience advocacy staffing shortages that will close our office intakes for approximately 3 months. Based on this year's numbers, this means 42 survivors of crime will be told we cannot help them. Forecasting for possible 20% cuts beyond current funding levels will also potentially eliminate our Elder Abuse Coalition work, known as DC Trove, and cause other programs to limit services and entry points. This will be particularly impactful for those services unique to MBRDC, such as our specialized wraparound legal representation for youth survivors of dating and domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking, which saw a 22% increase in clients served last year. Cuts to this program would mean many, if not most, of these victims will go unserved. This is particularly difficult if the need is something unique to the support that only we offer, like Title IX representation, crime victims' rights litigation, or appellate advocacy. Access to these services and other legal aid is deeply tied to overall enhanced health outcomes and improved equity for historically marginalized communities. Access to justice funding must be restored. These dollars partially fund our victim legal network of DC that has revolutionized how survivors access justice. Requests for services have gone up by 120% since FY22, and cuts back to FY22 funding levels would cause intake shutdowns and even bottlenecks for victims connecting with over 25 legal service providers that served clients in 573 cases last year related to housing, immigration, benefits, civil protection orders, and other critical civil justice. MBRDC sits at a unique vantage point to see the needs of survivors at the margins of budget advocacy due to lack of coalition support, historically being underserved, and often not even acknowledged as crime victims. We are so privileged to support survivors of gun violence and surviving family members of homicide. Without restoration to OVSJG's budget, we will have to limit much of the novel partnerships we have with MedStar's crime victims with their violence intervention team. And it will also mean we have to limit the ways that we co-create other options for survivors, like access to restorative justice. In short, survivors and those serving them cannot bear the brunt of funding cuts. I thank you for your time and appreciate your leadership and will answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much, Bridget. Tangela Hicks, public witness.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and staff. My name is Tangela Hicks. I am a Ward A resident, a DC advocate, and a legal aid, Washington, DC community advocacy, community advocacy council member. I am writing this letter today to tell of my appreciation and love I have for legal aid and how their services has helped me and DC residents in need as a result of the Access to Justice Commission. Without them, our voices surely would have gone unheard. My personal relationship with legal aid started in 2017. I received a DC housing voucher from DCHA in 2016, and they helped me obtain housing. But soon my case was messed up, and instead of DCHA fixing the situation, they tried everything in the book to hold me at fault and take my voucher away and throw me and my two youngest children, one who has special needs, back in the street. Luckily, I have proof due to receipts and the help and care of legal aid. With those elements, Danielle Rowan, Evan Henley of legal aid, and Karen Webb, who was the DCHA hearing officer, helped me from homelessness. During that time, legal aid also helped me in landlord-tenant court because I was fighting for my voucher and I was also owing my current landlord unpaid rent. Legal aid explained my issues to them and they let me move out without having to pay the unpaid rent. After that, After my hearing with DCHA, they also encouraged me to speak to Tyrone Guerin, who was head of DCHA at the time. And he further helped me once my issues were solved and everything was established. Since then, legal aid has helped me with several DHS issues, which I'm currently going to be enlisting help for the third time soon because there's issues messed up with my case. They have helped me with Medicare issues, and I'm going to soon need their help again. They have helped me with DOES schooling issues, DCHA issues, and helped me with signing up for testimony so that I can give a light to what me and other DC citizens have been going through. As a DC advocate, I have told and given legal aid info to hundreds, if not thousands, of DC residents and have witnessed firsthand how legal aid has helped residents with family law issues, housing, public benefit issues, consumer, and other issues. I have also witnessed them helping senior citizens as well. Legal aid has taught me as a CSC member how to work at getting the answers and results I need. But if I need their help, they are here for me. Legal aid has been helping DC residents for the last 90 years. DC residents need legal aid for 90 more years. Funding for legal aid through the Access of Justice Commission is highly needed for DC residents. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today and for hearing my testimony. God bless.
Thank you, Tangelia. Elizabeth Olds, Sabra Independent Expert Consultant.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Elizabeth Olds, and I'm testifying in my capacity as the SABRA Independent Expert Consultant contracted under district law to ensure that the Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act of 2019 is enacted legally, transparently, and according to best practices for survivors of sexual assault. I'd like to thank Mayor Bowser for the specific allocation of $3 million for SABRA in her proposed 2024 budget for OVSJG. But like many others today, I'm deeply concerned about the increased needs seen in 2023 already, as well as the proposed cuts to OVSJG's 2024 budget as a whole. Even viewed through the narrow lens of SABRA, if victim services are not adequately funded as a whole, this much appreciated investment in SABRA will be far less impactful for survivors and face significant challenges. In 2022, SABRA advocates for youth and adult survivors were available around the clock to respond to 709 requests for services. And MPD's sexual assault unit took 1,215 reports for sexual assault and is on track to take significantly more reports in 2023 if the increase, an alarming 111% in one part of the city, in the first quarter of 2023 over the same period last year continues. As other district agencies and emergency departments fully implement SABRA's requirements this year, the survivors seeking assistance will only continue to increase as well. This means the allocations for SABRA may already not be enough to meet the need. More critically, SABRA advocates, medical and forensic staff, and MPD detectives for both adults and youth also can't do their work successfully in a silo without a solid network of victim service providers. All my evaluations of MPD's investigations have shown disproportionately high numbers of survivors living with severe and persistent mental illnesses, upwards of 22% of their whole caseload, survivors who are temporarily or chronically unhoused, as well as those with complex and ongoing legal needs, either from a criminal or landlord tenant history of their own, in addition to other needs, or due to an intersecting domestic violence or child custody case. Many survivors also need culturally specific resources to reach stabilization or even to access other services in an equitable manner. I know we all want to get back to normal after the pandemic, but the trauma and displacement experienced by the people OVSJG grantees serve and the ways in which that impact is still apparent simply cannot be overstated. The vicious cycle cited by Dash in their testimony is very real, and we're feeling that in the sexual assault continuum as well. Survivors in the district deserve a consistently well-funded, responsive, and transparent Office of Victim Services and Justice grant to support community-based victim services and I strongly support the Victim Assistance Network and DC Coalition's request to provide $15.26 million in recurring local funding for OVSJG to restore a working baseline level of funding. Thank you again to Mayor Bowser, OVSJG Director Jennifer Porter, Deputy Director Cheryl Bozarth, as well as this committee for their efforts to ensure SAVR rights and services for district residents. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Bishop Allison Abrams from Victim Assistance Network Policy and Advisory.
Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm Bishop Allison Abrams, the senior pastor of Empowerment Liberation Cathedral and president of the Empowerment Justice Center, better known as EJC. I'm also a DC Victims Assistance Network Policy and Advisory Committee member. I would like to express our appreciation to also the committee, Mayor Bowser and Director Porter, for your historic partnership supporting victim services in the nation's capital. We acknowledge that this is a difficult year, appreciate all that you are doing to support survivors. EJC is a nonprofit that focuses on social justice, advocacy, and equality. EJC is focused on empowering the disenfranchised and marginalized members of communities of color and to elevate their quality of life by addressing mental health, historic trauma, racism, poverty, economic justice, human rights, voter education, civil rights, spirituality, self-esteem building, supportive services for victims of violence, and sensitivity training. EJC Wellness Centers are advocates for mental health and offer a variety of treatments for those with mental and emotional issues. EJC is a victim service provider with the Office of Victim Services and has been for the last 4 years. Its services have impacted 90% of its clients to become resilient. EJC provided in fiscal year 2022 victims on the margins, particularly those in the LGBTQIA community, culturally competent, trauma-informed services in partnership with the OVS. EJC in fiscal year 2022 addressed violence its victims experience with best practices towards developing resiliency, SMART goals, and referrals when needed for mental health, peer groups, and other areas in the District of Columbia. The VAN is a collaborative of 70 victim service providers in DC with a mission to facilitate the network to ensure efficient, victim-centered, and best practices informed continuum of victim services in DC. As a member of the VAN Policy and Advisory Committee, I'm here to join my colleagues on the VAN speaking today to express our deep concern about the future that our most vulnerable neighbors will face if the alarming cuts to the OVSJG funding and other vital safety net resources in this administration's draft budget comes to fruition. Following the district's historic investment of funding for OVSJG in fiscal year 2023, the DC Victims Assistance Network developed a formal budget recommendation of what would be necessary in FY24. We identified $47.6 million as a necessary baseline of dedicated funding to address the breadth of services needed for victims of crime in the District of Columbia post-COVID, which considers the ever-increasing cost of doing business. It's challenging at best to see that this administration's proposed budget for fiscal year 24 funding for OVSJG has been slashed, and the proposed budget only includes $32.3 million for victim services, a more than 20% cut from the fiscal year 23 levels. As a member of the VAN, I urge the council
Reverend I'm sorry, Bishop, I think you're frozen. I couldn't tell if I was frozen, but I think you may be frozen. So we'll move on to the next witness. Thank you so much. Erin Polly, Executive Director from DC Forensic Nurse Examiners.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of this committee. My name is Erin Pollitt, and I have the honor of testifying today as the Executive Director of DCFNE, the District of Columbia Forensic Nurse Examiners. DCFNE is a community-based nonprofit dedicated to providing patient-centered forensic nursing care to victims of sexual assault, intimate partner, and family violence. Our mission is to lessen the impact of violence in DC, and we proudly serve residents of all 8 wards and neighboring jurisdictions in Maryland and Virginia. This year, we celebrated our 10th anniversary. In just 10 years, DCFNE has grown from a few part-time employees with volunteer leadership to a robust nonprofit with an engaged board of directors and a highly qualified team of 22 employees. Our growth reflects the sobering need for forensic nursing care in the district, and although proud of our accomplishments, we do not take lightly what these numbers mean. DCFNE provides care to approximately 855 patients annually, and in response to increased need, we expanded our programs to include intimate partner and family violence. In addition to our clinical site within MedStar, DCFNE also maintains a community-based forensic nursing clinic and offers telehealth consultations. With support from OVSJG, we've responded to nearly 8,000 calls for service since 2013. Today, I'd like to speak about DCFNE's role in the SAVRA response and the continuum of care for sexual assault survivors. DCFNE is gravely concerned by the proposed cuts to OVSJG in FY24. As the sole provider of medical forensic care for adults and one of only 2 providers for adolescents who've experienced sexual assault in DC, we maintain a 24/7, 365 operation, ensuring access to services for folks who've been sexually assaulted, no matter the time of day or night. For those who request services, our response time is within 1 hour and often much faster. DCFNE forensic nurses and our services are provided free of charge as a protected right under SAVRA. OVSJG funding provides critical programmatic support, and the proposed budget cut proposes a devastating impact on our organization, especially the SANE program. DCFNE has prioritized the growth and retention of our forensic nursing team in order to ensure our ability to fulfill our duties under SAVRA in the wake of a public health crisis and other widespread healthcare challenges. 19 of our 22 employees are forensic nurses. This includes 17 clinical nurses and 2 director-level forensic nurses, all with specialized training and many who are SANE certified. We're working towards the goal of having 2 on-call nurses available around the clock, which serves a dual purpose. First and foremost, it allows us to respond to the growing demand for our services, which has exceeded pre-pandemic levels. When there's only 1 forensic nurse on call, we risk the possibility of gaps in response or longer wait times for victims. Also, this more robust staffing model provides relief when our nurses need time off for illness, burnout, vicarious trauma, or rest. We're acutely aware of the need for an annual wage and salary increases for the sustainability of this team. The ability to provide a competitive wage will directly influence our ability to attract and retain a diverse staff that reflects the demographics of the victims that we serve. Recruiting forensic nurse talent is a challenge, as many nurses have completed, or few nurses rather, have completed the highly specialized training required to practice as a SANE. It then becomes even more difficult to retain nursing staff when we are competing with travel nurse hourly rates and bonus incentives offered by major hospital systems. We saw mass attrition of our nursing staff between 2020 and 2021. DCFNE was able to issue a 25% wage adjustment in 2022, which was an important step in the sustainability of our 24/7 operations. However, we still have a long ways to go. We will not sustain our comprehensive 24/7 response to victims without annual budget increases. It's one thing to make a salary adjustment to correct years of stagnancy, but in order to avoid facing mass attrition again in the future, we need budgeted salary and fringe increases annually. In line with my testimony last year, I continue to uplift the importance of strong and consistent funding for programs that are legislatively mandated. Why do essential programs need to reapply for funding year after year, competing with other service providers for a pot of funds that's continually decreasing? Why isn't the SEEN program a line item in the city's annual budget? We've done the work on our end to develop an expert team with nationally recognized talent. We appreciate the council and OVSJ's leadership as we all work together to ensure the best response to victims and survivors in the district. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Erin. Laura Martinez, Deputy Director from DC Forensic Nurse Examiners.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Laura Martinez, and I have the honor of testifying today as the Deputy Director of DCF&E. DCF&E is a distinctive and highly specialized healthcare organization. We face a number of unique sustainability challenges and work each day towards the fulfillment of our mission to lessen the impact of violence. Forensic nurses are the heart and soul of DCF&E and the ones providing dignified care to victims of sexual assault and domestic violence. Staff retention and morale are key components to our longevity. DCF&E must make significant investments not only in salaries that reflect the cost of living in the district, but also in training opportunities and employee benefits that support financial security to be a competitive public health employer. It is imperative that DCF&E maintains staff expertise. This requires ongoing investments in continuing education, training, and extensive onboarding, as many new hires are first-time forensic nurses. Forensic nurses who feel comfortable and competent in this high-stress, emotionally taxing profession are more likely to remain in the field. Further, while we've been able to invest in a basic benefits package, including access to private mental health support that our nurses need due to the nature of our work, we are still unable to offer an employee-sponsored retirement match. Staff have resigned from DCF&E because we cannot provide this match, and those that remain continue to emphasize their need for greater financial security to be part of our team. Finally, a threat to our operations that I'd like to highlight for the council is the use of inefficient government systems. Like other agencies who are testifying today, we receive our grant award payments through the DC vendor portal. This year, we have faced unexplainable payment delays that far exceeded anything we've ever experienced in the past. DCF&E completely exhausted its cash reserves and borrowing power for the critical first 2 months of our fiscal year, in which we received no revenue from the portal. This disrupted our payroll and threatened program operations. The only reason we were able to pay our staff on time is because 2 director-level employees forewent their wages until the payment was received from the vendor portal. We acknowledge that this was a system-wide failure that OVSJG did not cause. We are thankful for our grant manager who did everything she could to assist us. However, we would be remiss if we didn't flag this critical misstep in management at this public hearing. To this day, we have received no explanation or assurance the system won't fail again. We strongly encourage the council to look into the DC vendor portal operations to ensure that funds intended for OVSJG grantees are made available in a timely manner. You can attract the most talented and diverse staff in the world, but it means nothing if you can't pay them on time. Thank you for your time. DCF&E will submit this testimony for the record, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Laura, and I'm sorry that happened. We can certainly look into that with you.
Perfect, thank you.
Adrienne Artis, MD, Children's National Hospital.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Adrienne Artis, and I'm a child abuse pediatrician and the medical director of the Pediatric Sexual Assault Nurse Examiners Program here at Children's National Hospital's Child and Adolescent Protection Center. The Child and Adolescent Protection Center, otherwise known as CAPC, is a division comprised of medical professionals and mental health clinicians who work in an interdisciplinary manner to provide comprehensive, evidence-based medical assessment and treatment and trauma-informed mental health services to youth survivors of physical, sexual, or psychological maltreatment, neglect, sexual exploitation, and those at risk of harm in relation to exposure to domestic violence. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the FY 2024 proposed budget for the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Today, I want to take this opportunity to highlight how CAPC has provided care for the children and youth impacted by child maltreatment. For over 20 years, CAPC has been grateful to receive grant funding from OVSJG for sexual assault nurse examiners to provide acute forensic medical exams to the pediatric population. Since that time, the grant has grown to support child abuse pediatricians, a psychologist, licensed clinical social workers, a family and victim advocate, and administrative staff to support the full scope of trauma-specific medical and mental health services. To also expand to include follow-up evaluation for survivors seen for acute sexual assault, forensic medical evaluation for victims of non-acute sexual abuse, physical abuse and neglect, trauma-informed mental health assessments, ongoing therapy, crisis intervention, and advocacy for children and youth. CAPC continues to serve as the medical arm of the District of Columbia's MDT, multidisciplinary team response to child maltreatment. CAPC has been a member of the DC MDT since its inception, and with the passage of SAVRA in 2019, is a formal member of the DC sexual assault response team as well. We thank Mayor Bowser for enhancing funding for programs for victims of sexual assault and other victim services in her FY 2024 proposed budget and financial plan. As a recipient of the local grant funds, we are pleased to see the increase of $3 million to support Sexual Assault Victims' Right Advocacy Act of 2019 and $3.7 million to address the needs of victims and survivors, survivor service providers. As the only comprehensive medical provider of these services for children of all ages in the DC metropolitan area, CAPC handles the largest volume of child abuse cases in the region and one of the largest volumes in the whole nation. CAPC is a hospital division that benefits the community, but does not generate a sustainable revenue. However, the cost of doing work is not insignificant. We rely heavily on grant and philanthropic support to keep our doors open. The support provided by OVSJG has been an integral part of CAPC services at Children's National. Thus, we are appreciative of the increase in funding granted to CAPC in FY23 for the first time since 2015. The increased support for FY23 allowed for continued expansion of CAPC services. Expansion of some services is already underway as CAPC is recruiting an additional social worker. The addition of this social worker will allow the current social workers who also provide mental health services to expand their capacity to provide those therapy services while the new social worker concentrates on managing the, complex social work needs relevant to the CAPC clinic appointments, which regularly includes case management, preparation prior to and following the in-person evaluation. While we are extremely grateful for the increase in funding we have received, child abuse and sexual assault programs are not financially self-sustaining. In our written testimony, we have highlighted some areas that would be helpful for CAPC staff and other service providers, victim service providers, to fulfill their commitment to provide care, which includes multi-year funding to help reduce the significant amount of time required to prepare the application yearly and spend that time serving the patients and families in our care. Codifying the services of SAVRA, like our sexual assault nurse examiner program. Support for services for youth with problematic sexual behavior, and partnership with OVSJG for multidisciplinary training for victim services professionals. We want to thank OVSJG again for their continued emphasis on protecting children and adolescents impacted by physical and sexual abuse. As a district considers its funding priorities, please consider a sustained partnership with CAPC at Children's National Hospital, as this partnership is critical in supporting healthy medical and mental health outcomes.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Artis. And thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. I really appreciate all of the work that you do, and we hear you loud and clear that we need that work to be sustained. Appreciate it. We're going to move on to our next panel. We have Dr. Katie Donnelly, Heidi Ellis, Gina Day Williams, Melissa Chapman, Leon Wells, Roger Marmette, Sheena McFadden, Meg Bailey, Karina Watkins, Paula Thompson, Cynthia Spencer, Natalia Otero, Deona Wilson, Halima Gresham, and Kritika Ghosh. And Dr. Donnelly, whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Donnelly. I'm an emergency medicine pediatrician at Children's National and the medical director of our youth violence intervention program. As the largest pediatric provider in the region, Children's National was pleased to launch the only pediatric hospital-based violence intervention program in the District of Columbia in January of 2022. On behalf of Children's National Hospital and the Emergency Medicine and Trauma Center, I want to thank you for the support that you've extended to aid our efforts to care for the district's adolescents, and for this opportunity to provide testimony regarding the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. OVSJG provides critical funding and supports for the Youth Violence Intervention Program at Children's National. Our program provides victim services to youth and their families following community-based interpersonal violence, which includes gunshot injuries, stabbing injuries, and serious physical assaults. In addition to treatment for physical injury, we provide trauma-informed services, both soon after the injury and in the following months, such as mentorship, case management, and safety planning. We coordinate with schools, medical providers, the justice system, and mental health providers to promote healing and avoid retaliation after a serious violent injury. We currently provide these services with just one social worker and one violence intervention specialist, all supported by the grant provided by OVSJG. As we testified during the public roundtable on gun violence prevention and reduction initiatives last month, we are currently on track to see the largest number of children injured by firearms at Children's National in many years. Since January of 2022, we have personally enrolled 125 adolescents and their families who have suffered gunshot wounds or serious physical assaults for case management and mentorship. These children have been survivors of community violence, and they have significant needs. They struggle with feeling safe, with returning to school, and with new life-changing medical diagnoses. Our work has expanded beyond the hospital, often meeting our clients where they are, whether that is at home, on the streets, in the justice system, or most unfortunately, at the funerals of their friends and families. When considering the budget for fiscal year 2024, we think it imperative that the district continue funding dedicated to hospital-based violence intervention programs in the city, including our program directed at youth. These programs are evidence-based to reduce the rate of return for violent injury and decrease future justice involvement. We also support preserving funding for the coordinated efforts of Project Change, the collaborative group of hospital-based violence intervention programs serving Washington, D.C. We would also ask that OVSJG be allowed to offer multi-year grants to grantees. It is challenging for programs to both do the work of violence intervention and apply for time and consuming new grants every year. Multi-year grants would allow for long-term thinking and planning, avoids using valuable time each year to write grants, and provides the foundation to hire the best staff possible to accomplish our mission. Thank you for this opportunity to testify regarding the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget for the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. We look forward to working with Director Porter and the OVSJG staff in the coming year to serve pediatric survivors of community violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Donnelly. Heidi Ellis, Coordinator, DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to be off camera just because I have a small allergy attack. So
No problem. Sorry to hear that.
No problem. Thank you, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Heidi Ellis, and I work as a consultant advocate here in the district. I'm here today representing the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, which consists of representatives from local LGBTQ and ally organizations. The coalition is an affiliate of the larger DC LGBTQ leaders group, but our mission-driven group works to advocate for the dedicated funding that supports LGBTQ residents of the district with a focus on trans people of color and low-income residents. We want to thank the chairwoman and other members of the council for their continued support in working to address our needs. But we're here today to talk about these cuts. The DC LGBTQ Budget Coalition is concerned about how many aspects of the mayor's proposed budget, about many aspects of the mayor's proposed budget as it significantly cuts vital programming services for our communities. Specifically, we are outraged at the cuts to the OVSJG, Justice Grants and Victim Services lines in the budget, and for re-entry housing for returning citizens. My colleagues from the Wanda Alsa Foundation, who are members of our coalition, have already testified about the specific impacts of these cuts. As you know, queer people face equal or higher rates of intimate partner violence compared to their counterparts. This is a pervasive sense of invisibility in service systems for queer survivors. and a lack of awareness around what abuse in queer relationships look like. Queer survivors are not receiving the support they need. The coalition requested $600,000, an additional $250,000 for OVSJG to expand these services and outreach for members of the queer community impacted by intimate partner violence, sexual assault, and hate crimes. This request was ignored in the mayor's budget, and our funding in the supplemental FY23 budget is also in danger, which would have immediate impacts on life-saving services. The queer community continues to be put into position to suffer the greatest cuts when our community already receives a fraction of the investments. The mayor's budget tells the queer community that we are an easy target, and even though demographically we represent the highest queer population per capita in the US, we are not seen as a valued constituency outside of an election year. We are urging this committee and the council to save the FY23 funding and restore and increase it for FY24. We will look forward to working with you, Chair Pinto, and others to achieve these goals. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Heidi. I hope you feel better soon. Gina Day Williams, Jubilee Housing.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Gina Day Williams, and I'm the Director of Reentry at Jubilee Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today regarding the critical need for increased investment and supporting our returning citizen community members. Jubilee Housing, founded in 1973, works to build diverse, compassionate communities. As Jubilee approaches its 50th anniversary, we remain committed to residents of our city who deserve to live in quality housing that they can afford and receive the type of services that allows them to thrive. Recognizing the role we can play in the Adams Morgan neighborhood to combat gentrification and maintain an inclusive, diverse community, Jubilee has come to understand its work as Justice Housing, which is deeply affordable housing in thriving neighborhoods with supportive services on site and within walking distance. By bridging the gap in access to resources between lower and higher income district residents, Jubilee is chipping away at disparities in outcomes and divide our city along both racial and economic lines. In addition to our housing portfolio, Jubilee also provides an array of services to at-risk populations. Nearly a decade ago, Jubilee gained awareness of the magnitude of challenges facing returning citizens and began developing housing and support services for their residents of the city. We are a member of the DC RAN, Reentry Action Network, which is a coalition exclusively for reentry service providers and their clients. RAN's vision is to ensure that all justice-involved people in the District of Columbia have access to a multitude of high-quality reentry services to support their successful reintegration back into the community. We fully support RAN's budget recommendations. Our reentry transitional housing program targets housing, community support, and comprehensive services explicitly to returning citizens, serving up to 45 returning citizens per year. Upon successful completion, residents are able to graduate into Jubilee apartments and other long-term affordable housing options. Our experience has taught us that housing coupled with strong support services will facilitate successful transitions. Indeed, Jubilee's transitional housing program demonstrates the impact of stable housing and services through its recidivism data. Jubilee has served well over 300 returning citizens within the 8-year history of the program and has successfully averted millions of dollars in DC reincarceration costs by achieving a 3-year recidivism rate of only 11%. Jubilee has acquired additional properties designed to expand housing and services for returning citizens, 26 permanent units and 18 units of immediate housing. With a recidivism rate of approximately 36% in the district at an annual cost of over $80 million, we know that the current practices for assisting men and women returning home from incarceration are not working, and we need a more aggressive and coordinated system to support a successful transition for victims of mass incarceration as they re-enter society. The establishment of a platform of affordable housing and wraparound services dedicated to returning citizens and available immediately upon release from incarceration will result in improved outcomes. We appreciate the increases in the OVSJG budget, including justice grants, over the past several years and the increased focus on returning citizens. The overall OVSJG budget reflects a more equitable balance with victim services programs, and we are hoping this trend continues this year and in future years. After reviewing the FY24 proposed budget for OVSJG, we were concerned to see a net decrease of 28.9%. and local funding from FY 2023. This is particularly alarming as it relates to the available funds for justice grants, which the majority of RAND members or organizations rely upon as an essential source of funding. Specifically, the FY 2024 budget shows a net decrease of over 4.7 million in justice grants funding for a total of approximately 18 million. We understand the challenges that come from the lost federal funding via the APRA funds and recognize the budget implications that has on the ability for OVSJG to provide grants to reentry service organizations. That is even more reason why we would encourage the committee to increase local funding for justice grants to match the FY 23 levels of 22.8 million. As a political and budget priorities shift, the need for reentry services does not. The DC Department of Correction reports a decrease in the jail population from over 1,400 inmates in 2021 to 2022 by the end of December 2022. This is just one example of the constant flow of formerly incarcerated District of Columbia residents coming home. Successful reentry for our residents not only reduces criminal activity, but it also helps lay a proper foundation for public safety and stabilize our local economy. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Gina.
Thank you.
Melissa Chapman, public witness.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and those attending. My name is Melissa Chapman. I was represented by DC Legal Aid in my custody case and my child support case. I'm here today to speak to the council about how much of a difference DC Legal Aid made to me and my family. My custody case was legally complicated. My ex hired a lawyer who was filing countless motions and litigating the case extensively and aggressively. I was deposed, I had to submit to discovery, and I had to appear for numerous hearings. Having legal aid attorneys representing me during such an intense case gave me an opportunity to focus on my children and my mental health. My lawyers shielded me and took the brunt of it because they knew how much it was affecting me. And that really allowed me to focus on taking care of my mental health and that of my children, which included getting them involved with Safe Shores trauma therapy. My case was also very emotionally intense. I had a very extensive domestic violence history with my ex and experienced years of his control and abuse. And at that time, I sought assistance from DC Legal Aid. I had a civil protection order against my ex and had sole custody of our two children through that CPO. However, he decided to fight me for custody once the CPO expired. The history of domestic violence with my ex made my custody case particularly difficult because I knew how manipulative he was and how easily people believed what he said. It was very traumatizing to have to be around him at hearings. And so my legal team literally surrounded me and gave me all the support that I needed. Having representation made a significant difference for me because my attorneys shielded me from the aspects of the litigation that felt triggering to me. And I was still, again, able to focus on myself, my mental health and healing, and caring for my two children. My case lasted over 2 years with countless hearings and motions, depositions, and discovery. The court process can be so fatiguing, but I felt supported by my attorneys. They made sure I didn't get bombarded. They were very supportive and encouraging me, uplifting me, and keeping me encouraged to do what I was doing, and that my voice mattered. It gave me a lot of strength and courage during the trial to show up every time ready and poised to go. During the pendency of my case, I found numerous other legal issues that were related to my case, and DC Legal Aid assisted me as well. I had fled domestic violence from another state, and that triggered issues related to my public benefits. DC Legal Aid helped me resolve those issues. I was living in a DV shelter housing, but was in the process of finding longer-term housing and had questions. The DC Legal Aid advised me on that as well. I learned that my abusive ex had racked up debt in my name and had debt collectors coming after me. DC Legal Aid helped me rectify that issue. DC Legal Aid felt like a blessing, just a huge blessing. When the case first began, It was very daunting and intimidating to me. I never knew or expected to get this much support. It meant everything to me. I don't think I would have been able to get through this case and all of its complexities without all of the support DC Legal Aid provided me and my family in family law and other practice areas. My custody trial itself lasted 3 whole days, including testimony from multiple witnesses and numerous pieces of evidence. Having my legal aid attorneys at trial with me felt empowering, absolutely empowering. If it wasn't for legal aid, I honestly don't know how I would have fared mentally because of how aggressively everything was coming at me, even though I was the one to file. It felt like I was always on the defense. They really shielded me so much that I could focus on myself and my children. It felt empowering, like I finally had a voice. And thank you for letting me testify today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your story. Leon Wells, public witness. Leon, you're still muted.
Oh, there we are. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a district resident. I've lived in the district for 67 years and counting. I first employed the services of legal aid back in 2004, and I was successful. Well, with their help, I was successful in my case. Since then, legal aid has offered me an opportunity to give back and help the community. I'm part of the Community Advisory Council, where I reach out to members in the community and the ward, and we discuss problems, and we take it back to the meetings that we have, quarterly meetings that we have, and we plan a strategy as to how to address the issues of the community. And all this is done through the services of legal aid. And with that, I'm eternally grateful. And whatever the budget cuts that are looming, I would hope that you guys would be a little more thoughtful in doing so and cutting these budgets, because this community, this legal aid has, I personally, with legal aid's help, have helped a lot of people and would like to continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leon. Next, we have Roger Marmet, Peace for DC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and other advocates. And this is a heartbreaking day, and I appreciate your stamina in hearing all of the stories of how this budget fails so many victims, survivors, of which I am one, and residents. And I don't think you need me to amplify how dire the situation is or how this budget does more harm than good. I'm not here to advocate for our organization. I'm here to advocate for a concept and a system and a belief that we can change the narrative. But it requires us to change our thinking from choices to an imperative to fund proven solutions to end our gun violence crisis. I'm joining you today from the DC Peace Academy, which council member you've visited, where we have brought private funding to train the workforce of peacemakers that work in the city, some in hospitals, some in safe passage, some elsewhere. And since I became a survivor, I determined to do something, but the city needs to do its part. And we've heard so many just compelling and horrifying reasons. And when we see that the city isn't on board with solving this crisis, it's heartbreaking. If you wanted to design a budget to increase violence, this would be a pretty good approach. Sometimes the only way to keep someone safe from cyclical and retaliatory violence is to get them alternative housing, but we take that away. Sometimes hospital intervention is the key to stopping a retaliation. And if we cut that, we allow for more. The cuts to reentry will also fuel the cycle. If somebody needs support to keep them on a positive trajectory. So we talk about choices, but I'm here to point out the reason this shouldn't be a choice. The investments in community violence intervention and those through OVSJG are imperative if we want to solve this. And there's a budget reason. In a study done by the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform that was funded by Peace for DC, the cost of violence in DC, both in 2021 and 2022, were over $1 billion each of those years, paid for by taxpayers, some federal, some local. So 1.53 million for every homicide, 783,000 for every injury shooting. In a $19.7 billion budget, maybe $1 billion doesn't seem like much. But if we could reduce this violence by 20%, imagine what we could do with that 200 million that we would have to take care of people. That's the imperative right now. That's the economic argument. And I think it gets lost when we talk about tough choices in a tough budget year. Where'd the ARPA funding go? Why aren't these considered essential services? If we want to continue on the trajectory that our hospital doctors are seeing, with record numbers of victims coming in, we can do that too. But from where I sit, we owe it to every child who might lose their lives way too young, like my son did. We owe it to every child to do everything we can to give them a full life, and as the mayor likes to put it, a fair shot. Thank you, council member, because it's going to take leading the way with your colleagues, with the council chair, to stop making this about tough choices. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Roger. Sheena McFadden, Executive Director, Community Family Life Services.
Hello, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you very much for taking the time to hear my testimony today and the testimony of Community Family Life Services clients who will be testifying today. My name is Sheena McFadden, and I am the Executive Director of Community Family Life Services. Community Family Life Services has been in existence since 1969 and is a nonprofit that provides children, families, and adults with the tools they need to move themselves beyond poverty and homelessness. We also support women who are returning home following a period of incarceration by assisting them as they move into permanent self-sufficiency. Through a one-stop service delivery model, we have developed an organization that provides services using a combination of direct supports and partner relationships. We begin our work while women are in prison or jail and continue that work when they return to the community, offering supports for up to 5 years. Our programs and services include transitional housing, release planning, health and wellness, HIV services, and supports employment coaching and placement, case management, family education, and emergency services. Women are an undeserved subset and already undeserved population. By gearing our services towards women, we are able to ensure no one falls through the cracks of DC's social safety net. Focusing on women also allows us to target the specific needs of justice-involved women. According to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, 79% of women in federal and state prisons reported physical abuse, and over 60% reported past sexual abuse have a history of physical or sexual abuse before being incarcerated. Some studies have suggested that number could be even higher. Women coming home from prison require trauma-informed and gender-responsive services. CFLS is uniquely positioned to provide those services. With the help of DC City Government through the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, we have been able to expand our services to more women in the district and deepen the support we offer our existing clients. In fiscal year 2022, Community Family Life Services was able to provide supportive services to 386 members of the DC community. Through the American Rescue Plan, CFLS has been able to disperse over $800,000 since October 1st, 2022. These services have been a lifeline to women returning from incarceration, escaping a domestic violence situation, experiencing homelessness, grappling with an HIV/AIDS diagnosis, or in dire economic straits. Community Family Life Services is there to ensure that they do not slip through the cracks, and that people in need here in DC has an organization to turn to when they need assistance. Later on today, you will have the opportunity to hear from members of the CFLS Speakers Bureau. These members have been impacted by domestic violence, the criminal legal system, and other hardships. They will tell you firsthand about the needs they face and what the DC government through OVSJG can do to better support people in crisis here in Washington, DC. I join my colleagues and partner organizations in the DC Reentry Action Network in calling for $30 million of an investment into reentry services, housing services, data collection, and capacity building support for organizations like Community Family Life Services. We know that community support is the difference between someone making a successful reentry, reestablishing themselves after a period of homelessness, or leaving domestic violence situations. Friends, families, and neighbors can provide the social supports that people need, but they are often in economic needs themselves and are unable to provide the material support needed during a crisis. With the support of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, we can be there to provide that material support that will make all the difference to someone in need. I thank you very much for the support that was provided to Community Family Life Services last year, and we look forward to our continued partnership with OVSJG in the coming fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Meg Bailey, Community Family Life Services Speaker Bureau member.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Meg Bailey. I'm a resident in the district, a CFLS Speakers Bureau member, a mother, and also a returning citizen. I can say I'm proud of the woman sitting before you today. I'm someone who's turned her life completely around. I make a living amends every single day for the mistakes that I made in the past by just living a good life and doing my part to make this world a better place. I do that by helping others see that they have options and can make different decisions than the ones I made that led me down this path of destruction. My journey was full of guilt, shame, addiction, domestic violence, and then prison. But not before I did terrible damage to myself, my friends and family, and also to my community. I've come a long way from the woman sentenced to 10 years in federal prison. And I wouldn't be where I am in my reentry journey if it wasn't for the services made available to me since coming to the district. Please continue to fund and expand funding for reentry services in DC. While getting ready to come home, I did everything I could to prepare myself. I wrote organizations I read about and talked in depth to my counselor and family, so we would all have realistic expectations about what life would be like when I was finally released. Honestly, I was convinced that I would have to do it all on my own, without help from anyone. So to get to the halfway house and find out that I had access to a computer lab and CFLS hosted Zoom meetings with us regularly to help connect us to services was a really unexpected surprise. Within a few short months, I was taking classes online, working on multiple certifications, had an ID, found a job, started saving money. I had applied to the Speakers Bureau, Was working with CFLS as a client participating in their starter kit program. I had enrolled in their financial literacy housing program, which helped me find a place to live and slowly helped me stand on my own 2 feet. I came home from federal prison on August 17th, 2020. I left the halfway house 8 months later in April of 2021. It's been 2 years since getting my own place, and things just keep getting better. I've been given numerous raises from my employer, and I'm a trusted employee. I was released from probation a 1.5 years early for good behavior. My teenage son moved in with me a 1.5 years ago, and that comes with its own challenges. But we're working with a therapist and finding our way through all the hurdles we face. CFLS has a wide range of services that they offer to women like me, someone who made terrible mistakes after experiencing horrific trauma. I am someone who genuinely put in the work to change and needed nothing more than the opportunity to get out and start over. CFLS and other reentry organizations gave me the opportunity to do this and be wildly successful. Please continue to provide funding to organizations like this who help me achieve my success. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much, Meg, and congratulations, and thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Karina Watkins, Community Family Life Services Speaker Bureau member. All right, Paula Thompson, DC Reentry Action Network and Voices for a Second Chance.
Greetings, Chairperson Pinto. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today to share my impressions of what we can do together as the city to better meet the needs of this often overlooked and stigmatized group of citizens involved in the criminal justice system. I am the Executive Director of Voices for a Second Chance and founder and co-chair of the DC Reentry Action Network. I'm here to talk about the future of this city. Over the past 3 years, in spite of the challenges of COVID, RAN has collectively worked together as 30 CBOs to take care of the men and women who return to the city from incarceration who are justice involved. We need to get in front of victimization by taking better care of each other. So let me tell you about my organization, Voices for a Second Chance, to give you an idea of what we do. Since 1969, we have provided survival and stabilization services at VSC. And in 2022, we served over 1,100 individuals. Through the support of OVSJG over the past several years, we have been able to grow collectively and individually in support of some of our most marginalized residents. Today, you will hear their stories. You've already heard some of their stories already from Meg in their voices. But as you listen to them, remember that all of us at one time or another needed a second chance. Imagine our city if we embraced our most vulnerable and truly provided that second chance. So often the narrative is that these individuals are the perpetrators of crimes in our city. But as you will hear and have heard, many have come home to nothing. VSC and other RAN organizations welcomes them, connects them to important benefits, identify information to get them started. We work with them on planning their future and support their belief in their ability to reintegrate in these communities as providers for their families and as community rebuilders. They require a lot of support to get housing, employment, mental and physical treatment, and a positive peer support network as they try to navigate their road to being a productive member of our city. So let's look at the citywide challenges. During FY22, 4,151 persons were identified for community supervision in DC. Approximately 3,000 of them were ordered by the DC Superior Court to probation, and 537 individuals were released from incarceration in a federal BOP facility on parole or supervised release. Approximately 1 in every 110 adults in the District of Columbia are under supervision. VSC alone served 127 clients who were detained in the halfway house. And again, we still do not have a halfway house to welcome our residents home. We also provided support to 129 clients once the DC jail opened inside of the facility. I'm sharing these numbers because we know that there are many more that we would like to reach. We conduct community outreach and we work closely with CSOSA to support these clients. The RAND member organization's essential services requires significant financial support. We are asking for an equitable part of the OVSJG budget so that we can increase public safety and prevent victimization. The programs we provide supporting justice-involved individuals are a critical part of this effort. So in closing, as my other colleagues have said already, both Gina and Shana, that our RAND ask is $10 million specifically for reentry support, $15 million specifically for reentry housing. The proposed cuts to the OVSJG budget undermines the significant progress made over recent years. With the increased investments in reentry CBOs and justice-involved residents, we understand the revenue shortfalls, but our most marginalized communities should not brunt the loss. As our victim services colleagues have stated, that the budget cut should not rest on their services, nor should it be absorbed by reentry providers. The RAND looks forward to working with you and your staff to continue to build on our impact across the city to prevent victimization and help facilitate peace in the city. Who else can do it than those with lived experience? We appreciate the partnership of Director Porter, Deputy Director Stewart, and the rest of the JG team. April is Second Chance Month, and I stand with President Biden in recognition of the needs of our returning citizens. And to quote him, and I think we all should make sure that we absorb this, that once someone completes their sentence, they should have the chance to earn a living, build a life, and participate in our democracy as fellow citizens. This is what second chances look like, and every American and every DC resident should have an equal shot at one. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Paula.
You're welcome.
Karina Watkins, Community Family Life Services Speaker Bureau member.
Good morning, good afternoon, council member. Greetings. My name is Karina Watkins. The penal system know me as 02-972-007. I am a returning citizen. I'm also dual diagnosed with substance use disorder as well as mental health. I currently live in Ward 8 and I am re-traumatized daily with all the violence. I'm also a mother and a grandmother. What does reentry really mean? Reentry refers to the transition from prison or jails back into the community. Reentry programs are designed to ensure that returning citizens, like every other citizen, can find employment, access stable housing, and become active contributors to their communities. Change is a process. It doesn't matter how long a person has been in prison. It can be a couple of months or a few years. The reentry process should start as soon as possible. Taking the necessary steps before release to prepare for the upcoming day. We have one halfway house for women. It's in a drug-infested area, and that is high in crime, along with the drug programs. Before my release, I applied for my Social Security card, housing, and other resources that would assist me in my entry process. Even though I applied for these things, the case management that was responsible with assisting me in getting the credentials I needed for release never followed up nor followed through. Many times I wanted to do right, to get myself together. I would not have anywhere to go, so I would do what I always did to escape my reality, and that's to give up on me. Having adequate housing is truly the cornerstone for returning citizens. Housing should not just be located in the high crime areas, but spread it throughout the city. Just because we have committed an offense or two doesn't make us bad people. All of us have made bad choices. Some are exposed and some aren't. However, returning citizens deserve to have housing that is conducive to their new way of life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karina. Cynthia Spencer, public witness. Natalia Otero, Executive Director of DC Safe.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Natalia Otero, and I am the Executive Director and co-founder of DC Safe. I am here representing the organization that touches the lives of over 11,657 survivors of domestic violence. Given the number of people who are forced to live out the most difficult time in their lives right in front of us, I feel an extreme level of responsibility to be here today in honor of those who are still here, and especially in honor of those who have lost their lives. What I wanted to say is that if the district wants to decrease the number of survivors losing their lives, alleviate the lack of housing instability, provide tangible help and access to help to those living with violence, support children living in homes with violence, provide access to justice for people who need it, and many more things that my colleagues have described today, it will have to properly and sustainably resource the community operating organizations that do the work at a baseline level of $47.6 million, which means that our ask for the domestic violence continuum is a $15.268 million investment. If the ask is too large, then our work has just begun. We are here as community advocates, leaders, survivors, and community members to discuss the need of the people we serve. This is my 17th budget cycle, and this conversation always seems to go a little bit backwards. If the ask is not feasible now, then when and how can we make it happen? As community-based organizations, we are here to tell you what the need is, what our missions are, and how we do the work. I understand that as city officials, you're in a difficult place, but I certainly am not minimizing that. I ask that you please do not assume that because our asks are large that we're asking for funds that we do not need, or that we are out of touch or unrealistic. We're simply telling you that what we are experiencing on the ground and are willing to do the work with you to get us to a better place. Deputy Mayor Pia yesterday said that the city partners with and should continue to partner with community organizations, but that she is interested in going back to basics. Frankly, that was a bit puzzling to me. As you have heard today and yesterday, we have been operating on the most basic of levels for a while. What I see here is a large and diverse group of organizations which provide very specialized help that the government should not be providing. Partners who supplement what government can do, but do it more efficiently, and others that meet needs so basic that they should always be considered structurally necessary and supported accordingly. OVSJG has been our largest funder since our inception in 2006, and they likewise support the entire continuum of victim services, providing as much as 50 to 85% of grantees' budgets. If the 20% cut in their FY24 proposed budget comes to fruition, it will severely and adversely impact victim services organizations and will likely result in increased fatalities in the communities we serve, a decrease in life-saving supports, and in some cases, the end of whole organizations. At DC Safe, we are specifically concerned about the following things. How are we going to continue to support 60% more clients with a minimum of 20% less? Will we be forced to consider layoffs or other serious changes to our programming? Will this be the end of our 24/7 accessibility, that it's the first of its kind in the district? What happens with the new shelter building we are set to open this summer? When we consider the city's capital investment in our new shelter building, it would be shameful and frankly unethical for the city not to invest adequately in its operations. Lastly, why has it taken the city 2 years to consider signing off on an updated city administrator's order for the high-risk domestic violence initiative from 2009, especially since, unlike the SAVRA, it is not requiring any new commitment from city funds? This lack of vision is severely impeding the work of 17-member multidisciplinary team that is willing to do the work purely because they have seen it save lives and believe in its vision. Ultimately, the issues I listed above are tough decisions that we need to make while we await for the final budget. However, in the meantime, we insist that OVSJG share the agency's priorities for FY24 and develop and launch a simplified grant application process for the FY24 budget. Without this, it is unclear how the agency plans to respond, if they plan to distribute any funding loss equitably across all grantees, or if some programs and initiatives will be closed entirely. Ultimately, as a leader and an advocate myself, I believe in the power of collective vision and saw firsthand all of the partners here present and all of the city agencies rally around survivors during the pandemic and hope that in the face of this new crisis, we can rise to the occasion again. I look forward to meeting and hearing from Director Porter and working with OVSJG and the committee as a whole in the coming year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalia. Pratika Ghosh, Asian Pacific Islander Domestic Violence Resource Project.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Kritika Ghosh, and I am the Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Islander Domestic Violence Resource Project. And I come here both as the ED of the agency and also as a survivor myself. DVRP supports and mobilizes Asian Pacific Islanders to build safer communities by responding to harm and striving to end gender and power-based violence. Since 1996, DVRP has been at the forefront providing culturally specific, trauma-informed, and survivor-centered services for API survivors and communities in the District of Columbia. About 75% of the individuals we serve are limited English proficiency or non-English proficient, and many of them are low-income immigrants who have recently moved to the United States. Oftentimes, DVRP is their only source of support because of the isolating nature of domestic violence, compounded by the lack of understanding of the culture in the country and the dominant language. DVRP provides case management in 20 plus API languages by having multilingual case managers on staff, and has started offering culturally relevant mental health therapy, initially through funding from OVSJG. Beyond providing direct care and services, DVRP deeply understands that futures without violence can only exist if we tackle the problem at its root. Thus, DVRP's work also involves prevention efforts by which we proactively understand what our community needs through community-based listening sessions and offering education around topics of domestic violence, safety, healthy relationships through trainings and educational resources. Being the only pan-Asian organization serving survivors in the district, we see that API communities face layered forms of violence. The global pandemic brought to the forefront long-standing, deeply embedded systemic inequities that disproportionately affected marginalized and racialized communities. API individuals saw a rise in racial identity-based violence and harassment, the latest in a long and complex history of oppression, marginalization, and violence targeting API people. We have also seen the gendered nature of anti-Asian hate, with women making up 78% of those impacted. DVRP strongly believes that Asian Pacific Islander survivors and other marginalized survivors of gender and power-based violence have evolving needs, which needs to be continually addressed in our work supporting them. As a member of the Victim Assistance Network, we urge the DC Council to provide $15.268 million in recurring local funding to OVSJG's budget to meet the required $47.6 million baseline dedicated funding level for victim services in FY24. OVSJG has also been instrumental in helping our small but mighty team provide culturally and linguistically relevant services to a marginalized community in DC. Through the funds that we received from OVSJG, we helped support survivors in DC through case management and healing sessions, and we are also able to provide culturally specific mental health therapy to API survivors in the district, which has been a critical program for the individuals we work with. To access free culturally specific therapy is incredibly difficult. Since receiving funding from OVSJG in March 2022, we were able to offer 179 sessions to our DC-based API clients, many of whom come from cultures with deep-rooted mental health stigma. Survivors have appreciated having access to a culturally specific trauma-informed therapist. Unfortunately, any cuts to our OVS budget would result in the mental health services to be the first to be impacted, as it is a new program. The mayor's FY24 budget for OVSJG victim services cuts this already has cuts through insufficient funding by $7.7 million, which is a cut of 20%. It is not possible to maintain core services for survivors unless this funding is restored. As a culturally specific community-based organization, DVRP is rooted in understanding the complex multi-layered challenges and obstacles that survivors from our community face while attempting to access services. We serve some of DC's most marginalized and underserved survivors. As a small organization, often working over capacity, we have greater barriers related to lack of historical data and funding stability, fundraising capabilities, and visibility in qualifying and applying for funding opportunities. Yet the populations we often serve suffer from compounding traumas that span their experiences living in the US and abroad. Our program has critical needs for infrastructure funding to be able to. Or am I done? Okay, so basically in a nutshell, I support all of the asks so far that we have made as a group for not just, for the cuts to be reversed, for you to think critically about the fact that the pandemic is still continuing and that we need services and supports for our marginalized communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Halima Gresham, public witness.
Good afternoon, Chair Member Pinto. Thank you for having me. My name is Halima Gresham, and I received legal assistance from Bread for the City under the Access to Justice Initiative. Prior to needing assistance, I'm a counselor by trade. I worked overseas in public safety and welfare and was in charge of family services, and I started foster care overseas in a small Caribbean country. When I came back, I married someone from over there, and I came back to America, my home country, and I brought that individual here. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a nightmare. During that same time when he came, my eldest son also came home from college, completely psychotic, and has now been deemed as schizophrenic. I had to quit my job and stay home to take care of my son because I couldn't leave him in my home unattended. During that time, my husband at that time became very verbally abusive towards myself and my children. We have 2 small children together. And he started having a bunch of extramarital affairs during a very tough time when I was dealing with my son's mental health. One time I asked him about his cheating, and he choked me and cut my neck. He started to really abuse our younger children, and it became a nightmare. For 3-4 hours at night, he would just scream and yell at us, and it was terrible. As someone that helped so many people, you never know when the tables will change or turn, and you too may need assistance. So I reached out to Bread for the City, and I had a wonderful attorney named Erin, and she helped me file a divorce and regain structure in my home. During the time that we struggled, my children, their education suffered. They were depressed as well as myself. And it was very disheartening. But we regained our home back, and I was able to divorce an abuser. And my children are doing very well. My younger children are thriving now and are happy. And we don't have to live under those pretenses of abuse. As an advocate for women and children all my life, please don't cut services for the most neediest of our population, because even the educated ones, as myself, have needed help. And it's been a very humbling experience. And if you work in public safety and welfare of all, it has opened my eyes to realize that we're all the same and we all need help and support. And the district is really struggling with a lot of different things, even coming from the pandemic. And domestic violence is real. So I humbly ask you not to cut services for these agencies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Halima. I'm so sorry for what you went through. Thank you for sharing your story. And thank you to everybody on this panel for sharing your own story or the work that you do on behalf of people who really need your continued work. I hear you, and the committee hears you. We appreciate you being here today. We're going to move on to our next panel of public witnesses. Gabby Molnick, Majewski, Marla Soindel, Kimberly Holmes, Aaron Hall, Melissa Millar, Amy Nelson, James Madigan, Roxana Richardson, Laurel Patchen, Sam Crane, Natasha Walls-Smith, Caroline Ackerman, Nadia Salazar, Josh Baguette, Michael Scott, and Mike Corbett. You are a moment to join. Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started? Christina Jackson, Executive Director, Washington Council of Lawyers.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and council members. It is my honor to testify today on behalf of the Washington Council of Lawyers and to urge the council to restore the 60% cut in funding for the Access to Justice initiative. The reduction in the initiative's budget will have catastrophic consequences for thousands of district residents who rely on the program for legal help. You've heard many of them today, and will face the downstream consequences of those services being eliminated or reduced. And we've heard about those as well. As the Public Interest Bar Association for the District of Columbia, we appreciate the council's stalwart support of civil legal services. Your consistent leadership in creating and continuing to support the initiative has been invaluable. I know today is a long day, and I know this committee and you in particular are keenly aware of the need, but I think the sheer number of witnesses at this hearing speaks to the vital importance of this funding. We bring a unique perspective to today's hearing. Our work provides us an overview of how our network of legal and social service providers collaborate to advance justice and support our neighbors. And so we emphasize the critical importance of continued consistent funding in protecting our neighbors whose civil legal needs were significant before the pandemic, exacerbated by the health crisis, and continue to grow. For the district's low and moderate income residents, civil legal representation is often out of reach and remains a significant barrier in their efforts to navigate the civil legal system. But the Access to Justice initiative in the District of Columbia works. Legal support leads to better outcomes and a fairer, more just experience with the legal system. Failing to invest in these services jeopardizes district residents' safety, health, housing, economic stability. You've heard it, you'll continue to hear it today. If legal help is unavailable, all residents will suffer, but especially DC's most vulnerable: children, elders, individuals with disabilities, immigrants, and others. And make no mistake, district residents are in crisis. The last 3 years only served to worsen the crisis. We have seen a dramatic increase in the unmet legal needs of our community, and the affordability of legal services continues to be a barrier. We are not in recovery. These circumstances have exponentially increased the likelihood that residents will experience civil legal problems, and the increasing demand for civil legal representation is truly staggering and threatens to overwhelm an already struggling legal system and the legal services community's ability to meet its collective mission of providing equal justice to all. Despite the district's investment in the Access to Justice initiative and the essential and committed work of legal services and pro bono lawyers, our committee continues to face a substantial justice gap. I know you know that. The demand for legal services far exceeds the resources available. And as a result, low-income families and individuals are navigating high-stakes legal situations on their own. At a time when our nation and city continue to suffer from the consequences of the public health emergency and a racial justice crisis, the need to fund civil legal services adequately and sufficiently is greater than ever before. Without adequate funding for civil legal services, there is no meaningful access to the legal system for the district's most vulnerable residents. And without the availability of affordable legal representation, racial and socioeconomic inequities will continue to widen. New funding in FY22 and 23 for the initiative allowed many of our legal service providers to expand meaningfully and develop new programs to meet unmet community needs, especially in wards 5, 7, and 9, where nearly 2/3 of district Black families reside. That funding must continue. We are fortunate in the district to have a vibrant and dedicated public interest legal community. Our legal service providers do an excellent job of stewarding the funds they receive and leveraging that money to reach more clients through pro bono partnerships with law firms and corporations who provide countless hours of pro bono service for our neighbors in need. However, pro bono service is not a substitute for a network of well-funded, stable, and professional full-time civil legal service providers who are experts in their field. So we call for vital funding to allow the lawyers and legal services partners to stand on the front lines and meet the growing critical needs of our neighbors. Decreasing funding to civil legal aid groups will leave many unable to meet their basic needs. We cannot stress enough that any cut in funding to the legal services community would drastically reduce the number of people served daily. We call for the FY23 funds to be restored. Thank you so much to the council and to this committee for your support of civil legal service providers, and we implore you that you invest further in civil justice as a means of creating a more equitable city. Thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to everyone else's today. And of course, we will answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much, Christina. Next, we'll have Commissioner Peter Wood from ANC 1C03. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. So my name is Peter Wood. I'm an advisor neighborhood commissioner in single member District 3 and Adams Morgan, which of course means I'm a Ward 1 resident. And today I want to bring further attention to the drastic cuts made to services or suggested to be made to services for survivors of domestic violence and advocate against those proposed budget cuts. The first thing I want to emphasize is inconsistencies. Overall, the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2024 is down 1.3% from the previous year. And yet in the social service sector, we see cuts of 20% up to 60%. That doesn't add up. And more importantly, it puts lives at further risk. It also doesn't reflect the trend for how the federal government is approaching similar issues. Federal funding for victim services has increased, and in some cases is at record levels. This is not to say I'm ignorant of the reality of budget decisions. Sadly, not every worthy investment can get the funding needed every year. Sometimes compromises are necessary. But to disproportionately put the burden of those compromises on service providers who directly and immediately keep people safe from harm is immoral and fiscally irresponsible. Let me focus on that second point just a little longer, fiscal responsibility. Survivors of domestic violence encounter many obstacles in the journey toward regaining normalcy and justice. When a government reduces investments in much needed services that facilitate individuals during the recovery process, it increases the likelihood that additional, often more costly expenses will be needed later on. And it exacerbates risk factors which incur non-financial tolls like stress, worry, hunger, physical and emotional exhaustion, barriers to legal representation, and even self-harm. Disproportionately denying domestic violence funding is as wasteful as it is hurtful in both the short and long term. There are specific areas of need that must be accounted for in this and every DC budget. Housing is a fundamental area, and I urge council to invest an additional $18 million to ensure survivors of domestic violence have fair access to both permanent and transitional settings. As public servants, it is our responsibility to ensure those who need a place to stay safe are able to find one quickly and economically. I also suggest council allocates an additional $5 million for organizations and the programming for supporting domestic violence survivors. Our investments are futile if we don't support trained professionals who guide intended beneficiaries through the bureaucratic process. As it currently stands, the 2024 budget would cut some programs by 50 up to 100%. This would be a debilitating blow to a sector of work that is already underfunded. Mental health is another area in desperate need of budget prioritization. That can start by increasing the budget by $1 million to hire full and part-time mental health practitioners who will focus on the needs of those directly affected by domestic violence. Like other forms of violence, domestic violence does more than simply hurt a person's body. It damages their psychological well-being in ways that, left untreated, can create a dark hole that is increasingly difficult to escape. I won't stand for that, and neither should you. I further want to call attention to the need for legal services to be sufficiently funded for survivors of domestic violence. Having predictable access to legal representation and counsel plays a fundamental role in disrupting downward cycles following domestic violence. It helps ensure survivors don't miss court dates, that they understand complex legal obstacles more clearly, and that the cost of pursuing closure after injustice doesn't lead to poverty and incarceration. And I'll just close on an anecdote. I'm an ANC commissioner, and as other commissioners know, that means people come to me with their problems. It can be humbling, but it's also so valuable in making sure all voices are acknowledged. I recently caught up with some constituents of mine who have been going through some tough times. Last week, one of them got in an argument with her boyfriend. That boyfriend abruptly kicked her out of their apartment. She slept on the sidewalk and woke up to swollen ankles following a night with near freezing temperatures. Hungry and tired, she kept apologizing to me because she hadn't taken a shower in a while and didn't smell her best. If you want to truly, deeply comprehend just what chronic suffering feels like, it is this. It is people, flawed but honest, who are too tired to speak up for themselves, too tired to fight back, too tired to resist urges to give up. Some do, some don't. And it's up to us to make the fight towards a dignified life easier. It is up to us to invest in 2024 and beyond in the future of our city. Thank you, and I look forward to receiving your support.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. Thank you for sharing that powerful story. Next, we'll hear from Danielle Burrs, Council for Court Excellence.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Danielle Burrs, and I'm testifying in my role as Senior Policy Counsel for the Council for Court Excellence, or CCE. CCE is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with a mission to enhance justice for all in the District of Columbia. For over 40 years, CCE has worked to improve the administration of justice in the courts and related agencies in DC through research and policy analysis. Please note that in accordance with our policy, no judicial member of CCE participated in the formulation or approval of this testimony. This testimony does not reflect the specific views of or endorsement by any judicial member of CCE. Thank you for this opportunity to present our organization's views on the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants FY24 budget. We want to begin by thanking Mayor Bowser and the Council for the needed infusion of funding to OVSJG in the FY22 and 23 budgets, including investments in the district's Access to Justice initiative. As you've heard and will continue to hear today, given the robust witness list, my frontline service provider colleagues and the individual witnesses who have generously rearranged their days to participate today will go into depth about how those funding increases allowed organizations to meet more of the need for legal services in our communities, but not all of it. How that need existed before the COVID-19 crisis and continues to exist now that federal COVID funding has ended, and where within the OVSJG budget funding is most needed. Almost $20 million in a difficult budget year is a really big hole to fill. But in deciding where to invest for FY24, we must not undo the progress of the last 2 years. The capable and determined leadership and staff of OVSJG have helped change the lives of thousands of DC residents for the better through funding direct services for victims in crisis, continuing to support community-based reentry service providers, either through direct funding or through RAN, or funding resources to make district residents aware of the services and options available to them. Two critical and recent CCE projects supported by OVSJG, the DC Reentry Action Networks, or RAN, Support Services Training and Education, and the DC Correctional Facility Stakeholder Engagement, continue to help guide work in those areas well beyond the specific time when they were funded. We know that our partners in direct legal services have worked incredibly hard to make the most of their OVSJG support, leveraging OVSJG funding for donations and pro bono. According to the Access to Justice Commission, more than 80% of litigants in housing, domestic violence, family, and public benefits cases are not represented by counsel. As many as 97% of DC residents engaged in probate matters, a particularly complicated area of the law, are unrepresented. We know that outcomes in all of these areas are greatly improved when individuals have counsel. For example, legal assistance in 2022 eviction cases from Access to Justice Initiative grantees led to 82% of tenants retaining possession of their unit.
Danielle, I'm sorry for the confusion with the clock. Because you already had a CCE representative testify, you have 3 minutes, so you're over time. I just wanted to flag if you could summarize and wrap up.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Well, you'll hear from my colleagues about the amazing work they're doing. I've heard you say that you are committed to working on this, and I hope that you'll reach out to us so that we can help in any way possible. I know you've seen me around reading the budget until my eyes go blind every year for a while, so I'm happy to help out. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate it. George Jones, Brad for the City.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto and staff for allowing me to testify today. I am George Jones, the CEO of Bread for the City. My pronouns are he and him. I believe my written testimony has already been provided for the record. So today I'd just like to share a summary of that testimony and some additional thoughts related to my written testimony. For nearly 50 years, Bread for the City has worked alongside and supported DC community members living on low incomes. We have and continue to offer DC community members a holistic array I'm sorry, I realized my video was off. We have continued to offer DC community members a holistic array of support that includes food, clothing, medical, social, and legal services. And importantly, we work with community members to make sure that their voices are heard and centered in the quest to bring about social and racial justice for the 150,000 residents living in poverty in DC. We believe DC can become an anti-racist city by eliminating all the socioeconomic disparities that disproportionately impact Black, Brown, and other people of color. Bread for the City has provided legal services to DC residents since 1990. We established our legal services at the time when 9 out of 10 low-income DC residents who went to legal court for DC civil courts did not have an attorney to represent them. These residents frequently lost these cases, not because of the merits of the case, but primarily because they did not have an attorney. I should note that most of these people were also Black and Brown DC residents. This is why the advocacy efforts that help create access to justice funding were so critical. And still far too many DC residents living on low incomes, mostly people of color, have difficulty finding an attorney to represent them when they have civil legal cases. But for residents who come to the Bread for the City, the legal services support we provide them is oftentimes not just life-changing, but life-saving. Bread for the City receives 5 grants of funding that comes through the Access to Justice Funding Initiative. We receive about $2.2 million to protect tenants from unlawful eviction, support and protect survivors of domestic violence and their families from abuse, or to educate DC residents just about their legal needs and their rights. For instance, Access to Justice initiatives have supported Bread for the City in helping a district resident, Miss H, who filed for a civil protection order and custody case against the father of her young daughter. During the course of the litigation in these cases, the father grew increasingly irate, yelling at Miss H and her attorney in the courthouse hallway. The father threatened to kill Miss H and her boyfriend and followed her into the metro station. A Bread for the City attorney filed an emergency motion to modify the temporary custody order. And at the emergency hearing, the attorney put on the evidence that about the recent threats, and the judge found that the child and Miss H were at risk of imminent harm. The judge modified the order to restrict the father's visitation to the court's supervised visitation center. The additional restriction on the father's visitation helped keep Miss H safe and away from further harm and gave her security she needed to focus on herself and raising her child. Despite this great legal need for assistance, we're only able to, and this assistance we provide, we're only able to provide a small percentage of folks the service that they seek. And for these residents, there's no alternative. They cannot pay for an attorney. Our understanding that the mayor and the council are facing difficult budget decisions, cutting services to those who are most marginalized is not the best means to secure a city's future. Stable, consistent funding for resources allows organizations like ours to leverage those resources, like those from law firms and the courts, to increase access to justice for DC residents. And we implore the City Council to fight to reverse the draconian cuts proposed by the mayor to the Access to Justice Initiative funding, to ensure our city continues to evolve into a just and anti-racist city, rather than exacerbating the justice and other socioeconomic disparities that DC residents of color experience and have been oppressed by for so long. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today.
Of course, thank you so much, George. Thank you for sharing it. Judith Sandalo, Children's Law Center. All right, Jonathan Smith, Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Allie Smith, DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Allie Smith, and I serve as the coordinator for the DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers. I am here to highlight the impact of the Access to Justice Initiative on provision of legal services to low-income DC residents. The consortium's membership is comprised of 35 legal services providers across the District of Columbia. We provide a wide array of legal services, of which are supported by the Access to Justice Initiative. The area of legal services that our members provide include housing, family law, public benefits, education, consumer rights, immigration, workers' rights, domestic violence, probate, services focused on seniors, children, immigrants, residents with disabilities, residents who are houseless, and returning citizens who have been impacted by the criminal legal system. This list is not meant to be exhaustive, but rather to provide an idea of the number of lives touched and the myriad of services that legal services providers are able to deliver with Access to Justice Initiative's financial support. Thanks to the initiative, including the Access to Justice Grants Program, the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, and the DC Poverty Lawyers Loan Repayment Program, our members have been able to reach thousands of DC residents in need. The initiative's funding and support of civil legal services programs helps address community problems and addresses DC residents' most critical needs concerning their safety, health, housing, economic stability, and more. Civil legal services works by enabling residents to remain safely housed, retain their benefits, and resolve family conflicts. Moreover, the increased stability resulting from these outcomes enables DC residents to participate more fully in their communities. Civil legal services are a critical part of the district's safety net, providing upstream solutions that ease the burden on other, more intensive city services. The mayor's proposed cut to the initiative's funding would be disastrous for DC residents who rely on the program to access legal services that ensure their critical needs are met and their legal rights are safeguarded. The increased funding for the Access to Justice Initiative in FY22 and FY23 allowed the initiative to meaningfully expand and develop new projects to address unmet community needs. Continued increased funding support in FY24 would allow members to continue this progress in the face of a growing need for civil legal services, a need that continues to outpace available resources. These needs were present before the pandemic, and the pandemic has only exacerbated them. It is essential to continue this funding in FY24 to ensure the continuity of services to address community needs and avoid any disruption to services. This funding is especially critical in the context of this past year's inflation that has cut into legal service providers' resources. Adequate FY24 funding will also allow us to continue work by improving systems through coordination with representatives from the courts, talking to the District of Columbia Bar, and encouraging pro bono firms and volunteers. Like the council, we recognize the growing need and understand that only with the investment of more resources can we be successful. The funding for the DC Poverty Lawyers Loan Repayment Program funding has enabled legal services organizations to recruit and retain high-quality attorneys who may have been forced to go elsewhere in order to pay large student loan debts incurred during law school. Legal services salaries are but a fraction of what the private bar pays, and legal service providers cannot compete with government salaries. However, with LRAP, members have been able to mitigate some of that gap by reducing or eliminating crippling student loan debt. Continued resources have been key to the delivery of legal services. We thank you for this critical support and applaud the council for recognizing the wisdom of providing recurring funding that allows organizations to invest and plan for the future, ensuring organizational stability that allows the continued legal services for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Judith Sandalo, Children's Law Center.
Here I am. Finally, I got through the panelists. Thank you for your patience. Judith Sandalo, I'm the Executive Director at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with DC children and families, community partners, and pro bono attorneys toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. Let me go directly to what the initiative has accomplished through its grants to the Children's Law Center both the human impact as well as the impact on DC's budget. Children's Law Center has relied on funding for our Healthy Together medical legal partnership since the inception of the initiative. Today, let me give you a glimpse at the extraordinary impact that that funding has had. Healthy Together is a cutting-edge collaboration that places attorneys in community health clinics as part of their treatment team. And the initiative funding has allowed us to be part of several communities in Northeast and Southeast DC. Why, you might ask, is a lawyer part of a medical team? Unsafe housing, inadequate education, exposure to violence, and other problems related to poverty, trauma, and racism can harm children's physical and behavioral health. Together with funding from private sources, the initiative funding has allowed us to expand and then consistently maintain our presence in both Southeast and Northeast DC. It allows us to reach more than 1,000 children and families each year. We help those families resolve a wide range of problems that impact children's health, such as housing conditions, housing security, special education, school choice, developmental issues for infants and toddlers, bullying, healthcare access, public benefits, guardianship. I'm sure I've missed a few. It also means that we can meet families in their own neighborhoods by putting lawyers on site at the ARC, the Anacostia Clinic, and Unity at Minnesota Avenue. Because we're on site, we're able to teach pediatricians, parents, and caregivers how to solve problems related to housing, school, and public benefits, and often then to prevent the need for a lawyer. The statistics here, though, mask the human cost, the opportunity lost and the suffering prolonged when a child or a parent is unable to secure legal assistance. I'm just going to share one quick experience of one of our client families. We started working with Ms. Deans when her apartment flooded with sewage in 2020. While we were working to get the damage fixed, we saw the severe impact unhealthy housing conditions had on her son's education. Her son, who has cerebral palsy and learning disabilities, was already struggling with virtual learning, and the flood made it even harder for him to learn. Children's Law Center secured new evaluations, an updated educational support plan, and a dedicated aid for her son when he returned to in-person learning. Just imagine living in an apartment filled with sewage, especially during the pandemic when we were all confined to our homes day and night. But there's also a financial cost to cutting legal services. Children's Law Center conducted a return on investment analysis, and it established that our legal intervention, alongside the treatment provided by our medical partners, kept children out of the hospital and the emergency room and resulted in significant Medicaid cost avoidance. It saves on average $10,000 of Medicaid costs in the first 18 months alone, and that's just for housing condition cases. Overall, we've avoided more than $14 million in Medicaid costs over a 3-year period. Cutting the initiative is truly penny wise and pound foolish. Without legal assistance to address health-harming housing and education issues, children will go to the emergency room. They'll spend time in the hospital at great human and financial cost to the district. Not only do these hospital stays cost more than the legal intervention, but they prevent children from attending school and often make it more difficult for parents to maintain employment. The funding provided through the initiative is also that we get is used exclusively for these direct legal services, but the expertise, experience, and the relationships we develop as a result really have important positive ripple effects for the city. Using private funding, Children's Law Center places hundreds of additional cases with volunteer lawyers at area law firms and corporations. It also allows Children's Law Center to provide its expertise to the district government, the DC Council, and the DC courts through participation on such things as the Medical Care Advisory Committee, the Citizens Review Panel at DC Council hearings like this one, and court committees and in other similar forums. Despite the generous support from the initiative, as well as significant support from individuals, law firms, corporations, and foundations, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say that we're not actually able to meet the current need of folks who come to us for help. And obviously the dramatic cut to funding will mean that we will have to turn away hundreds and hundreds, if not 1,000 children and families. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share our experience.
Thank you so much, Judah. Jonathan Smith, Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council Member. Sorry about the technology problem earlier. I'm glad to be able to join you this afternoon. And thank you for holding this hearing. I've submitted written testimony for the record, and I just want to summarize a few points. I know you've had a very long day and you've got many witnesses behind me, so I'll try to operate in a summary fashion. There's 4 basic points that I just wanted to make out of our testimony. You've heard very powerful testimony over the course of the day about the impact of the legal services funding on access to justice for individuals to solve individual problems, and the really critical nature of addressing the kinds of disputes that arise that save people's tenancies, that address domestic violence, that deal with public benefits and education and access to healthcare. But I also wanted to focus on the fact that in the Washington Lawyers Committee, we work to try to change the systems and structures that create and sustain inequity, and that these funds are critically important for that work as well. At the committee, we're funded in 3 areas through the Access to Justice funding and housing, disability, and employment and low-wage workers. A good example of the kind of work that we've been able to achieve with this funding is that we currently represent tenants in a building in Columbia Heights that is fallen into tremendous disrepair. Some of the conditions that Judith Sandalo talked about in terms of children living in buildings that are full of mold and vermin, to try to address the conditions of that building and to preserve it as affordable housing in a neighborhood where affordable housing is evaporating. For persons with disabilities, we recently brought litigation and successfully changed the district's policy and practices with regard to COVID testing to ensure that people who have visual disabilities and who are blind can access home COVID testing. And in employment, we run a clinic every week where scores of low-wage workers get assistance. And out of that practice, we develop systemic litigation and policy initiatives. And recently, in a non-litigation matter, actually persuaded an employer to change its practices that discriminated against persons with a conviction record, that opened up employment opportunities to hundreds of district residents into jobs that would lift them out of poverty. Second, I think it's, and others have said this, but it's critical to underscore that access to justice is a racial justice question. The district is a place of profound inequality based on race. We have inequality in housing. We have inequality in wealth. The average white family in the District of Columbia has average assets of over $285,000, and the average Black family has assets of just $3,500. We have inequality in employment with average white income, family income at $160,000 versus Black income at $53,000. The persistent gap in achievement and education, the health outcomes, which were described by earlier testimony, are just profound based on race. Wealth creation and home ownership, profound differences between what the experience of white district residents and Black district residents. And while all of these inequities don't lay solely at the doorstep of our legal system, it is through our legal system for which these inequities are created and to which they are addressed. And lawyers are critically important. And you've heard testimony over the course of the day, and you'll hear more about the real difference in individuals' lives you can make to begin to address those inequities. The third point I'd like to make is that access to legal services and access to justice is a public safety issue. The mayor's budget is very heavily focused on the public safety, what is perceived public safety crisis in the District of Columbia, with greater investments in punitive measures. But every time you save someone from eviction, every child who has an improved opportunity to education, every worker who gets their stolen wages, every family member not displaced by gentrification, every child who gets health care, does more for public safety than another police officer does. What we do is we create the investment in communities, and we create the anchor that really creates the community that is necessary for safety to thrive in the District of Columbia. And finally, just to echo in the few seconds I have left, what Judith Sandalo said, legal services pay for themselves. There's a very high cost to the District of Columbia of unresolved disputes. There's both social costs and what the implication that it has on people's lives, but there's also a very profound cost in the government fisc, and legal aid and legal assistance saves the district those dollars, and it's a very strong investment. So I've run out of time, so I will end there. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jonathan. Catherine Chen, staff attorney from IUTA.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Chen, and I am a staff attorney at IUTA, she, hers pronouns. I will be testifying on behalf of IUTA's additional OVSJG funded programs, in addition to our language access programs, where my colleague is going to speak upon. I will be speaking upon Project END and our recently arrived immigrants program. Project N combats fraud uniquely harmful to low-income immigrants, such as immigration legal services scam and bail bond schemes. We prevent fraud by providing consumer education and know your rights representations, and we address it through civil and criminal restitution efforts and rehabilitative immigration work. Project N seeks to prevent and address consumer fraud affecting immigrants through 4 methods: direct representation of victims, community education and technical trainings, screenings during pro bono consultations, and client-centered advocacy while liaising with DC and federal agencies. An example of a case: in 2015, Project N began representing Martine, whose name has been changed for privacy reasons. Martine is a longtime Ward 1 resident and non-citizen. He had traveled to his home country, but accidentally overstayed his travel authorization period and was unable to return to the US. His daughter found a non-attorney or notario operating in the district who presented himself as qualified to provide immigration legal services. Unknowing, Martine waited anxiously for the application the notario submitted on his behalf to return to the US to be approved, only to discover after months that he had been misled by the notario. This prolonged Martine's separation from his family and caused him significant lost wages. He was able to return with the help of a qualified attorney, and AYUDA helped him submit a complaint with the DC Office of the Attorney General, resulting in consumer protection action and settlement. Under the settlement, the notario agreed to stop providing immigration services, preventing future victimization. Further, Martine recently received a large restitution payment representing his months of lost wages. This work was only possible due to the support of the DC Bar Foundation's Access to Justice funding, a primary source of funding for Project N. While Martine was unavailable to provide testimony personally, he's very grateful for AYUDA and states the services are critical to the immigrant community in DC. In 2023, we anticipate continued confusion over changes in immigration law and policy, likely resulting in increased consumer fraud by unscrupulous non-attorneys. Project N needs ongoing support in order to respond to this need through 2023 and beyond. The Access to Justice Initiative also funds our Recently Arrived Immigrants program, which provides comprehensive legal services, including consultations, brief services, and extended representation to recently arrived immigrants, as well as legal education events and training to local service providers. The number of newly arriving immigrants will continue growing as the U.S. ends the use of Title 42 at the border and as the busing programs implemented by border states persist. Newly arrived immigrants face challenges accessing work permits because of their immigration status and lack the established community networks of other immigrants with more time living in the area. As such, many are living in economically precarious conditions, leaving them vulnerable to food instability, homelessness, and crime victimization. The need for expert legal counsel for newly arriving immigrants continues to increase, outpacing our capacity. AYUDA remains committed to helping to meet increased demand, and we urge the council to support this essential work by increasing funding for the Access to Justice Initiative. We are grateful for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Next up, we will hear from Gabriella Lewis-White, Pro Bono Legal Services from the DC Bar.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, members of the council. My name is Gabriella Lewis-White, and I am the Director of Pro Bono Legal Services at the DC Bar Pro Bono Center. I am also a proud native Washingtonian. The Pro Bono Center is the largest provider of pro bono legal assistance in the District of Columbia. Through our legal clinics, resource centers at DC Superior Court, and other programs, each year we serve more than 20,000 individuals, nonprofits, and small businesses. On behalf of the Pro Bono Center and our partners fighting against eviction in DC, I come before you today to ask the Council to restore Access to Justice Initiative funding to fiscal year 2023 levels. Initiative funding has been essential to providing free legal help to thousands of residents annually through the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, or CLCPP. One critical service that initiative funding has supported is the Landlord-Tenant Legal Assistance Network, a partnership of 6 legal services providers: the Pro Bono Center, Bread for the City, the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia, Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Neighborhood Legal Services Program, and Rising for Justice. We refer to the network as LT-LAN. In response to the public health emergency, the partners launched LT Land as a telephone resource for district tenants. What we thought would be a temporary solution for residents seeking housing legal help during the public health emergency has become the district's #1 source for free housing legal help. Since June 2020, LT Land has served over 8,000 district residents. Soon after the network's launch and recognizing the value to the community, the DC Superior Court began including the LT Land phone number on every hearing notice issued in a landlord-tenant matter. Last year, the council followed suit, passing legislation requiring that landlords include our phone number in all notices of past due rent served on tenants. Now is the time for our city to invest more resources into this essential safety net program, not strip them away. The DC Bar Pro Bono Center answers all calls and makes referrals to the 6 legal services providers. To keep up with the ever-increasing call volume, the Pro Bono Center was grateful for initiative funding to hire and train additional attorneys and program specialists. Initiative funding also enabled us to develop a new referral platform that now connects residents with attorneys faster and more efficiently. But we will need to do more to protect the rights of low-income residents to live in safe, affordable, decent housing. Eviction filings so far this year have increased by 42%. In the first 3 months of this year, LT Land has assisted 1,000 district residents. Without sustained, consistent funding, many residents will not receive the legal help they need. We estimate that 3,000 calls will go unanswered every year. Those residents will not be referred to legal services providers. Speaking only for the Pro Bono Center, 100 tenants facing eviction will not receive direct representation, and 100 housing cases will not be placed with pro bono attorneys. Residents who are already vulnerable and living in neighborhoods that have been historically neglected will be hurt most by significant funding loss. 52% of our callers are living on incomes below $20,000 and reside in wards 7 and 8, where nearly 90% of residents are Black. This is an opportunity for the council to show up for our neighbors who need us most and demonstrate that this city cares about every resident's access to basic human needs, such as safe, affordable housing. Initiative funding has helped us innovate to divert district residents from eviction. Our community-based partners have knocked on the doors of nearly 7,500 households at risk of eviction. And we connect tenants with non-legal services and supports through tenant empowerment specialists. They help residents apply for emergency rental assistance and public benefits, conduct housing searches, and facilitate voucher transfers. This funding has allowed us to transform the way we provide housing legal assistance to district residents. We respectfully request that the committee and the council continue to be champions for justice and equity. We urge you to restore access to justice initiative funding to 2023 levels. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Daniel Del Pialago from Empower DC.
Thank you, council member. Just 1 second, sorry. Okay. My name is Daniel Del Pialago, and I am an organizer with Empower DC. Since last year, we've been part of Access to Justice's eviction prevention work. We have contracted with Rising for Justice to assist with citywide outreach efforts to let folks facing an eviction or who have been summoned to court for non-payment of rent to know about the support that is out there for them. We let folks know about their general rights in the eviction process and help to connect them with the Landlord Tenant Legal Assistance Network and ERAP when it was available. One of the key benefits from this outreach is the hope that it provides to district residents who often feel confused and abandoned during this eviction process. When a person is close to literally losing it all, knowing that there is support out there is very important. Even now that ERAP has been cut, helping people understand their rights, the legal process, the potential defenses available to them is once again key in helping folks get through this very difficult process. So far, we've been able to help folks navigate these murky waters, and will continue to do so for the rest of the year. However, we are terribly concerned about the cuts to access to justice for the coming year. ERAP funding has been cut drastically, Rents will increase nearly 9% in less than a month. So the outlook for eviction prevention for the coming year is not good. While we understand balancing this budget is no easy feat, we know how important funding the Access to Justice work is. It provides important resources to district residents at their door. Often people get caught up in the process and don't know where to turn. The value of having an anti-eviction canvasser come to your door and explain what your rights and resources available to you is invaluable to many. Just recently, I received a call from a woman who has a disability and had fallen back in her rent during COVID. She has children and has been summoned to court for non-payment of rent. She was at her wit's end about what to do. She had received our flyer through our outreach efforts and was asking what she could do. We were able to explain that currently ERAP was not an option for many, including herself, but LT Land is a resource for her to connect her to legal help. This provided not only real tangible support, but once again, the hope that an eviction is not inevitable, that there is help when she, like many others, are faced with such a tough situation. We thank the DC Council for its longstanding support of the Access to Justice Initiative and hope that you will restore the FY23 funding so that we can continue to meet the needs of our district neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kelly Jarvis, NPC Research.
Hello, Chair Pinto. I'm Dr. Kelly Jarvis, the Director of Research and Community Health at NPC Research. I work with the DC Bar Foundation to evaluate the district's Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program in Eviction Defense, which you've heard about this morning already. I'm here today to underscore the value of this program for DC residents. From 2019 until now, with an eviction moratorium in place for nearly half this time, the CLCPP legal aid providers have assisted roughly 6,000 low-income tenants at risk of eviction or losing their housing subsidy. Half of these tenants live in Ward 7 and 8, 1/3 experience a disability or chronic health condition, and 40% of these households included children. Of those tenants with an active lawsuit, more than 90% faced a landlord with an attorney. DC's eviction moratorium ended last year and filings have risen starkly. Rents continue to outpace wages. Affordable housing is scarce. The wait list for a housing subsidy through DCHA is 40,000 people long. In short, the challenges for low-income renters in the district remain very, very high. The good news is that DC's legal aid providers, with the support of Access to Justice Initiative funding, have responded to these growing risks with tenacity and creativity. In addition to providing direct legal services, they've also collaborated with community partners to reach at-risk populations. They've advocated for legislation that allows tenants a fair shot at keeping their homes, and they've innovated to improve the system to reduce barriers and to support fair outcomes in housing cases. One such innovation that you've heard about earlier today, especially from Gabby Lewis-White, is the Landlord Tenant Legal Assistance Network, or the LT-LAN, which provides a single phone number to call for legal help with an eviction. This dramatically simplifies the process for DC residents to find critical help during a very stressful time. Data show that this streamlined approach is effective. In 2022, 75% of CLCPP clients access legal services by calling the LT-LAN. Data also show the value of this service for renters. We surveyed 185 district residents about their experience with the LT-LAN, and we learned that 80% of them were connected to legal assistance within 48 hours. 70% of them felt less anxious about their housing issue after calling. 80% were satisfied with their experience, and almost 90% would call the hotline again and would recommend it to someone else. So the LT-LAN has become a trusted community resource that people are using and sharing, which is enabling more renters to connect with legal help when they're faced with the possibility of losing their homes. This is key because tenants who receive representation from a CLCPP attorney are far more likely to keep themselves and their families housed. The Bar Foundation is scaling this successful approach by developing a coordinated intake system for the full range of civil legal issues that impact critical life areas such as family, children, employment, education, domestic violence, and housing. We've conducted a dozen focus groups of DC residents who have confirmed, much like the LT-LAN survey results, that having a single place to call for legal help would be a crucial resource for them, one that would likely keep them from falling through the cracks in our justice system. The Access to Justice Initiative funds are necessary for legal aid providers to continue doing the important work of safeguarding the basic rights of DC's most vulnerable residents. I urge the council to restore funding for this initiative to FY23 levels. The services are vital for the community and their continuity relies on your support. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jarvis. David Stibe, Language Access Director from IUDA.
Yes, thank you, Chair Pinto. My name is David Stibe, and I'm the Language Access Director at IUDA. I'm here today to sound the alarm about the proposed 60% cut to the Access to Justice initiative. Such a cut will have catastrophic consequences for the thousands of DC residents who rely on the program for legal help, many of whom belong to some of the district's most vulnerable populations. My organization runs the Community Legal Interpreter Bank, which the DC Council conceived of in 2007 as an integral part of the Access to Justice initiative. The Council's vision ensures that DC residents who communicate in languages other than English are not shut out from the essential legal services that they need. We use initiative funding to provide professional interpretation and document translation services to 41 civil legal service providers in DC. Since 2007, the Community Legal Interpreter Bank has become a national model. After many years of work, the New York City Council has just appropriated $5 million for their city to replicate DC's shared legal interpreter bank. A 60% cut to the Access to Justice initiative could gut this national model. What would our city look like with an anemic community legal interpreter bank? Landlords would prey on limited English proficient and deaf tenants, knowing that legal services are difficult for them to access. With impunity, landlords would fail to fix housing code violations and evict tenants without due process. Perpetrators of domestic violence would take advantage of unabated language barriers to isolate their victims from safety. And these are just a few examples. Without the bank, there would be a void in understanding and implementing language access best practices. Clients would be more likely to find themselves in the situation of asking their young child to interpret the details of their abuse, of not sharing information with their lawyer because an untrusted friend or family member is serving as the interpreter, of being turned away because of language barriers, or of having their legal case jeopardized by the mistakes of an unqualified interpreter. If these things happen, it would not be the fault of the legal services community. Language access is complicated and expensive. The DC Council decided to centralize the provision of language access for legal services to be more efficient. IUDA employs full-time language access experts so that 40 other legal service providers do not have to. IUDA vets, trains, contracts with, schedules, and pays interpreters, allowing other civil legal service providers to focus on providing legal services. IUDA has created an online interpreter scheduling system that can be shared by the entire legal services community. The DC Council created a model that works beautifully, and we ask you not to dismantle what you created. We cannot, as a city, provide the protections of the law only to English speakers. According to census data, more than 34,000 individuals in the district, nearly 6% of residents, are limited English proficient. And if I may, I would like to take 5 minutes. My colleague, I think, only took 3. Is that okay? I'm the first organizational witness for the organization, although we went out of order.
I'm trying to be really stringent with it because everybody wants to go a minute or two over, which would then add several hours to what we're trying to keep track. But if you could summarize your last couple of thoughts.
Yes, there's about 14,000 individuals who have a hearing difficulty and communicate with sign language. Last year, we provided 330 occasions of in-person interpretation, 9,000 instances of working on the phone with an interpreter, and we translated 460 documents. We helped people in all 8 wards, in Spanish, Amharic, and French primarily, but in many, many languages. In the last 2 years, the new funding has really helped us realize the purpose of the bank. Let's build on what we have. DC is a model city when it comes to language access, which is increasingly seen as a human right. Gutting our unique, nationally recognized Community Legal Interpreter Bank would be inhumane, inefficient, and disreputable. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you for what you do. Grace Lopes, Rising for Justice.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, staff, and members of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Grace Lopes. I'm the Executive Director of Rising for Justice. We are a recipient, a longtime recipient of Access to Justice funding, and I am here today to testify in support of continued Access to Justice funding at FY23 levels. I'd like to start by sharing a little bit of background on our organization and what we do with that funding. Over the course of the past 5 decades, Rising for Justice has grown from one of the first clinical legal education programs in the country for law students interested in poverty law to a legal services program for indigent and low-income district residents with both a law school clinical program and a social work field program embedded in it. Our staff and students work in one or more of the following 4 core practice areas: tenants' rights, an expungement program, a civil protection order program, and a social work program. These programs are all funded in significant part through Access to Justice funds. Our programs were established to prevent the unlawful displacement of low-income DC residents, to maintain families in homes that are safe and healthy and avoid dangerous conditions, to promote sustainable solutions to housing instability, remove barriers to economic mobility that are posed by our clients who have criminal records, and to ensure that the administration of justice in civil protection order and anti-stalking order cases is equitable, because we represent respondents who are grossly underrepresented in those cases. During fiscal years 22 and 23, we received increases in Access to Justice funding that allowed us to really strengthen the quality and expand the scope of our legal services program, our social work program, and our clinical teaching programs in several ways that I would like to explain. The first, and you've heard a lot about it today, is this intensive eviction diversion outreach campaign that we launched in partnership with other legal services and community organizations to identify tenants at risk of eviction before eviction proceedings are even instituted, in order to get them on a durable path to solutions to housing instability. We introduced an impact litigation program designed to prevent displacement of low-income DC residents on a higher impact basis. We implemented, as part of our clinical teaching program, a legal internship program from law students from local HBCUs in order to introduce them to public interest careers, particularly focused on enforcing the rights of DC tenants. And we bolstered our social work program in order to increase the effectiveness of our work and not just put Band-Aids on legal problems, but really get at the issues, working collaboratively with our clients that gave rise to those problems. Thanks in large part to Access to Justice funding, we were able to provide legal and social work services and supports to a combined total of 4,289 of the district's most vulnerable residents last year. We were able to accomplish this by leveraging the funding with the pro bono contributions of 65 law students, 6 social work students, and by training 162 pro bono attorneys. The numbers are important, but the true impact of our work is evidenced in the lived experience of our clients. And I'd like to just share one quick example. We recently, one of our law students and a supervisor represented a client over 65 years of age, disabled, multiple serious health issues, living in Ward 8 with his sister, co-tenants, pool their income in order to subsidize their rent. The client's sister died. He was unable to pay the full rent. He faced eviction. We were able to represent him, avert the eviction because our lawyers recognized the defects, technical defects in the complaint that could not really be identified by those without legal training. And they also recognized that getting the case dismissed was not a sustainable solution. They referred him to our social work team. Our social work team was able to work with him, get him into a subsidized senior group home, and provide the supports and community services that he needed. In closing, I'd like to emphasize access to justice funding made that possible. The pandemic has had a disproportionate and devastating impact on our client community. The funding is needed now more than ever, and Rising for Justice will certainly need it to continue our work. I thank you so much for your leadership on this, and I thank the committee.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, legal counsel for the elderly.
I regret that the sun has moved on me. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, and members of the committee. I am Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly, commonly referred to as LCE. LCE is the only organization in the District of Columbia that exclusively provides legal support to our seniors, and we do so in a holistic fashion by providing them with representation to prevent evictions and to make sure their homes are safe and habitable, by helping them access the public benefits to which they are entitled, and by ensuring they have self-determination so they may age with dignity with their decisions carried out as they wish. I come before you today to speak about the Access to Justice Initiative funding and the impact that it has upon the lives of some of the most vulnerable members of our community, our elderly neighbors. To convey the impact of this funding, I want to share with you a story of a single client. A 62-year-old woman, I'll call Miss M, contacted us in April 2022 because she was facing eviction. Miss M had lost her job through no fault of her own. She had a roommate who had taken advantage of her kindness and would not move out when she could no longer afford the rent. So she depleted her savings trying to remain housed. Ultimately, she fell behind in rent by $27,000. Our housing practice represented Miss M in her case so that she could delay her eviction long enough to find a more stable housing situation. LCE social workers helped Miss M access local housing resources. A member of our economic security practice also aided Miss M in applying for SNAP and interim disability benefits, both of which she received. It took 2 attorneys and a social worker more than a year, but she is now in a safe, stable housing. All 3 members of our team are supported by funding available through the Access to Justice Initiative. Time-intensive cases such as this one are only possible because we were able to expand our team to include more attorneys and fund multiple practice areas. Absent this funding, Miss M probably would be homeless or worse. Loss of initiative funding would mean that more older adults will become homeless and fewer will be connected to food, medical care, utility supports, and other resources they need to age with dignity. A unique area of service that LCE provides to benefit some of the most vulnerable in our community is our legal house calls for homebound clients. We help homebound clients with a variety of issues, including public benefits, home care related challenges, and preparation of wills, powers of attorney, and other life planning documents. Loss of initiative funds would mean that our homebound neighbors would have limited access to financial resources, lose self-determination, and experience even greater social isolation. And finally, LCE's probate representation is much needed so that the district can retain Black home ownership. Initiative funding allowed LCE to expand probate work through which we represent people living in homes legally titled to a parent, grandparent, or other family members. Without the probate process, low-income residents cannot access homeowner loans, grants, and property tax supports, putting them at risk of foreclosure. One of our probate clients, Miss Matthews, will speak about her experience shortly. In the last 2 years, I have hired 5 new attorneys supported by Access to Justice Initiative funds. These are attorneys dedicated to public interest law, and some also avail themselves of the Loan Repayment Assistance Program, or LRAP, which is also funded by Access to Justice Initiative. Cutting initiative funding will have a devastating ripple effect on our organizations, our clients, and our communities. This is a cost that will be far greater than the funds needed to support our work and will have a long-lasting detrimental impact. I respectfully urge the council to maintain the current funding for the Access to Justice Initiative so that we can maintain the support we provide to our community. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Rhonda. Deborah Matthews from Legal Counsel for the Elderly.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm here. Good afternoon.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good. My name is Miss Deborah Matthews. I want to thank you, Councilperson Pinto, for hearing our testimonies. I'm not exactly sure why I don't have a picture up there, but I'm here. I want to tell you about how the lawyers at the excuse me, at the Access to Justice Initiative helped me. Last year, my home was in foreclosure because I owned old property taxes. I would lie in my bed and worry about if I was going to be homeless. I was embarrassed and afraid. I didn't know where to go and what to do. Then one day I received a call from Legal Counsel for the Elderly looking to help me. Honestly, I thought it was a fraud. It seemed like such a scam. I didn't believe that this was true. It sounded too good to be true. My lawyers employed came and they helped me so wonderfully. As they worked, they learned that my home belonged to my brother Reginald, who had died of COVID in January 21. My brother received this property in 1999 through a program with the Department of Housing and Community Development. I was with him every step of the way through this program, and I thought that I would be on the deed with him. I always thought that, but it found out that I wasn't on the deed. It was just Reginald's name. In order to receive help for the property tax, I needed to be on the deed to keep the home. My lawyers helped with the whole probate process, explaining every step of the way what was going on. They even advanced me money to cover fees along with homeowners. And I have received financial help through the city program to pay my property tax bill. And most importantly, I no longer lie awake at night worrying whether or not I'm gonna lose my home. Not only are they very good people, they helped me greatly. They made me feel like I wasn't irresponsible because I had fallen on hard times. And I would hate to think that someone else was going through what I was going through without someone to help them. I'm asking that this program and others like it continue to be funded. These are the only programs that people like me who are less fortunate have to depend on for people to help us. I ask you to consider this greatly, and I thank you so much for hearing my testimony, Council Member. You've been wonderful.
Thank you so much, Deborah, and thank you for sharing your experience.
Yes, ma'am.
Gabby Bolnick-Majewski from DC Affordable Law Firm. I'm sorry, am I pronouncing your name?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for your rapt attention to all who have already come before you and will continue to come before you to advocate on behalf of the Access to Justice Grants Program. I'm Gabby Molnick-Majewski. I am a Ward 5 resident and the proud executive director of DC Affordable Law Firm. I want to offer this testimony to support what so many of my colleagues have said, to just highlight the astronomical level of community need for accessible legal services that hinge on the council's appropriation of a fully funded Access to Justice Grants Program at the FY23 level. At DC Affordable Law Firm, we have borne witness to the direct correlation between access to justice funding and an organization's ability to meet community demand for critical legal services that affect the safety, welfare, economic security, and stability of DC families. DCALF plays a unique role in our city's legal services ecosystem. We deliver accessible justice to modest income residents who don't qualify for many traditional sources of civil legal services, yet can't afford standard representation. We offer innovative programming to expand access to justice and empower community members with unmet legal needs. And we launch the careers of the next generation of public interest attorneys through our distinctive fellowship program. Access to justice funding is the single reason that the Family Law Assistance Network, also known as FLAN, exists today in its current form. FLAN is a single stream point of entry for unrepresented low-income DC residents to receive rapid response family law assistance in life-altering child custody, visitation, divorce, and child support matters from attorneys employed by DC Affordable Law Firm, the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, and Legal Aid of DC. Since FLAN's launch in March 2020, just 2 weeks into the start of the pandemic, FLAN has been a lifeline to more than 2,200 low-income DC residents who have turned to FLAN for the rapid response assistance we are uniquely situated to deliver. FLAN attorneys and some have been able to wholly change the trajectory of cases for residents who had lost all hope in our legal system. They've secured the safe return of children who were kidnapped and brought back to their legal custodian in the district. We have made it possible for a disabled veteran to achieve a legal win at trial with his attorney appearing beside him in his hospital bed. And we have helped non-English speaking immigrants understand and affirm their legal authority to visit with children that ex-spouses had attempted to alienate them from for years. FLAN has been an indispensable resource for the overwhelmingly Black and Brown families living in poverty in the district and the linchpin for unrepresented individuals confronting a system far too complex to navigate without a lawyer. I will say 3 years into its operation, FLAN is an institutionalized entity within the District of Columbia and for many a household name. Staff from DC government agencies, judges and staff from DC Superior Court, and employees of many of the legal services and community-based organizations you heard from today routinely send individuals to FLAN as the reliable source of support for their most pressing and time-sensitive family law needs. We average 40 to 50 callers per week, numbers that are double that which we encountered what we thought was an all-time high during the throes of the pandemic. FLAN serves individuals across all wards with a concentrated impact in wards 5, 7, and 8. And last year alone, FLAN's attorneys delivered legal services to 671 residents who lacked counsel. When we contemplate the number of children and broader family systems served through FLAN, that number soars to well over 1,000 DC residents affected by FLAN's work last year. And just to say, FLAN would not exist as it is today, but for Access to Justice funding. This is a network comprised of 3 organizations. DC Affordable Law Firm's involvement in FLAN is 100% funded through the Access to Justice Grants Program. And FLAN would cease to exist as it does today without the full funding that our institutions all receive. And it remains a real question where litigants would go without this support. I will also just say that Access to Justice funding has been a critical reason why DC Affordable Law Firm, an organization that previously only offered low bono representation, is now able to serve DC's low wage earning residents for free, providing family law, probate, estate planning, and immigration legal services. These are defining issues for families, including their ability to live and work in the District of Columbia and gain legal status for themselves and children, to gain legal title to an intergenerational family home following a loved one's death, and to receive the same child custody and divorce protections offered through FLAN. For families on fixed incomes, this is critical, and we thank you for continuing to invest in this lifeline for so many families. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you so much, Gabby. Marla Spindell, DC Kin Care Alliance.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. I'm the Executive Director of DC Kin Care Alliance and respectfully request that the Council fully fund the Access to Justice initiative so that DC legal services organizations can continue to serve those most in need in our community in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. DC Kin Care Alliance was founded in 2017 to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers, predominantly grandmothers, who step up to raise DC children and their extended families in times of crisis when the children's parents are not able to care for them due to mental health and substance use disorders, incarceration, death, abuse and neglect, and deportation. Approximately 22,000 Black and Brown DC children are living in kinship care arrangements, representing about 20% of all DC children of color. The majority of these children live at or near the poverty level, have experienced trauma, and are at grave risk of poor physical, emotional, and educational outcomes. Research shows that kinship care can be a powerful stabilizing force for these children, changing the trajectory of their lives for the better. Kinship care allows children to preserve their cultural identity and traditions and continue to feel connected and a sense of belonging, not only to their families, but their community and culture. The specific needs that we address, the inability to access legal rights, economic security, housing, food, financial opportunities, healthcare, and other supports and services, are those faced by all low-income, under-resourced communities of color, but are exacerbated for kinship families because they're not recognized as real families by the systems that are supposed to help and support them. Our goal is to eliminate this unequal treatment by using a threefold approach. One, providing direct legal representation to caregivers to obtain legal rights and financial benefits, furnishing information and education about these rights and benefits, and using advocacy and impact litigation to break down systemic barriers. DC Kin Care Alliance is the only organization in DC focused solely on serving relative caregivers raising DC's at-risk children. DC Kin Care Alliance's unique and innovative approach to helping these caregivers provides a one-stop shop for them to receive legal support for all of their varied needs. No other organization in the country combines education, legal services, and advocacy together as one solution for relative caregivers. Providing all these services is the key to achieving lasting change in their lives. Our accomplishments over just 5 years since our inception include providing legal services to more than 600 relative caregivers, raising over 700 at-risk DC children in more than 700 legal matters, establishing a free legal helpline and weekly court walk-in clinic, holding more than 20 community groups, and also distributing more than 2,000 copies of our DC Caregiver Legal Resource Guide. Finally, we've broken down barriers for kinship caregivers to access critical supports and services. Commencing with our 5th year of operations in 2022, we received Access to Justice funding for the very first time. This funding enabled us to double in size from 2 to 4 attorneys and to provide legal services to more than 200 relatives in over 225 legal matters, which was more than any other year in our history. In fact, we saw a 100% increase in the number of clients we served in 2022 and a 50% increase in the number of legal matters in which we provided help. In the first quarter of 2023, we've already provided legal services to 50% more clients as compared to the first quarter of 2022, with our demand for our services continuing to grow. The number of DC children in kinship care continues to increase as we rely more and more heavily on relatives to raise children outside of the foster care system. As such, we have an obligation to ensure the safety and stability of these kinship families. DC's relative caregivers are primarily women of color who live in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. Most live at the economic margins of our society even before they're called upon to raise a relative child. Many report a significant disability. The children who come into their care arrive with nothing but the clothes on their back, and relative caregivers have to scramble to buy food, clothing, shoes, toiletry, bedding, and even a bed. The upfront and ongoing costs of having a child come into their homes unexpectedly are great, and our kinship caregivers do not have savings or other resources available to cover these costs. Often they wind up falling further into poverty with no money for food, rent, health care, or electricity. I'm timing myself here, as you can tell. So we at DC Kin Care Alliance seek to achieve a future where all families are treated equally and all children have the opportunity to grow and thrive. And we're hopeful that the council will identify additional funding to allow us to continue to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marla. Next and last in this panel, we'll hear from Melissa Millar from CJCC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members and staff of the committee. My name is Melissa Millar, and I am the Policy Director for CJCC. CJCC is an independent public interest center headquartered at the UDC David A. Clark School of Law with the mission to safeguard the legal rights and financial health of DC residents with low incomes dealing with the often devastating consequences of abusive debt collection practices and other consumer-related issues. CJCC pursues this mission through an anti-racist lens. Typical white DC households hold net assets 81 times greater than typical African-American families, with similar gaps for DC's Latino community. Further, while 43% of DC residents of color have a debt in collections, only 10% of white DC households do. Unpaid debt reported to credit reporting agencies disproportionately impacts residents of color, causing harm to their abilities to rent an apartment, secure a mortgage, get a loan, or even get a job. CJCC relies on Access to Justice Initiative funds from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants to assist DC residents struggling with debt-related legal crises and sees emerging both the needs of the disabled community and an increase in post-pandemic debt collection against DC residents. The office's proposed FY24 allocation is reduced 31.7% to $75.5 million, with a proposed 60% or $18 million decrease for the Access to Justice Initiative to only $13 million. This could imperil the life-changing services provided by legal service organizations, the initiative funds that district residents with low incomes rely on for safety, health, housing, and economic stability. Access to Justice Initiative funds play a critical role in CJCC serving our mission. CJCC provides free legal help and financial counseling, including assistance tailored to disabled residents, pursues court rule and administrative agency reforms, and co-leads community outreach and education efforts. CJCC serves DC households that are among the 300,000 residents living at or below 4 times the federal poverty line. The Access to Justice Initiative funds 2 critical CJCC projects, the Debt-Related Legal Services Project and the Disabilities Community Project. CJCC has directly aided over 2,500 residents since 2017, largely aided through Access to Justice program support. In 2022, we worked with 767 families, saving DC residents a total of more than $1.4 million. In our 6+ years of Access to Justice fundings, we saved our DC clients over $3.5 million. We also applaud the mayor with her recent medical debt cancellation announcement using $900,000 toward the purchase and cancellation of millions of dollars in DC residents' medical debt. Estimates suggest that more than 90,000 district residents may have outstanding medical debt, with more than 40,000 residents facing a medical debt in active collections. The burden of this medical debt falls disproportionately on residents who are Black or persons of color, who are 3 times more likely to hold medical debt than white DC residents. Our work includes helping people address their medical debt, credit report issues, and residents who have been harmed by abusive and illegal debt collection practices. For example, in 2022, CJCC secured relief for 299 current and former DC residents harmed by abusive and illegal debt collection practices through a settlement obtained with Midland Funding. A multi-state investigation uncovered practices alleged to violate federal and state laws, including the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act and the Fair Credit Reporting Act. The settlement provided $577,783 in relief to DC consumers and required Midland to reform its practices, but did not address judgments that remained on the DC Superior Court docket. Accordingly, the DC OAG's office referred hundreds of residents for legal advocacy work focused on ensuring that the judgments on the court's docket, which often are searched for by prospective employers and landlords, would not cause continuing harm to the victims. Then Attorney General Carl Racine noted that the abusive and illegal debt collection practices especially hurt the district's most vulnerable consumers who may not have the means or resources to fight a debt collector in court. Zedek DC secured 279 satisfactions of judgment and 20 additional motions to vacate previous judgments with prejudice. Further, our Disability Communities Project has served more than 285 clients with disabilities, saving them on average of $2,173 while providing community education presentations on knowing your rights and asserting yourself in financial decisions in more than 230 attendees. And as we shared in February, with council support for the Access to Justice Initiative, allows the DC Bars Foundation and office grantees to offer and staff the Debt Collection Defense Hotline. This hotline is provided to every resident sued in a debt collection case, many of whom are without counsel. And Zedek DC also tables at outreach events throughout the district, focused on knowing your rights as a DC consumer and as part of our Disability Communities Project. And at events in just wards 7 and 8, we've interacted with more than 300 individual residents in 2022. And since 2017 have saved residents in those wards almost $700,000. In Ward 2, we've saved residents almost $64,000. And we just want to echo the call to return funding to $31 million in FY24, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Melissa, for all the work that you do. And I want to thank everybody on this panel for sharing a lot of very intimate details and really impactful stories about why this work is so important. Really appreciate you all being here today. We are going to move on to our next panel, and I'll remind you all, I'm going to read the names of the folks who are on the next panel, and then my team is going to try to promote you to panelists, but you have to accept it. So make sure you accept that invitation. Amy Nelson, James Madigan, Roxana Richardson, Laurel Patchen, Sam Crane, Natasha Walls-Smith, Caroline Ackerman, Nadia Salazar, Josh Baguette, Michael Scott, and Mike Corbett. So we're going to start with Amy Nelson from Whitman Walker Health. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much, Chairperson Pinto and the other council members. I appreciate your tenacity and your endurance today. My name is Amy Nelson. I use she, her pronouns. I am the Director of Legal Services at Whitman Walker Health. I will share highlights of my longer written testimony. So to echo what you have heard at least 66 times today from critical community partners, the proposed budget is catastrophic to the provision of life-saving legal services to low and no income DC residents. The Whitman Walker Health legal program reaches about 3,000 clients every year from every ward in the city. We prioritize working with people who are living with HIV and persons from DC's diverse queer communities. As you heard earlier, DC is home to the largest concentration of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender residents of any jurisdiction in the country. And of course, the level of need amongst our trans and non-binary neighbors remains high due to pervasive bias, violence, and discrimination. We're very happy that Whitman Walker is a safe harbor for these DC residents. We offer medical and behavioral health support. And from the legal side, we help these folks with name and gender change cases. We help them obtain accurate identity documents. We help them fight discrimination in a variety of settings. We fight insurance denials for gender affirming care. And of course, we provide asylum relief for our queer foreign-born clients. We're happy that as part of our medical legal partnership, our lawyers are part of our care team. So we help clients navigate health harming legal needs to help them meet, to reach their health goals and to live safely and thrive. But I wanted to highlight what else that work does, right? And how it benefits the city. It also lightens the load of other district agencies and programs. We assist thousands of people every year to navigate access to healthcare, disability support, immigration relief, and the ability to live safely. The level of poverty in the district means that our neighbors suffer from food and housing instability, and the access to justice funds temper these problems in the most efficient modes possible. You heard other reports of how of investigations reflecting the efficiencies of these dollars. And not only do they impact savings for district agencies, but they also leverage private resources from DC's private legal community to lift up our most valuable residents through far-reaching pro bono efforts, legal clinics, and community education efforts. We recognize that DC faces enormous challenges this budget season. We believe the council can and should opt to route its limited resources to the programs that operate at the highest level of efficiency, and that would be the programs you've heard from today. You also heard these dollars help prevent emergency room visits, we prevent homelessness, we prevent violence. And on the flip side, we promote education, family unity, and employment. I'll just wrap up by saying you will next hear from one of our clients who has worked with our program to navigate the elderly and persons with disabilities, or EPD waiver program, as well as Social Security benefit issues. His story is common, but his connection to a lawyer is not, as most DC residents struggle to navigate these critical programs on their own with low levels of success. And of course, these struggles are only made worse by the pandemic. DC residents are not prepared for a 60% budget cut to these life-saving services, especially as we approach the end of the federal public health emergency, as public health benefit protections will come to an end and will negatively impact DC's 300,000 residents who receive
Amy, I think you've frozen, unless it's me.
will suffer.
Oh, there we go, you're back.
Council member, we appreciate your efforts to maintain funding for access to justice.
Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you for all your work. And sorry, I was just saying you were frozen for a second if you didn't hear that, but you came back, so I think we're good. All right, next we have James Madigan, client from Whitman Walker Health.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and committee members, and good afternoon all. My story is common, but I want to thank you for listening to my personal story. I'm James Madigan, and I'm a Ward 1 resident. I would like to testify today about the legal services organization and lawyers that helped me through the Access to Justice initiative. I've been a patient at Whitman Walker Health for about 10 years and a Whitman Walker Legal Services client since 2018. Whitman Walker Legal has been there to help me with virtually all of my legal and public benefit needs. I would be lost without their ongoing counseling and support. My situation had been a slow-burning emergency because of unmet needs stalled by administrative delays. Thankfully, Whitman Walker attorneys helped me to move things along and keep me from losing my disability income and benefits. I am 63 years old and disabled. Managing my health care and public benefits programs have been stressful and anxiety producing. Whitman Walker Legal helped me apply for home health services under the EPD waiver program so that I can get assistance in my home and avoid going to a nursing home. The EPD waiver application process has taken me 18 months with countless forms to complete and all sorts of supporting documentation to gather. A Whitman Walker attorney patiently walked me through the application process, helped me complete the forms, and pulled together all necessary documentation. After many months of working together, my application was finally approved, but then I ran into more issues with Services My Way program. But again, Whitman Walker stepped in to problem solved. Without them and their legal services, I would either be in a nursing home or suffering at home or in a hospital bed. It is clear that the money DC invests in legal services funding is well spent and actually saves money in the form of avoiding nursing home or hospitalization costs. I do work a few hours each week by playing the organ at Knollwood, a retirement community for service people. This small income has the potential to disrupt my Social Security benefits, but Whitman Walker attorneys help me to appropriately report that income so that I can keep my disability benefits. As you can see, Whitman Walker Legal continues to perform, and I appreciate their comprehensive legal services to
Thank
low
you so
income
much, James.
disabled people like me. Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Take
sharing
care.
the story. I really appreciate it. Roxana Richardson, Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and council members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Roxy Richardson, and since 2021, I've been the Director and Managing Attorney of the Perinatal Legal Assistance and Wellbeing Project, or PLAW, with Georgetown University's Health Justice Alliance. PLAW is a medical legal partnership at MedStar, Washington Hospital Center. We collaborate with Women's and Infant Services at MedStar to provide legal services to some of DC's historically and intentionally marginalized expectant, birthing, and postpartum patients. I am here to urge the council to restore funding for the Access to Justice Initiative to the fiscal year 23 level so that we can continue this important work. Councilmember Pinto, as a law student at Georgetown, you taught medical students about DC laws prohibiting landlords from discriminating against potential tenants. So you understand the importance of legal services as part of healthcare to avoid more serious and often more expensive legal and health crises later on. What appears to be a single unmet legal need usually has a domino effect that jeopardizes the health and well-being of my pregnant patients and their entire families. I have seen that play out repeatedly, including with one of my clients, Ms. W. When our healthcare partners first referred Ms. W to us, she was worried she was going to lose her job because of her pregnancy. She tried to request short-term disability on her own, but was unfamiliar with the process and lacked support to complete the claim. It was still pending after 2.5 months. Even though she was experiencing severe pregnancy challenges, as the sole provider for her household, she could not afford to take unpaid medical leave of absence and was often sent home was often sent home from work due to her condition. She was struggling to get by on reduced or at other times no pay. Her loss of income had resulted in her falling behind on her rent, her utilities, car note, and other bills. We quickly realized that her one issue, employment, was threatening not only her physical and mental health, but the stability and security of her entire family. She confided in me that because of the severe pregnancy symptoms and the stress from her current financial and employment situation, she had planned to end both her and her unborn child's life. Thanks to the training from our healthcare providers, I knew to guide her back to MedStar's emergency department, where she was admitted to the psychiatric unit for a multi-day stay and received treatment for her mental and physical health needs. While being treated, I worked with her providers to write letters to her employer for an extended paid medical leave of absence. I also learned that she was eligible for employer-based parental leave. And I was able to speak to a claims representative regarding her short-term disability application, which was immediately approved for $1,900 monthly with a retroactive pay of $4,100, dating back to the original filing date. She received the first check within 72 hours. I used that approval letter as proof to her landlord and creditors that she would be in good standing, that she would soon be in good standing, thus keeping her from having her utilities shut off, from being evicted, having her car repossessed, and bank accounts garnished. In regards to her health, she did give birth to a healthy baby boy, is in active counseling, and has a new job that's more supportive and understanding. This one story is not uncommon for my organization. It shows how receiving the help of a lawyer can help shift life trajectories in ways that extend far beyond a single legal case outcome, and how the law is a powerful tool in combating the city's maternal and infant health crisis. Across the district every day, pregnant, birthing, and parenting people face barriers to health and well-being that unfortunately cannot be overcome without a lawyer, like accessing public benefits leading to improved food and housing security, establishing Medicaid coverage and healthcare access to treat complex healthcare needs, and resolving poor housing conditions, wrongful eviction threats, and homelessness. PLAW is proud to be part of DC's strong and dedicated medical legal partnership community. As you've heard from so many today, and as my medical champion for P-Law, Laurel Patchen, will testify next, the legal services that the ATJ initiative supports are critical for helping people in DC with unmet legal needs and for the ripple effect that they have on the mental health and well-being. It plays an important role in counteracting the historical and structural systems that have contributed and continue to harm so many DC families. If ATJ funding is not restored, the negative impact of decreased access to legal services like ours will extend far beyond the cases we won't be counting. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Roxana, and thank you for all of your important work. It's an excellent program at the Health Justice Alliance.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Laurel Patchen from MedStar Health.
Good morning. Are you able to, is my video working?
I can hear you, but I cannot see you.
Well, we'll roll with it then. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and other council members. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I'm Laurel Patchen. I work as a midwife. I've practiced in the District of Columbia for over 2 decades at MedStar Washington Hospital Center, one of the safety net hospitals that I'm sure you know well. I'm also a proud resident of DC, and I've lived in Ward 4 for over 20 years. Today, I am testifying as the medical legal champion of P-Law, the medical legal partnership that was just described by Roxana Richardson. I know the council is already very aware of the high maternal and infant mortality rates in our community. However, usually when people think about maternal and infant death, they extend to thoughts of clinical conditions, maybe medical diagnoses, and delivery of healthcare services. I'm here to emphasize that to resolve this crisis in our country and in our own community, resolve the problems that we have with maternal and infant death and severe maternal morbidity, we need to also think about unmet legal needs. Consider this, me driving to the hospital, listening to the news, and suddenly learning about the death of a patient killed in a fire. That death was not related to clinical care, and it was 100% totally preventable, because its root cause was directly traceable to utilities that were wrongly disconnected. This kind of thing simply doesn't happen to me anymore or my colleagues, because we now have an option. We now refer our patients to our medical legal partnership, and Roxy and her team address these kind of legal issues before they endanger my patient's health. I know 100% that if this medical legal partnership had existed previously, we'd have at least one less wrongful maternal infant death in our community. Our entire healthcare team that I work with now refers patients routinely to Roxy and her team. We refer for employment issues. Think about a patient who's no longer put on the schedule simply because she requested an accommodation to ensure that she had bathroom breaks. We refer when we find evidence of poor housing conditions that harm the health of our patients. And it's the responsibility of the landlords to address. Previously, people didn't know how to manage these things. They just suffered with the poor health outcomes. Our lawyers stabilize income, they stabilize housing, and I know that you can appreciate how these successes that they achieve have important impacts in terms of preventing downstream effects and increased cost. Roughly 30% of clinical outcomes are actually tied directly to medical management, and approximately 70% are due to social and environmental variables. We will never improve maternal child healthcare outcomes in our community unless we find a way to tackle these very complex social and environmental variables within the context of providing prenatal and postpartum healthcare. Roxy and her team, as you heard, have recovered thousands of dollars for patients. They've made sure that their homes are safe. They've prevented wrongful denial of food benefits. If we want to improve our city's maternal and child health outcomes, patients and healthcare providers require support to deal with the non-medical variables that also determine these healthcare outcomes. Our medical legal partnership receives Access to Justice Initiative funding as administered through the DC Bar Foundation. we already cannot meet the needs, unmet legal needs of our patients. And we're only scratching the surface of what we could be doing to help them. If access to Justice Initiative funding disappears, even fewer of my patients will have access to this partnership. And that means there's less of an opportunity to quickly improve the maternal child health situation in Washington, D.C. I've provided more details in my written testimony, and I am most available to answer any questions that you or the council members may have. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective.
Thank you so much, Laurel, for sharing. I'm so sorry to hear that tragic story. Appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we'll hear from Sam Crane, Quality Trust for Individuals with Disabilities.
Hello, my name is Sam Crane, and as the legal director of Quality Trust for Individuals with Disabilities, I really want to support continued and increased funding for access to justice initiatives. Quality Trust is an ATJ grantee. We're a DC-based nonprofit that operates the Jenny Hatch Justice Project. JHGP helps people access alternatives to guardianship, including supported decision-making, which this council passed a recent bill to recognize supported decision-making, so that they can maintain the maximum degree of autonomy possible. We also provide education about alternatives to guardianship and direct legal representation and short-term advice. We provide critical services to help people avoid unnecessary guardianship. Unnecessary guardianship not only deprives DC residents with disabilities of their essential right to self-determination, but it's also an unnecessary burden on our courts. The majority of our clients are able to access alternatives to guardianship through simply signing power of attorney and supported decision-making agreement forms or similar forms, which then help them avoid long-term involvement in the DC probate court system at significant public expense. Unfortunately, we are often the first people to tell family members that they don't need guardianship in order to support their loved ones with disabilities. We have tremendous impact on the people we serve. We've been able to help young people aging out of the foster care system create plans for continued support with their finances, benefits, and medical care. We've helped people escaping domestic violence to maintain access to benefits that had previously been managed and in some cases outright stolen by their abusers. And often those are DC funded public benefits that we're able to recover for people. We have helped people execute formal support agreements and avoid unnecessary guardianship as well. ATJ funding enables us to hire a dedicated staff attorney who works closely with clients, often over the course of several meetings, to discover individually tailored solutions that can help people meet their support needs and preserve their independence. Because our work is time intensive, without dedicated staff, our ability to provide direct legal advocacy to DC residents would be significantly curtailed. For example, in this time of unprecedented inflation, we really need to remain competitive in the DC job market. DC's high cost of living and competition with the federal sector make it additionally difficult to recruit and retain legal staff. We have faced in the past year significant challenges, both recruiting and retaining legal staff, because of the need to offer competitive pay increases, not just keep paying our people, but to offer increases in pay that reflect cost of living and increased experience. According to the National Association for Law Placement, the median legal services salary for metro areas with over 4 million residents is $72,960 for an attorney with 5 years of experience. DC's high cost of living means that often attorneys at this experience level are looking for an even higher salary. Meanwhile, our entire grant is $80,000. Counting health insurance, payroll taxes, etc., our grant does not even cover one FTE, far less than the level of need we're seeing. And that's why it's incredibly important that not only we don't cut this critical funding, but that we increase it. Our services are needed across all wards of the district. This year, of those intakes calls for which we currently have ward information, 41% are from wards 5, 7, and 8, and that's in line with historical trends. The vast majority of our clients with disabilities are multiply marginalized across race, disability, and income level. Most are African American, and most rely on Social Security income, SSI, supplemental security income, as their primary or sole source of income. This is well below the poverty line. We have seen a significant influx of new cases this year, and in just 3 months of this year, we've been contacted 45 times for legal advice and received over 6 requests for trainings. If that trend continues, it's likely that we'll need ATJ funding in 2024 more than ever. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Sam. Next, we will hear from Natasha Walls-Smith from DC Jail and Prison Advocacy Project.
Chairperson Pinto, my name is Natasha Walls-Smith, and consistent with accessibility practices, my pronouns are she, her, and I am a Black biracial woman with dark brown, curly, shoulder-length hair, medium brown skin, and brown eyes, wearing a maroon and black tweed dress. I am the monitoring and mitigation attorney for the Jail and Prison Advocacy Project, Disability Rights DC, the federally mandated protection and advocacy program for people with disabilities in the District of Columbia. The Jail and Prison Advocacy Project, referred to as JPAP, provides client-centered re-entry planning, peer support, and advocacy for incarcerated and returned citizens diagnosed with psychiatric and/or intellectual disabilities, traumatic brain injuries. With Department of Corrections, DOC, JPAP's advocacy has led to systemic changes like the creation of the Mental Health Step-Down Unit and the Women's Wellness Unit, improving officer and staff training regarding mental health, and others. We are an Access to Justice Initiative grantee, referred to as ATJ, and fully support the Access to Justice Commission's request to restore ATJ funding to fiscal year 23 levels. JPAP would not exist without initiative funding. ATJ recognized the importance of specialized representation for those at the intersection of psychiatric and intellectual disabilities, race, and criminal system involvement, and also gave others the courage to invest in this work. About 44% of people in jails have been diagnosed with a psychiatric disorder, and our work focuses on the most vulnerable. Many believe that those with psychiatric disabilities are dangerous and violent. However, those with psychiatric disabilities are only as likely, not more likely, to demonstrate acts of violence compared to others in their neighborhood without psychiatric disabilities. People with psychiatric disabilities are more likely to be victims of crime than perpetuate crime. All of our clients have been victims of crime at least once in their lives. This funding enables us to advocate for our clients while honoring the complexity of each experience and the intersectional nature of disability, which often leads to better outcomes for our clients and the community. Without ATJ funding, my job would not exist. My position was created as a permanent staff position during COVID-19 in 2021. I advocate for DC residents with disabilities in federal prisons all over the country who contact our office because of the abuse, neglect, and discrimination they face. Under the authority of the Protection and Advocacy Program, I have unaccompanied, unannounced access to monitor DC jail conditions for people with psychiatric and intellectual disabilities. With my position, we can now provide consistent monitoring for the DC jail complex. While monitoring, I've witnessed and reported many concerning conditions that violate policy and endanger people with psychiatric disabilities. During last year's Oversight hearing, I shared a story about a unit with visible mold on the ceiling and walls and found myself face to face with a line of maggots. I'm happy to say the mold and maggots were addressed, and I have not seen that problem since. Our advocacy led to the reform of an ineffective grievance procedure targeting the men's acute mental health unit that violated constitutionally protected rights and Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Monitoring has also led to the repair and strict cleaning standards for cells meant to be suicide resistant, operational lights, access to showers, and the end of falsification of safe cell records, among others. Director Faust meets with us regularly and addresses most issues. Initiative funding protects people involved in the criminal system with disabilities from abuse, neglect, and discrimination. Defunding ATJ to pre-pandemic levels is simply inexcusable when we no longer live in a pre-pandemic world. The pandemic only exacerbated the inequality and injustice in our community, and we are still in the midst of this crisis. When local budgets are cut, services are cut, which means rights, especially disability rights, of Brown and Black returned citizens go unprotected. We expect the most vulnerable to carry the burdens of austerity, but then wonder why we have yet to achieve equity. If you defund ATJ, you defund equity. Please restore access to justice funding to the fiscal year 23 levels. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natasha. Next, we'll hear from Nadia Salazar from DC Jobs with Justice.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, and my apologies for the background noise. My name is Nadia Salazar, and I'm the organizing director at DC Jobs with Justice, a coalition of labor organizations, community groups, and faith-based organizations, and student groups dedicated to protecting the rights of working people, supporting community struggles, and promoting racial justice to build a more just society in DC. Our membership is made of 60+ organizations that work with and for the communities of DC for over 20 years. DC Jobs with Justice has been advocating for affordable, dignified housing and tenants for over a decade because we recognize that access to housing is a human right. Eviction is extremely damaging to families. It has ongoing ripple effects, as one eviction makes the quality of housing of a family can access worse and undermines their economic stability. We understand that agencies tasked with housing folks in DC are overworked and have many gaps. This is why it is integral to keep funding for Access to Justice grants program. We at DC Jobs with Justice know that this program is at the cornerstone of ensuring our communities have the resources needed to advocate for themselves in the most vulnerable time during a possible eviction. Last year, a coalition of housing rights and legal organizations, including DC Jobs with Justice, started outreach efforts in the community to talk to tenants with current eviction cases as part of the Access to Justice initiative. Our main objective is to meet tenants where they are, bring in legal resources to be able to face their eviction cases with trusted legal representation. Across organizations, thousands of doors have been knocked, and we've spoken with thousands of tenants about their individual cases with the goal to prevent their eviction. However, we will likely be unable to do this wonderful work with and for our DC communities because of the mayor's proposed budget has removed significant funds from the grants program. The DC Council has long appreciated that part of our justice and safety must include efforts to ensure residents have true access to the laws on the books. There were significant investments made in fiscal year 22 and 23 to ensure tenants and communities are properly represented while they fight to stay at home. As the Access to Justice Commission has noted, the work's impact is clear. Just in the last quarter of 2022, there were 818 door knocks to tenants at risk of eviction to offer help, 382 letters of information to access help were sent, and 16 Know Your Rights trainings were conducted with about 255 attendees. Organizers, fellows, and paid canvassers provide the first in-person help to someone in time of vulnerability. They don't only provide information, but they also case manage and provide hope in a situation of confusion. For example, just this year, one of our organizers, Damiana, helped tenants advocate for improved conditions in buildings with high eviction notices and cases. While the legal case is often out of our hands, the fight for better conditions is in the building affects the people who live there now and who will live there in the future, and thereby the whole community. Our work is deeper than informing our communities. We advocate hand in hand with families and communities at risk of eviction. This funding that the mayor wants to cut covers organizers like Damiana and the implementation of all possible tactics of intervention in order to help families at risk of losing their homes. This year, we face a new threat to the housing security of thousands of communities and families in DC. Rent that can increase up to 8.9% allowable by law. With this new increase, the interventions and outreach tactics of all organizations involved in this grant program are important and integral. Chairperson Pinto, we respectfully ask that DC Council restore the Access to Justice program to its full funding by filling the $20.339 million gap in the budget. This funding would directly impact our communities by having the money to go to the maintenance of legal interpreter bank to reach the high demand of civil legal services that are needed in the community, and to help support the lack of access for help for folks who have different language needs. We thank you so much, Chairperson Pinto, and members of the committee for your championship in this issue, and hope that you continue to champion on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nadia. Thank you to all of our witnesses, this panel. Really appreciate you all being here. We're going to do what we can. We're going to keep fighting for this. All right, I am going to call our next and last panel of public witnesses today. Charles Russell, Kelly Davis, Charles Hopkins, Michael Dickerson L, Dietrich Trent, Warren Young, Camilla Whitaker, Saeed Abdul Wahid, Allison Khan Pauly, Bull Muhammad, Cynthia Smith, and Jacqueline Kinlow. And again, if you should get a notification inviting you to be promoted as a panelist. So if you're here, accept that. All right, we can start with Dietrich Trent.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Ms. Pinto. I'm here at work now. I'm out here in the field, but I'm available to testify. So I'm testifying on behalf of the Return to Citizens community, and excuse the noise in my background. I want to say that these funds that's allocated towards all these community-based organizations, it goes a long way of helping putting a dent in recidivism when it comes to the return to citizens being productive out here in society, because a lot of us coming back home, speaking of myself, after doing 25 years, I was a Title 16 offender, came home after doing 25 years as a 41-year-old man. I wasn't established, and organizations like Voices for a Second Chance helped me establish an identity out here. If it wasn't for them giving me the resources, and not only just the resources, Councilwoman, just being helping me, giving me guidance and being a beacon and helping me understand that I do have a second chance out here, even though that there's a lot of things, barriers that I might be facing. But then if I just trust in the process, then everything will be great. And it's very imperative, and I'm saying I could probably speak on the behalf of the Return to Citizen community, that we need these community-based organizations all out here for us to help us, because a lot of brothers and sisters are scared to go in certain establishments due to the places that they're coming from. So these community-based organizations bring humanity and bring humility to the work, and accept us as human beings coming back. And that's very important for someone that's coming from out of prison and coming back into DC, into their society, and we just want to be accepted. And these organizations make us feel accepted. Not only that, they accept our family, they accept anything that comes with us and try to help us with any burdens. I don't want to be long-winded because I know you've been on this panel all day, listening to a lot of testimonies. And I just want to say I'm greatly appreciated that you taking your time and listening to us and doing a great work. This is not my first time being in the meetings with you, but I just want to say I thank you and I tilt my hat to you, Councilwoman Pinto. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Dietrich, and thank you
Yes,
for
ma'am.
sharing your story and all of your hard work.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yourself and others. Appreciate that. Congratulations. Charles Russell, public witness.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you about returning citizens and the challenges that we faced and the people who are doing things that help us meet those challenges. My name is Charles Russell, as you know, and I'm a returning citizen and a client of Voices for a Second Chance. I want to testify today about programs for reentry that are so important to public safety and justice reform here in DC. Our voices are often not heard, but I'm here joining my peers to talk about the types of programs like the one I'm involved in with Voices for a Second Chance that are helping returning citizens to contribute to strong families and communities here in the district. Following are some programs that provide, I think, vital support for returning citizens. There are examples of the types of programs that I think we need more funding for. Number one, Voices for a Second Chance. The program improves the capacity for justice involved in returning DC residents to become productive citizens. Among other things, VSC offers viable housing options for returning citizens, and that's the number one need of all people returning from incarceration. VSC also provides effective individual case management, counseling, and support groups for justice involved in returning citizens. VSC helps returning citizens to become leading advocates of policies and laws affecting full access to citizenship. I want to say that VSC utilizes a family-centered approach to change our outlook, to prevent us becoming re-involved in criminal activities. It's always a temptation, and I'm gonna let that conclude my testimony. I see the clock I'm running out of time. So just please continue to fund programs like Voices for a Second Chance. I was also going to say a little bit about the program Ready for Work, which I'm a graduate of, and they're doing magnificent, terrific work there. Thank you for this opportunity.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us. Next, we'll hear from Michael Dickerson L., public witness.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairperson, Ms. Brooke. I'm Michael Dixon L. from Voices for a Second Chance. I also work for Voices for a Second Chance too. Peer leader, reentry navigator here at Voices for a Second Chance. And our organization does a wonderful job in helping returning citizens get back on their feet and regaining their identity by giving them their vital documentation. Also, they help get with gift cards. They get them food benefits, toiletries. We help with Medicaid, also EBT, which is known as SNAP food benefits. This organization also, we do a lot of community work with our outreach team that I'm a part of. We help serve a lot of underprivileged citizens with food. We go throughout the city through all the different what you would call hot spots, and we make sure we pass out food so them brothers and sisters can have things to eat. Also internally, we do a lot of rental assistance. We help clients with rental assistance that just, been newly freed from prison. And then, they might have a job and they might need a little assistance with rent. So we'll help them with rental assistance, also hotel stays that we can secure them some form of housing before they can transition into permanent housing. And also Voices for a Second Chances. We do so much work that's, not seen, trying to get workforce development into procedure, because a lot of brothers and sisters that come home, a lot of them never had a job. So as a navigator here, it's almost impossible for me to secure them any type of employment if they are, they don't even have no type of job training or job skills. So these are some of the things that Voices for a Second Chance is trying to implement. And, these funds are needed by OVSJG to get us, make sure we keep the funds going so we can start instituting more things, because we need more clinical service, because a lot of the brothers and sisters that come home from prison are suffering from mental illness. They suffer from some type of drug dependency. And we need more employees with higher, credentials. But the only way we can employ those type of people, we got to have the money to employ clinical services. So there's a lot of things that we do, and a lot of things that we need to help return citizens get back amalgamated into society. And Voices for a Second Chance is doing a wonderful job, because like I said, one time I was a client, now I'm an employee. And this is proof that what Voices for a Second Chance to do. And I would like to thank you again for allowing me to testify. And I'd like to also thank the people that fund us, OVSJG, for doing a marvelous job in helping us in our endeavor to make things better for returning citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Next, we'll hear from Allison Khan-Pauley from CASA for Children of DC.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am honored to speak here today. My name is Allison Khan-Pauley. I am the Chief of Staff of CASA for Children of DC, known by many as CASA DC. OVSJG is vital to the DC community, funding, coordinating, and guiding community-based systems of care for victims of crime, youth, and their families in the district. We understand the importance of community-based support, and we urge the Council to continue to value and prioritize OVSJG and its impactful services. We are grateful to have received our first OVSJG award in 2022 and continued funding in 2023 to support our work with justice-involved youth with demonstrated impact. OVSJG, particularly Melissa Milcham, has been a champion for this work. Through high-quality volunteer mentorship and best interest advocacy, we are building protective factors for juvenile justice youth to prevent recidivism. Less than 25% of our youth reoffended during the past year. 86% are currently on track to successfully complete their diversion programming, and 89% of our youth demonstrate positive communication skills and practice positive coping. With opportunity for expansion, we are providing evidence-based peer circles every week at Bard's Restorative Justice Centers, and we are now providing positive, safe, and engaging spaces and supports for over 100 youth. The Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, JJAG, which advises OVSJG, has adopted a new resolution to enhance mentoring for justice-impacted youth. Our program is proof that mentorship can work to support DC's justice-involved youth. And we urge OVSJG to embrace this resolution, and not only to continue, but expand this funding for mentorship for justice-involved youth. For 20 years, CASA DC has provided compassionate, trauma-informed, and cost-efficient care for DC's most vulnerable children, foster youth, and since 2016, juvenile justice youth. We are the only organization in DC that unites child advocacy with mentorship. Our volunteers develop supportive one-on-one relationships with youth, engaging them in positive experiences and empowering key goals. This personalized relationship also informs best interest advocacy, ensuring that the child's voice is heard in court. This work is not just impactful, it is transforming. Our youth are doing better in school than their peers. We've assisted over 200 youth in education and learning, allowing them to be meeting or exceeding expectations in school at a greater rate than DC's foster youth as a whole. With robust well-being support, we have supported over 200 youth to be able to identify and practice healthy coping mechanisms, positive communication, and pro-social behaviors. We've also supported over 200 youth to build key life skills. Our work is currently funded by the DC Superior Court and private and federal grants, but we could do so much more with additional funding. There is a significant untapped source of funding support administered by OVSJG, which CASA DC has consistently been denied, VOCA. VOCA is one of the most significant funding sources for CASA organizations throughout the country. Over 500 state and local CASA chapters receive VOCA funding, totaling over $73 million. Federal determinations have explicitly found CASA services eligible for VOCA funding. However, we have never received VOCA funding from the district, despite providing direct case management services and education on youth victims of abuse. Last month, we had the opportunity to speak with Councilperson Pinto's office about its priorities for DC and youth. Mental health was identified as a particular concern. We indicated that increased VOCA funding for new grantees would likely enable not only CASA DC, but other local organizations to expand mental health supports for the district. Last year, according to the list of FY23 OVSJG grantees, only 6 organizations were awarded VOCA funding, with nearly $4.3 million awarded between them. We do not wish for any funding to be decreased to valuable service the district, but there are more worthy organizations who make a real difference in the lives of DC's people, especially those vulnerable individuals who seek to persevere over the trauma of victimization. We urge additional funds to be allocated to VOCA, enabling more organizations like CASA DC to reach their full impact. Furthering this goal, as a member of the Victim Assistance Network, we urge the Council to provide $15.268 million in recurring local funding to OVSJG's budget to meet the required $47.6 million baseline dedicated to funding level for victim services in FY24. We welcome any questions, and we seek to continue taking care of the district's vulnerable children, positioning them for brighter futures. Additional funding would allow so much more. Thank you all for your time and for your support.
Thank you so much, Allison. Appreciate your testimony. Next up, we have Lul Muhammad from the Person Center.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, members of the committee and committee staff. My name is Lul Mahmoud, and I'm the Executive Director of the Person Center. The Person Center is a member of the small cluster of culturally specific organizations that have been mentioned here today. We're a grassroots community built and led by Black and African women with the dedication to the eradication of domestic and sexual violence in the African immigrant and refugee community here in Washington, D.C. TPC offers case management and survivor support services, community education and professional development programs, and advocacy initiatives to address the needs of this community. The importance of culturally specific service providers is clear in the fact that survivors regularly experience additional trauma, stress, isolation, and abuse as a result of incompetence and lack of understanding of their experiences, values, beliefs, and traditions, especially survivors from non-Western cultures and ethnicities. Our survivors are victims of forced marriage, gender-based war crimes, including gang rape, female genital mutilation, persecution due to religious belief or sexual orientation, survivors of civil war, survivors of labor and sex trafficking, victims of terrorism, and survivors of military and police brutality, as well as survivors of disaster-related displacement. When our survivors have access to culturally specific service providers, they're not only better understood, but as a result, our survivors continually show an increased willingness and enthusiasm to pursue justice, receive support, and follow through with programs and services that can save their lives and the lives of their children. This is evident in the reality that most mainstream or larger organizations continually report that African immigrants are consistently one of the underrepresented participants of their programs and services, while every single one of our clients are from this community. The Person Center has only held independent status in the fiscal year 2022 and the current fiscal year of 2023. The proposed cuts to OVSJG is a direct threat to the viability and survival of culturally specific service providers in the district, especially organizations like the Person Center. The Person Center has seen a projected doubling of the number of clients served in this fiscal year in comparison to the last. In addition to our direct services, the Person Center remains a vital resource that's solely increasing the capacity and technical expertise of domestic violence service providers across the district. And the demand for our training that betters services for African immigrant victims of violent crime, we have received a near 200% increase in requests for training and technical assistance across the DC area, and surprisingly across the country. Our organization has only 4 fully funded staff, and OVSJG is the sole funder that ensures that 3 of our full-time employees keep our mission alive and our services available. Unlike many of our fellow DC domestic violence service providers and members of the Victim Assistance Network, or VAN, the Person Center, the sole African immigrant specific domestic violence service provider, could entirely disappear if a fraction of the proposed cuts were enacted today. Thus, as a member of the Victim Assistance Network, we urge the DC Council to provide $15.268 million in recurring local funds to OVSJG's budget to meet the required $47.6 million baseline dedicated funding level for victim services in FY24. The Person Center and its existence as a service provider is a symbol of the progress DC has made to make clear that the needs of the largest one of the largest African immigrant communities in the nation matters to their representative and service providers. The current funds allocated to culturally specific providers is already woefully behind in comparison to the demand in the community, as well as the funding awarded to other culturally specific providers in the district. We are grateful for the commitment OVSJG has made to supporting the development of organizations like the Person Center. However, with these devastating cuts, we believe these promises and commitments will be short-lived. Where many of our partners, sister organizations, and members of the VAN are testifying to protect critical components of their programs and staff, we at the Person Center are testifying to urge the Council to keep the Person Center open for nearly 200,000 African immigrants who deserve it. Lastly, the Person Center wants to testify to the absolute need that smaller organizations have for other programs and organizations funded by OVSJG that make holistic service provision possible for our survivors. The Person Center depends on our partners, like our partner AYUDA, as an interpretation and legal services provider that makes our work possible. We depend on DASH and the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence for emergency and long-term housing opportunities for survivors that face the threat of remaining unhoused as a result of abuse, their immigration status, medical disability, and subsequent loss of income. We depend on the network for Victim Recovery DC and various legal aid providers. We depend on other culturally specific providers, including the Asian Pacific Islander Domestic Violence Resource Project and Safe Sister Circles that serve and advocate for marginalized survivors as well. Without properly funded partners, the Person Center will be left without any pathways to provide services for survivors that we are currently unable to provide. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you all. Cynthia Smith, Survivors Advisory Board and Sisters of Hope, excuse me.
Good afternoon, Council Chair Brooke Pinto, community leaders, and fellow advocates. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Cynthia Smith, a DC resident of Ward 5, mother of 3 and a survivor of domestic violence. Domestic violence continues to be an epidemic globally, which is worse within military families. Numerous studies have indicated that the rates of domestic violence within military households are substantially greater than those in the civilian population. My husband then came home one day, had a bad day at work, started verbally and physically assaulting me. That night, he continued beating me in the head, punching me and kicking me, and he started choking me after I fell and I screamed for help. My children came downstairs and my abuser stopped and left the house. My abuser was never charged. He was told by his sergeant to take anger management. Although there is a zero tolerance in domestic violence in the military has no enforcement power to arrest and has to seek a local law enforcement for prosecution. A retired military local police called me and was told he cannot arrest my abusive husband because it happened 3 days after the assault. The majority of the military active duty after retiring at 40 have a preference in state government jobs such as law enforcement, judiciary, and another department and other department agency. In military, there's a saying, we take care of our own. In my case back then, I did not have survivors advocate. Judges and commissioners decided my fate in court, finding out that they were retired military. I was denied medical history of abuse from the military. Divorce is a $50 billion industry. Despite the myths surrounding domestic violence, well-educated, highly accomplished professionals are just as susceptible to abuse as anyone else. Domestic violence is not a socio-economic issue. It has no regard for age, ethnicity, money, profession, or level of education. I was displaced, lost custody of my children, and was kept from accessing our marital asset. After leaving my abuser, navigating the system was a challenge. I stand with support the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence unanimously passed budget platform and demand that all funding cuts be restored. Fair Budget Coalition also incorporates the full DC DAV CADV platform, and these areas is in dire need of funding. Mental health. Survivors of domestic violence need access to emergency long-term counseling to heal from the traumas they have endured. Housing. Despite the effort to this date, domestic violence continues to be one of the leading causes of homelessness. There is not enough housing dedicated to survivors. Culturally specific service providers and programs. These programs have greater barriers related to lack of historical data, funding stability, fundraising capability, and visibility in qualifying and applying for funding opportunities. Sustainability and continuity of programs. The staff who serve in this field are chronically under-resourced. Legal services. Domestic violence survivors have significant legal needs to gain emergency and long-term safety and stability. Most have waiting lists and have closed intake. Additional funds to hire attorneys and staff will make legal remedies more available to more survivors. Prevention. It is important to continue to provide services to survivors of domestic violence through our already undersourced program, even more scarce in funding for primary prevention. In language and disability access, every survivor, regardless of country of origin, language, and cognitive and physical ability, deserve equal access to the critical services that our member programs provide. Unfortunately, the current grants awarded to local programs do not include sufficient funds to cover language access and accommodation. If I was provide housing, access to mental health, to heal the trauma that I have endured, and having a disability and a survivor advocate in court, free legal services at the time of my divorce, my life would have been different. I wanted to thank the amazing services of my sister's place, Bread for the City, and Legal Aid. I am grateful to DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence for encouraging me to share and advocate for my fellow survivors. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that story, and I'm so sorry to hear of all that you've been through. It's amazing how strong you are, and I appreciate you joining us today. Next, we're going to hear from Saeed Abdul Wahid, public witness.
Good day, Chairman. Thank you first and foremost. I'm having some issues with my video at this time.
No problem, we can hear you.
Thank you for convening this very important hearing and providing the opportunity for public witnesses to comment on reentry and the challenges that confront returning citizens. My name is Mr. Saeed Abdul Wahid. I am a returned citizen and a client of Voices for Second Chance. I'm here to testify on why programs for reentry are important to public safety and justice reform in DC. Our voices are often not heard. However, I'm here joining my peers to talk about the types of programs like the one I'm involved with at Voices for Second Chance that can help us to contribute to strong families and stronger communities in the district. Programs are supposed to be created to help move the government to provide additional funds for programs such as Voices for Second Chance. The following programs that I'll list with you today, that I'll share with you, also provide support for returning citizens, and they actually help make us whole. The first one that I would like to elaborate on is Voices for a Second Chance. This program improves the capacity for justice involved and returning citizens to become productive citizens. It transforms us, returning citizens, to become legal advocates of policies and law, presenting full access to citizenship. Voices for Second Chance has established a family-centered approach to disrupt patterns that lead to incarceration, and it has created valuable housing options for returning citizens. I would also like to list with you the Pivot Program. The Pivot Program offers a multitude of opportunities for returning citizens that enables acclimation back into the community a success. The Pivot Program offers courses geared to empowering the confidence, skill set, knowledge, and necessary certifications that allows one to establish a career as well as or launch an entrepreneurial endeavor, business, or service. The two various courses, the Paralegal Program and the Business Entrepreneurship Program, are challenging programs led by the prestigious Georgetown University professors and faculty. I myself, a returned citizen and Georgetown Pivot alumni, can attest to this. It is very important for the council to appreciate the importance of easing the road home for justice-involved men and women, because according to the most recent report, we have approximately 67 returning citizens coming back to the district every year. These same individuals are our neighbors, they are our coworkers, they are our parents, and most want to move past their mistakes and create a stable life for themselves and their families. We have to ensure that our returning citizens have every opportunity to succeed. We must actually provide a second chance. That concludes my testimony. I do thank you for your time, your regard, as well as the opportunity to provide a voice within this space. I am open for any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saeed. Appreciate you being here. Next, we're going to hear from Jacqueline Kinlow, ANC Commissioner from ANC 8D01.
Hello, good day. Good day, Chair Pinto and members of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. My name is Jacqueline Kinlow, and I am an Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner in the Bellevue section of Ward 8. As you no doubt know, Ward 8 is a hotspot for violent crime, particularly in the commercial strip of Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue and South Capitol Streets, Southeast and Southwest. For decades, such crime has continued to demoralize and depress a community that wishes only to live in peace and not continually look for cover when gunshot rings in the wee hours of the night or in the full light of day. Eyes on the ground, eyes in the air. Yes, we understand. This is how crime is deterred. This is how crime is arrested. And to this end, the city must be more proactive and less reactive in crime reduction. Eyes on the ground refers to police officers walking the beat and squad cars policing the neighborhoods. But as we know, the Metropolitan Police Department, plagued with burnout and low morale, is declining, with record numbers retiring and too few cadets signing up to take their place. This is an ongoing situation which has plagued the city for decades, and not merely during or since the pandemic. Overtime pay for current MPD has only delayed what is clear to all. The city has not had, does not have, and will not have adequate force numbers to police the city for the foreseeable future. Therefore, it is imperative that an increase in eyes in the air, i.e. new camera technology whose sole purpose is to collect crime data and to discourage and capture bad actor behavior. I have some recommendations, which has become evident to us in our public meetings. An increase in significant funding for criminal research analysts and supplementary civilian staff in direct correlation to a diminishing police force. It's often been mentioned that millions of dollars in overtime has been paid to compensate police officers on the beat. Such funds could be diverted to a civilian staff to help fill in the gap in deterring crime. Number two would be increase in the number of tactical closed circuit television or CCTV cameras and other novel surveillance system cameras to capture and record data into real-time case collection. Number three, equip CCTV with audio overhear capability. Number four, utilize audio collection in identified crime hotspots on the commercial strip. Retain CCTV data longer than the required 10 days. Number six, send squad cars to ongoing crime scenes visible on CCTV via active and not passive monitoring, as is currently the case. Number seven, adopt a truly unified security system platform where all data streams and operations are synced into a real-time crime center, also known as RTCC. Adapt DC's crime center to ongoing state-of-the-art capability to what is currently being utilized in big population cities such as Chicago and New Orleans with positive results, not only to pursue eventual case prosecution, but to predict and forestall crime. Increase and invest in all modes of predictive behavioral analysis, human, technological, historical, and material. Identification and monitoring of data regarding gang affiliation and activity, recidivist bad actors with known habits and hangouts, likely points of ingress and egress, paydays, pickups and drop-offs, dumped cars, shot spotters, full moons, helicopter surveillance, and drones would all contribute to crime prevention. Partnering with other agencies, local and federal, to share data and pinpoint common denominators toward crime prevention and case prosecutions to decrease violent crimes, murders, trafficking, illegal transactions, and dumping. Violence needs to be treated as a public health issue, said Mayor Ras Baraka of New Jersey, quote unquote. I endorse restoration of funding cuts in the interest of public safety, in the interest of public health. I thank you for your time and this opportunity to testify. I actually was not quite sure if this was the forum I was supposed to speak in, but I felt that I should say something to the needs of my neighborhood. And I know you haven't had lunch. You probably haven't had breakfast. It's been a long day. And I thank you for your time.
Know that?
Well, I've been here the whole time, and I thank you for having me, and I thank you for your patience.
Well, thank you for watching the whole time. That's amazing. And thank you for testifying in your service, Commissioner. And I appreciate your ideas about improving public safety. I think those are great ideas, and we'll work on a number of those in the committee. Thank you.
Fantastic.
All right, next up we have Kimberly Holmes, a client from DC Kin Care Alliance.
Thank you. I apologize, Chairman Pinto. I was having issues with my camera, and please excuse me for any background. My name is Kimberly Holmes. I'm a Ward 8 resident and a caregiver for my 9-year-old niece. My niece has been living with me for over 5 years. When CFSA dropped her off at my house after being taken from her mom's home with nothing but the clothes on her back. No birth certificate, no Medicaid card, no immunization, nothing. CFSA told me to go to the courthouse and file for emergency custody for my niece. While at the courthouse, I found out about DC Kin Care Alliance through the Family Courthouse Self Center. I called the hotline and spoke with an attorney about my options to care for my niece and the need that I had for help to retrieve her medical, to get medical care, school, enroll her in school, and benefits and services so that she can be safe and thrive. I am too a product of foster care. When I aged out, I lived in a homeless shelter, and then I got my life together by finding a job, a place to live, and that I can pay for my own. But when CFSA placed my niece in my care, my life had got turned upside down. I had to pick and choose, would it be rent or for her? So many of times I would have to take my rent to buy her clothes, food, even pay for a child sitter. But thank God for DC Kin Care. When I spoke to someone, DC Kin Care was able to assist me in several things, as far as getting her birth certificate and legal services, so that I also too wouldn't lose my housing due to me having to pick survival mode for my niece. In this time, they helped me with retrieving her birth certificate, getting TANF, child care services. I am asking that we will continue to work and partner with DC Kin Care Alliance. They have been a great help to me. Without them, I'm now active member of the community board that they have that has 30 members. I've also been introduced to the Speaker Bureau program, which allows me to advocate and speak on behalf of some of our issues. Chairman, Ms. Pinto, I'm asking that you would look into DC Kin Care and please find funding for their services, because they are a great help for people like me. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. Next, we are going to hear from Caroline Ackerman from the Amara Legal Center. You're still muted, Caroline.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Caroline Ackerman, and I'm the Executive Director for the Amara Legal Center. Amara is a nonprofit that provides free trauma-informed legal services to survivors of sex trafficking and to sex workers. The majority of our clients are women of color who have experienced homelessness, poverty, and severe trauma. Since its founding in 2013, Amara has provided free legal services to over 500 clients with over 800 legal matters in the DC metro area. Our practice areas include family law, criminal defense, criminal record relief, civil protection orders, and victim witness advocacy. I'm here today to support the Access to Justice initiative and to share how OVSJG and Access to Justice funding have made lasting impacts on our clients. Due to its unique geographic location on the I-95 corridor and the close proximity to a number of casinos and sports venues, DC is a hub for sex trafficking. As a result of being trafficked, many survivors face complex legal issues. For example, with funding from OVSJG and the Access to Justice initiative, Amara provides free representation to survivors in contested custody cases where they have children in common with their trafficker or abuser. At Amara, we recognize that the legal system is difficult for anyone to navigate, and this is especially true for those who have experienced trauma. When our clients go to court, they are not only thinking about the legal case, how the judge might rule, how the outcome will impact their lives, but they're also thinking about being in the same room as their trafficker, what to do if they feel triggered, how to respond if the opposing party engages in victim blaming or shaming. With an Amara attorney, our clients are not alone. They have a fierce advocate, they have a listening ear, they have an expert on the laws and court procedures, and someone whose sole purpose is to ensure that their legal goals and needs are addressed. With reduced program funding, survivors' access to justice would be severely hampered. The majority of our clients are low income and would not be able to afford a private attorney. Without free representation, survivors would not only have limited access to legal information and advocacy that would help them prevail in their cases, but their whole lives would be impacted. They would be required to face the justice system alone. They would likely face unfavorable outcomes that would affect their long-term goals to achieve stability after leaving their trafficker. Traffickers target individuals in marginalized groups, which results in Black and Brown women being disproportionately impacted by sex trafficking. Reducing the legal services funding available to serve this population would therefore exacerbate the existing inequalities that we are all working so hard to dismantle through access to justice programs. For example, Amara provides free representation in vacator cases so that survivors can reverse and expunge criminal convictions that occurred as a result of their victimization. Many of our clients face criminal charges, but with criminal record relief, they're able to pass background checks, obtain employment, and seek educational opportunities. This form of legal relief can be truly instrumental in clients achieving financial stability and safe housing. At Amara Legal Center, we are very grateful for the OVSJG and access to justice funding that we've received in the past several years, and for the council's support for these programs. This year, we ask that you continue your support of these programs so that we can continue serving clients and enhancing access to justice in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Caroline. All right, we are. I believe our next and final public witness for today, Deanna Wilson, public witness. Fiona, you're still muted. Should be at the bottom left-hand corner. You click on the Zoom. Are you calling from a phone? Okay, try clicking just gently on the bottom left-hand corner, not where the home button is, but just on the Zoom, and then you should see a little option that says mute. Oh, looks like you had it for a second, but then it came off. Are you parked? Okay, I would try picking up your phone and turning it to the other side. And then sometimes it rejiggers. Do you see any options at the bottom? Where it says video and mute. Okay. And then you can't click the mute button. The other option is we could try to have you call in. Can you hear me? Fiona, can you hear me? All right, it looks like you may be frozen. You may have lost internet connection. So we are going to move on for now. And Deanna, if you're able to get back in, then we'll gonna have you join a little bit later. But if you can hear me, make sure to submit your written testimony to the committee, and we will make sure that we review it. Thank you for trying to join us. That concludes our public witnesses for today. I want to thank all of you. Your testimony has been extremely impactful to me and my team, and I know we're all going to be working really hard over the next several weeks to see what we can do here. I know that the services that you all provide or rely on or are involved with are so important and so fundamental to human dignity and human safety, and have become such a safety net for so many DC residents that now really is not the time to be pulling that out from under folks. And so we're going to do everything we can. And we're going to move on to Director Porter. Right. Hi, Director. Welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today. And as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And Director, I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you.
Okay. I can speak up a little bit more. Is it still?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. It's just a little bit light. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind speaking up, and maybe if there's a microphone to readjust.
Okay.
All right. Well, I would now like to invite Acting Director Porter to make any opening statement or testimony you may have.
Thank you, Council Member, and good afternoon. Well, good evening. Chairwoman Pinto, members of the committee and committee staff. I'm Jennifer L. Porter, and I'm the Director of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, also known as OVSJG. I'm joined today by Tracy Lewis, OVSJG Administrative Officer, and John Nitz, Agency Fiscal Officer. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. For FY24, the Mayor's proposed budget for OVSJG is $75,586,327. The Mayor's FY24 budget proposal builds on the recovery budget she put forward last year to bolster core city services, improve the experience of residents and businesses interacting with the district government, and provide greater opportunity for residents to learn, grow, and thrive. OVSJG's budget includes investments for returning citizens, increased funding for sexual assault services and victim services, investments for housing and services for domestic violence victims and survivors, and support for relocation, safe housing, and trauma-informed mental health services for gun violence victims and survivors. Funds are allocated across programs as follows: approximately $1.2 million in agency administration, $13.1 million for access to justice, $18 million in justice grants, $35.1 million in victim services, $2.1 million in truancy reduction, and $5.9 million in targeted services. Approximately 95% of OVSJG's budget is for grants, including those to community-based organizations and district agencies providing services to victims of crime, justice-involved individuals, and youth who are at risk for truancy or juvenile delinquency, and programs to reduce gun violence and services for individuals who experience or are at risk for gun violence. I want to highlight a few of those investments represented in this budget. Justice grants. The FY24 budget for justice grants is $18.1 million. Reentry service providers, utilize these funds to conduct individual needs assessments and then meet the needs of returning citizens to assist with reintegration, avoid homelessness, and reduce recidivism. In FY23, OVSJG has awarded $8,199,067.81 to reentry service providers in ARPA Reentry Flex Funds. We remain committed to maximizing the use of ARPA funds in the reentry community until they expire in fiscal year 2024. The FY24 proposed budget reflects specific investments in services for victims and survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, life-threatening intentional trauma, and crime victims in general. This includes a $3 million enhancement for SABRA advocacy and other sexual assault services, and a $3.7 million enhancement for victims, survivor service providers to create and implement accessible and comprehensive victim services, including crisis intervention, advocacy, case management, trauma-informed mental health services, shelter, and other services that promote healing. To date, domestic violence housing funding with ARPA dollars support 4 fully operational shelters and transitional housing programs, And victim service grantees have provided 934 victims with housing and 1,240 victims with services using ARPA funds. Targeted services. The targeted services budget this year includes 5 activities. First, the private security camera incentive program at $500,000. Second, the capacity building project, a recurring investment of $500,000 for targeted training, technical assistance, and funding for community-based organizations to enhance their ability to effectively manage district grant funding. Third, the Safe Housing for Gun Violence Victims Initiative at $3.7 million. And fourth, and finally, the Trauma-Informed Mental Health Services, funding at $1.2 million. In closing, I'd like to thank Mayor Bowser for her support of the mission of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants and her commitment to the work that we do, our shared DC values, and building a safer and stronger DC. The resources allocated to OVSJG play a critical role in supporting healing, safety, and justice for every resident in the District of Columbia. The council and this committee are critical allies in this effort. And I thank you for your ongoing support of OVSJG. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My team and I are available to answer your questions at this time.
Thank you, Director Porter, and thank you for highlighting those investments. As I'm sure that you heard some or all of testimony today, there was pretty much unanimous concern, deep concern from many of our service providers and clients around what these cuts will mean for their lives and livelihoods. And just wanted to first start off with seeing if you can respond kind of broadly to what some of our public witnesses were testifying today and what this is going to mean.
Sure, and thank you for the question. I did hear, a consensus from our advocates and for our community, and I thank them for coming and sharing their reflection to the mayor's budget and their perspective, and also what these services have meant to them. I think it's important that not only you hear that, but that I hear that as the new director of this agency, because for me, we know that this is an unprecedented budget. We're in unprecedented times we've never been at, but this is there are some pretty steep cuts. But one of the things that I know and that I've learned in the 7 weeks of being the director here is that this agency is committed to whatever budget that we have, to making sure that we're granting the programs and life-saving initiatives with fidelity, that we are granting them equitably, and that we're making sure that whatever funding levels that we have, that we are making sure that there's alignment with the priority that we see in the community. And so The mayor has shared her priorities for the city, and we're going to make sure that we do that. We know that this is a tough season, and so we're grateful for our advocates that are here that have voiced what they have and are willing to help help us do this together.
So do the budget cuts cause you to rethink how grants are dispersed, or the order of magnitude, or other partnerships or other fundraising opportunities? How are you thinking about addressing this deep need if these proposed cuts were sustained?
Sure. Well, I'll say this. The way that the office has historically prioritized whatever the budget that we've been given is, one, aligning with the priorities of the city that have been determined, and making sure that we're looking at not only aligning the priorities, but making sure that we're hearing from the community through things like our budget engagement forums, from our convened bodies, some of which that you've heard from today, making sure that we are assuring that we're sustaining the infrastructure that exists. There are some programs and initiatives that are funded within our budget that are services that do exist and that are offered outside of our agency. And so when we're given a cut such as what we have, we make sure that we're prioritizing grants to services that we know are not replicated across government or community. And so that's something that is not necessarily different. That is a function of how we, identify through looking at crime data, working with our community partners to hear their priorities. And so I don't know if different, I think we would really double down on that process. And again, making sure that we're doing the best that we do to make sure that there's equitable grant making, and that we're looking at sustaining what exists in the community resources.
Okay, well, I want to ask you about one of the Budget Support Act subtitles that the council passed last year.
Sure.
And this is the subtitle that requires OVSJG to publish the information regarding the agency's budget goals and plans each year on the agency's website. So I want to go through each of the requested pieces of information with you.
Sure.
So first, the subtitle asks OVSJG to describe the agency's grant-making priorities for the proposed budget. So how are the agency's priorities reflected in this budget proposal?
How are the agency's priorities reflected in this? Can you repeat that?
Sure. So one of the pieces of the Budget Support Act, new requirement for OVSJG, was that it required the agencies, it required that OVSJG describe the agency's grant-making priorities as you develop the proposed budget, so that we can all have a sense of what those are as you make decisions about grants.
Mm-hmm.
And so how are those priorities that you all have developed reflected in this budget?
Sure. So when we look at this budget, essentially the priorities that we identify that we prioritize in our grant funding process each year, which again, we align with the priorities identified by our city leadership, which include public safety, economic opportunity for our residents. And so we see the priorities here in our investments for justice grants. We know that we have a commitment to, we see the enhancement for SAVR, that is the law. So we're making sure that we are, that enhancement level sets that to make that, that initiative that the law requires, that it is fully funded so that we can enact that program. We look at housing, public safety, and we look at the data, crime data that has been identified. Again, I will continue to share how we identify our priorities. I think when we look at this budget, we see, again, the investments in Housing for reentry, we look at our capacity building program and our mental health service initiatives that reflect the priorities and the process that I described.
Okay, thank you. And the next part of the subtitle asks for the anticipated grant funds that are budgeted for each priority area. So if we can go over some of those. So the first is implementation of SABRA. So how much are those budgeted for?
Sure, give me 1 second.
And I'm not sure if you have this in one place, Director, but as you're looking, I'm hoping to get similar information for the housing continuum of care, domestic violence, hospital-based violence interruption, justice grants. So I don't know if that's all in one location. You can reference.
Sure. Let me get back to you on that. I want to give me 1 second. I have my team with me. We're going to verify that and get right back to you.
Okay, great.
Okay. Yes. So my apologies for that. We do have the enhancement that I mentioned in my testimony, but we have not yet set the line for the full line for SABRA.
Okay, but I do want to be clear that the Budget Support Act subtitle of last year requires that. It requires in the formulation of the budget that it be based upon listed stated priorities of OVSJG, and that all of those priorities then share the associated budget amount. So I hear you that it's not yet done, but and I know you're coming new onto this position, but that is, I mean, it's always an important thing, but part of the reason for that last year was so that we can all make sure we're on the same page of what those priorities are and how we're investing in them as a city, and keep everybody kind of on track and understanding of if there's a priority gap. And so hopefully we can keep working towards that relatively quickly.
No problem, and we will work to get you that as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. So, I'd ask for the same for the housing continuum of care for victims of crime, including emergency shelters, short-term housing, and transitional housing, with a specific understanding of which funds are tied to domestic violence, sexual violence, human trafficking, and violent crime, and which funds are tied to other vulnerable populations, including LGBTQ residents and returning citizens.
Okay.
And then the last two, we'd ask for hospital-based violence intervention programs. And then for justice grants, both the housing continuum of care and the non-residential direct services like violence intervention programming.
Okay.
Thank you. So for the 2023 grantees, when do you expect to publicly post on your website who were the grants awarded these for fiscal year 2023?
For fiscal year 2023, they're already posted.
They're all posted. Okay, great. Thanks so much. In terms of federal grants, how much are you expecting to receive from federal grants for victim services?
Sure. I'll have my team that works on the projections to share.
Okay, great. And this is specifically from service training officers and prosecutors, the Stop Violence Against Women formula grants, and the Sexual Assault Services Program and Victims of Crime Act, all of which will provide funds.
Okay. Hello, this is John Nitz, AFO for OVSJG. And you're asking about for victim services what the federal funding will be for the federal grant estimate for funding will be.
It's a little bit hard to hear you, but yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Speak up. I'm sorry.
Hi. What
Okay.
the federal grants for victim services we're expecting to receive?
Yeah, right now we're looking at about 5.3 million. That's the estimate for victim services.
And is that a total for the Stop Violence Against Women formula, the SASP and the VOCA programs?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, and do you have a breakdown for each of those?
Looking at them, I'm getting them right now. Okay, so we're looking at okay. All right, here we go. So we're looking at about for the CVA grants. Those are the CVA. What victims assistance? Okay, for victim assistance, we're looking at approximately 3.3 million.
Okay.
For this, for the sexual assault, we are looking at we're looking at about $1 million. We're looking at about $1.2 million, 1.2.
Okay.
And then the last one we're looking at, right, the estimate for that one is around 850,000.
For the Victims of Crime Act?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. And when are those
Sorry,
funds?
violence against women. That's violence against women.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, and when are those funds expected?
Some of them are carryover from prior year. The ones that will be new would be, I would say, it looks like about 4.5, between 4.5, $5 million will be new money. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So one of our public witnesses testified earlier as a representative of CASA DC that their organization receives VOCA funding, I thought it was, which is this Victims of Crime Act, in other jurisdictions, but not in DC. And so I'm not sure if the VOCA funding is something that's on your list specifically that we receive and their organization just hasn't received a grant, or if DC at large doesn't receive it.
We receive it. We do.
Okay, so how much do we receive in VOCA funds?
Oh, CVA. Okay, let me get. All right, I'm back. The CVA grants are about 3.3 million.
So that's in addition to the 5.3 million total that you talked about earlier.
No, I'm sorry. That's included in the 5.3. Are we talking about grants or are we talking?
Oh, I'm sorry. I see. Okay. Got it. Okay. So that's 3.3 million of the 5.3. So how is that fund? How do you decide who receives that fund? Or those grants?
Sure. So I'm sorry. VOCA is something that's funded based on the federal formula that shares the federal priorities for that fund. And it's pretty prescriptive on who can get those funds. I don't have that list in front of me, but because it's a federal fund, it's prescribed specifically who can get those funds. I think it has to be organizations that are serving victims. I'm gonna have the team pull that list, but it's a pretty prescriptive list of how we grant and who receives those funds.
Okay. I guess I would just raise up the request that came from earlier. If there was a way to look more broadly at who can receive those funds while still, of course, being eligible within the federal guidelines, to make sure that some of our local organizations that are eligible in other jurisdictions to receive the funds are still being considered, because maybe maybe they are eligible here.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the specific eligibility of that organization, but can pull it up. Okay, yep, so those priority areas are sexual assault, child abuse, domestic violence, and those who are experiencing sexual assault, serving those who've experienced domestic violence, and those who are underserved within those populations.
I'm sorry, what is that list?
Sure. So organizations who are serving survivors of sexual assault, child abuse, domestic violence, and those who are underserved within that population.
Those are the eligibility requirements that federal government sets, you're saying?
Right.
Okay, got it. Sorry, I didn't know if you were talking about earlier prior to this. Okay. Gotcha. So yeah, I guess I would just ask if there's a way to take a broader look to see if there are local organizations that meet those eligibility that may be able to qualify. I want to ask you about staffing. So, as you heard today, many of our community-based organizations are trying to prepare for the significant funding cuts that they'll have to face in this proposed budget, and they'll need to seek private funding to make up for some of the gap. Do you have a staff member on your team who works to assist CBOs in applying for private grants, or is that all separate?
We don't have a staff member who's specifically assisting grantees with applying for for private grants, but we do have a capacity building program that specifically supports grantees and nonprofits in their grant making process. It's not specific, but it does allow for organizations to learn best practices for sustainability, best practices for financial management, setting up their financial management process, and grant writing and beyond. It's a really great program. We're proud of the cohort. And outside of that capacity building program, we do have a staff trainer that with the grantees identifies training throughout the year to support them in their capacity building, managing district grants. And obviously those are transferable skills that we continue to help with technical assistance to support grantees and beyond.
Great. Okay, thanks so much. And I want to ask you about the hospital-based violence intervention program. So can you just talk first broadly about the agency's goals for our HVIPs and how you're focused on supporting HVIPs with hiring, retention, training, and other coordination, and also professionalization of the work of those HVIP teams. And also if you can share, if you know, if each of the HVIPs that were funded in the FY 2023 budget will receive the same amount of funding in FY 24. Director Porter, not sure if you're frozen or thinking.
Let me refresh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Sorry, I think you froze or I froze. Did you hear my question?
Can you repeat it? I
Sure.
heard pieces of it.
No, absolutely. So I was just asking about our hospital-based violence intervention program and kind of broadly what your goals for the program are. You have plans to support them in hiring and retention and training coordination, but also in efforts to professionalize the work and make sure that they have what they need. And as you're talking about that, if you know if the program will receive the same amount of funding in FY 2024 that they did in 2023.
Sure. Okay. So yes, I can talk broadly about the program and the program goals, and I can give you the breakdown of the variance for the budget for this year. So the goal of the hospital-based violence intervention program is to support our neighbors and our residents who have experienced life-threatening injury, but to really help to create during and after their hospital recovery, a support system, connecting the staff of violence interventionists with not just government resources, but community-based resources that promote healing, reduce recidivism, and ultimately preventing the recurrence of their experience. We have a coordinated committee that works together with the hospital-based programs to meet together, to cross-share, to learn about how the intervention is working, what resources exist in the community to share with neighbors and residents. And we are measuring that program for impact. We're really proud of the outcomes of that program, and we're very proud of the individuals who are working, the interventionists and support staff who are working in that program. So last year, it looks like we funded this initiative at $1,964,210. And this year we are funding it at $1,200,210.
Okay, and that all is good, and you know, there's a lot of really important work that they are doing. I guess I'm more thinking about not the goal of the program at its inception, but if you have goals or a vision to make improvements to help them build up their pipeline, work on staffing, on training, on coordination, to make sure that they can have even more resources to do this important work.
Sure, we're definitely not just working with the program staff, but we are working to support the hospital staff, to support the program, and ultimately to support our neighbors that are participating. And that comes with a part of that, the coordination and assistance that we see with the team.
Okay, and is Children's going to be sustained their funding?
So I can speak to the amount of the program, and I can share that Children's is a participating grantee now. I know that the funds that we have made, the funds that I shared earlier, will support and can support the program. I can't necessarily say if they are going to be a program. I can share that they are a current program.
Okay, I guess and some of it may just depend what comes in. I'm trying to understand for this particular program, if any of them may be cut, and they'll have to go through a whole other round of applications with funding. Is that the plan?
Yes.
Okay, so
Such
no, I don't need to phrase it so direly, but it is kind of dire. No one's really safe with the program.
So it's a grant program. We do have, the funds that I shared, and as a competitive grant program, I can't share specific grantees at this time, but children and the rest of the current participants have the opportunity to apply and to continue to be participants in the program.
Okay, so
it's a competitive grant, so I can't share.
I understand. Okay. So for the community-based violence intervention programming, in FY 2022, OVSJG provided funding to a violence intervention program through the ONES office, but not again in 2023. So is that something that you're looking at for 2024 for violence intervention directly through ONES?
Can you repeat that question? Because I think there was a little confusion with the pre-hearing questions around a specific line. So I want to make sure I got it, because the team wants to make sure we answer what you asked.
Gotcha. Okay, so our understanding was that in 2022, OVSJG gave a one-time fund or provided a grant to provide community-based violence intervention directly to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, but that wasn't done again in 2023. So I'm just wondering if that is something that you are looking at doing again in FY 2024.
Let me get back to you on that, because I want to clarify with the team. I'm not, I want to clarify your question and make sure I answer it correctly. Give me a few minutes and I'll get it from you.
Okay. So while they're looking for that, let's move on to access to justice. So the mayor's proposed budget includes an $18,672,000 cut to access to justice. And we know that the investments that we make in access to justice save the district money over the long term by preventing evictions and reducing the number of people facing homelessness, like preventative health care. How has OVSJG measured the impact of access to justice in this fiscal and past fiscal years? Do you look at the perhaps second level or third level consequences or impacts of those investments, or how do you calculate the costs?
And when you say the cost, specifically the cost to the investment, or can you specify what you mean? Do we calculate the cost?
Sure. So if X amount of dollars can go into access to justice and prevent somebody from becoming homeless, that is then going to cost them and the district additional money. Are those considerations that you all make in calculating the risk at cutting dollars from this fund?
Sure. So what I can share is that, and I'll kind of call back to our funding priorities. One of the things when we're in an unprecedented year like this is we have a responsibility and a commitment to maintaining the infrastructure that exists. And so while we are funding access to justice, we also look at some of the services that are provided and identifying, are there other agencies or other investments that exist that can support such a reduction. And so that is something that across DC government we're doing now to make sure that, again, those resources exist. But again, taking the opportunity to align with the priorities in the city and making sure that the things that our agency is funding, that we're not eliminating services in the public safety infrastructure.
Okay. How will the reduction in funding impact the poverty lawyer loan repayment assistance program? Okay, don't worry if you don't have that exact number with you. I'm just trying to figure out together how we can assess the true costs. You know, the true holistic costs will probably never be able to be calculated, but at least the, you know, ramifications of cutting funds that the impacts they'll have on other district programs, I think would be helpful as we make these determinations for where we can afford and where we can't afford to make cuts from moving forward, but we can continue that conversation.
I understand. I think, and I've shared, but just to reiterate, I think we're looking at, again, at this unprecedented time, making sure that an infrastructure exists. So I think our framework of looking at this is, where are these services and resources, where do they exist in the community? And is this something that we can, you know, work together with the community to make sure it exists?
Okay. So let's talk about the truancy reduction program. What are some of your goals for that program?
Well, this is, again, a reiteration, but we know that when we look at our truancy program, we know that there's an opportunity for us to, in this budget, to further align with where we see priority issues through data, through the education data, and through our community stakeholders and what they've shared and presented. This is also an opportunity for us to streamline this program and strengthen where we've identified in the community the greatest need for truancy services. So we're actually looking at this year. Again, the deputy mayor has shared that this is a back to basics year. So we are looking at the truancy program this year as an opportunity for us to further align, making sure that we have opportunity for grantees to be more present in the schools that we've identified, opportunity for us to have further engagement with our education partners. And so while you see the reduction reflected in the budget, it's an opportunity for us to measure for greater impact, but also design the program for greater impact with a greater touch with the grantees that'll be supported by this year's budget.
Okay, and in terms of this proposed budget, there's an almost $3 million cut to the truancy reduction program. And so how are you expecting that will impact services provided? Do we know how many students won't receive services that were receiving services next year? Or do you know which schools will receive truancy reduction services next year, regardless of who the service provider is?
Sure. So this is kind of a reverberation, but I know that when we look at the public safety infrastructure, we have our education partners who have dedicated truancy reduction programs. We ourselves, through our JJAG program, fund additional truancy programs. And so when we say a reduction in services, we know that our young people are being serviced and specifically have opportunities for truancy reduction services. We do know that this budget is going to impact the reach of the program. And so my goal and the goal of our team's leadership is to make sure that in the scaling of the program, that there's an opportunity for us to, where grantees had a greater reach of schools, making sure that there's a deeper investment of time, a deeper investment of resources at the identified targeted programs that have identified the greatest need. So yes, the program is going to be scaled, but part of the program and part of the thing that novelty that makes this intervention effective is that the CBOs that implement the program have an opportunity to collaborate and share community resources that exist, communicate with families. And so they'll have a greater opportunity to do this because they'll be working, we'll have grantees that'll be working specifically in schools across the program.
Right. And I think that's part of the reason that the program is so important But I guess when you say it's gonna be scaled up, how is that gonna happen with these, is a $3 million cut to the program?
Right. So when I say scaled, what I mean is scaling for impact. So where a CBO may have 4 schools that they are implementing the program at, that one grantee may be working at that school, one school 1 day a week, and another school a different day. By scaling the program's reach in terms of numbers of school will be smaller, but those grantees will have the opportunity to be in that school every day, or they'll have a one-on-one contact, where the scale of the program now, that was not the case.
Okay.
And with that level of coverage, the grantees have the opportunity to have greater relationships with families and with teachers. We're already working with our education partners to improve communication with families and with students. So,
do we know which schools specifically will be cut?
Sure. So we don't know at this time. Again, it's a competitive process, and we'll be working with our education partners. We always around this time of year, and I recognize that the timing of our grant process is not ideal to this process, to the budget process. But we work with them each year to look at truancy data, to look at performance data, to look at and do community resource mapping to see the other programs and other resources that are operating in the schools. Looking at the graduation rates and outcomes for students, and then using that data to inform a proposed list of schools. And then again, in the competitive process, looking at the capacity of the grantees, and then coming back with our education partner leadership to define that list. So we're currently in that process now, reviewing the data.
Okay, I got you. And I hear you on the competitive process, and that's no problem with the timeline. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of, when you all came up with this budget proposal, what types of metrics were you considering when determinations were made about which programs would be cut and what impact that would be? So was it $3 million is going to be cut from truancy, and that's going to impact X amount of students or Y amount of schools, or we're going to look at efficiencies? Like, what type of considerations were made in determining each of those cuts?
Sure. So I think on a global level, when we looked at the cuts that were coming, we look at, again, the data that our education partners and our data partner that we have on the program share about the outcomes of our students and their truancy outcomes. And we prioritize the program based on, again, there's a global concept of resources that exist. So we know, again, we're getting back to basics. OVSJG as an intervener, we know that this is one of many education programs and one of many truancy reduction programs. So when we look at this, we're looking at the capacity of the infrastructure of prevention programs that exist, and making sure that when we scale this program, we're scaling it for impact. So we know, particular to this program, when we look at our high school versus middle school versus elementary programs, we know that we're going to target not just where we see the greatest need for truancy, but we're also looking at the greatest programs that have the greatest impact, schools and greatest performance. So that's how when we look at the budget cuts, we're looking at streamlining to make sure that there's an opportunity, one, for students to receive services wherever it exists across government, but also making sure that we're designing the program for impact.
Okay. I'm just concerned, especially with these huge dollar amounts that are going to impact services kind of across the board, that I hear you on a going forward basis, that here's the money and we're going to look competitively and figure out where the data is suggesting that the resources are needed. But before we got to that point in determining what the budget is going to mean, I'm worried about what seems like not a super clear rationale or direct link to what services are going to be affected and what people are going to be affected by each of the cuts.
I hear you. And I think we have, there's a couple of ways that you can look at how we prioritize these cuts. And again, OVSJG, we are, you know, when we look across our agency and look at all of the core functions that we operate in the city, and when we look at the continuum in the public safety infrastructure where we exist, we know that there are critical services that we must invest in. When we look at our portfolio, pretty much everything is critical. So the lens that we take a look at this budget is, are there priority services that we provide? And when I say priority, I mean critical services that we provide that don't exist anywhere else in the infrastructure in the city. And so that's where, you know, again, because we're looking at critical services, so we know that we can work with educational partners, community partners to support our students and our families. So I think it's just, we're doing the same thing. I think there's just, we're using a different different framing that we're looking at it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I understand that you're going to get back to us on the Budget Support Act language and both the priorities of OVSJG and how this budget invests in those priorities. I'm very worried about our domestic violence victims and survivors, and we already have a lack of bed challenge. And as I know, you know, that's a really important component of somebody getting out of a situation that is extremely dangerous before it grows lethal. And we know that 10% of our homicides in the city are domestic violence related. And I think that number is actually much broader when you think about other intimate partner violence or other familial connections or issues that may be happening in a broader family or romantic relationship extension manner. And so getting this piece right and supporting survivors, I think, is really not only important to those survivors, but also to preventing homicides in the future. And so I understand if you don't have those numbers with you now, but I'm very concerned about that and think that's a particular part in what you provide with the priorities and how this budget invests in those priorities that I'm particularly looking to see. Okay. And then kind of lastly on this topic, we haven't talked about our LGBTQ services and the hate crimes that we're still seeing in the community and how you're thinking about this budget making investments there.
Sure. I think across our budget, the way that we make sure that our particularly vulnerable neighbors and residents is making sure that through our grant making process that we are encouraging and reviewing our grants with fidelity, making sure that DC is putting forth the best and the brightest. We're proud of the historic investments that we made in the city to support the LGBTQ community, and we're proud of the investments that continue. And again, because it's a competitive process, we can't speak to what is coming, but we do know that we ask every grantee to prioritize making sure that they are able to give the best care, the most culturally aware care to our residents and neighbors. And our team will make sure that as we review our grantees that we're going to see that reflected in what we fund.
Okay, thank you. And then just lastly on this, in terms of domestic violence partners, how are you thinking about the coordination of those efforts? There are a lot of excellent organizations who do this work. How do you consider, from OVSJG's perspective, working with all of them and coordination?
Coordination with our domestic violence providers? Sure. Well, it's funny because I think one of the things that I'm really proud of this team, when my first week here, I was proud of the convened bodies that we routinely build in to not just get feedback in our work, but that keep us accountable. And so I think when it comes to coordinating with them, obviously this is a grant making body, part of it is competitive, but we have integrated within our system our VAN, we have our youth convened bodies, we have our reentry network, we have our domestic violence fatality review board, and we have a lot of convened bodies that we do work together with to make sure that they inform not only how we grant, but inform our processes, they inform us on what is needed. They are SMEs and making sure that we know not just about trends, but also things that we can do better. I actually have in my inbox a great recommendation from our VAN and opportunities for us to improve our RFA process. And so when you say coordination, obviously that can mean different things for different people, but I am heartened that we have an opportunity to hear from and work with our survivors in our community-based organizations that are leading in the space. Is there work and is there opportunity for growth there? Absolutely. One thing I can share is that I'm committed to working with them, committing to listening to them, and committed to being transparent. What I have, they have, and what I don't have, I'm working on making sure to get. So I think when it comes to coordination, that's what I would share. I think our advocacy community is the lifeline to inform what we do. I know that the mayor has prioritized, even through the budget engagement process, to make sure that we hear from the community and making space to make sure that our services reflect their needs. And so I know that my team has been working to make sure that we're present and we're hearing from the community. And I think we're doing a great job.
All right. Well, I look forward to working with you on those pieces moving forward. It's going to be a lot of need this year, and going to take some more coordination. Lastly, on the fiscal year 2023 supplemental budget, there's a $3 million cut to victim services this year. Why are we cutting victim services in FY 2023 when we're still not meeting the demand for services? What is this funding specifically being cut from?
Sure. So I can't speak to the specific funding that's being cut in the FY 23 budget, but I can share that we are working with our Office of Budget, our budget office, to make sure that we're able to work through the errata process and making sure that the government is able to fulfill our commitments to our current grantees.
But are all the grants out the door or committed?
All of the FY 23 grants? When you say committed, technically we have grants that are committed, and we have grants that are actively being committed. But obviously this is a tough budget. And so what I can share is that we will make sure and commit that for the grants that are obligated, that we're working through the errata process to make sure that our commitments are fulfilled.
So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand this timeline. So the grants that are obligated will be honored, but the grants that are in process or not out the door yet are kind of on the chopping block again. Will that require a rebid process for everybody, or is there a group of grantees that's already identified that's going to face these cuts?
Sure. So in transparency, I do need to get back to you on that, but I will make sure, again, we're kind of midstream in that the mid-year reduction process, and I want to make sure that the information I give you is correct. But what I do know is that I have confirmed with our team that for the cuts that the city has identified, that we'll make sure to we're working through the process now to make sure that we've kept all the commitments that we've made.
Okay. Well, I appreciate, a follow up on that if there's more information, because you can understand folks being concerned about that, especially mid-year, and I share that concern, and so definitely want to continue working with you and figuring out the best path forward there. But thank you very much, Director, and I know you came on very recently at the middle of a lot of these decisions, or tail end of some of these decisions in certain cases, and so I know some of this we'll keep learning as we go, but I appreciate you taking on this new and very important role, and I will continue to think about a lot of the testimony that we heard today from folks who are doing this work, and join you in thinking how we can support them and leverage other partnerships we can think of to make sure that they have what they need.
Sure. And if I could just take a point of personal privilege to share, I know I've been here this is my 7th week on the job, but and as you said, I'm learning, and we're gonna get to a place where we have what you need. But I have to share, Councilmember Pinto, in the 7 weeks that I've been here, what I have learned and what I do know for sure is that this team of public servants, some of whom have been here for over 14 years, through whatever the budget has been, they are committed to our neighbors and our residents who come to us at such a vulnerable time. They come every day with excellence. They are committed and they're dedicated to this work. So we'll get through this, and I'm excited, but I have to share that our public servants not only stand ready, but this is their life's work that they're very proud of, and they do it with excellence. So I just want to make sure that the record reflects that.
Absolutely. Well, I'll add my thanks to you and your whole team. I also want to add my thanks to my team, not only for all of your work and effort in today's budget hearing, but all of our budget hearings this season. This is our last hearing of this budget season. And as you know, this is our first time chairing this committee. And so I really appreciate my team working very hard on this complicated, challenging budget and trying to solve some of the gaps that we continue to see, and appreciate that very much. So we are done. Let me make sure I get my one here. Okay. The time is now 6:25 p.m. There being no further business before the